Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
I remember the days, all those years ago that never fade away. And I remember your face when you hit the ground. I can recall the time and place on a midnight walk through the old streets, trying to turn back the clock to the days of old, back to the days when all the things we knew were made of gold. As the world moves on, time sings a song, in the old neighborhood. As the clock strikes one, the memory lives just as it stood, like a quiet dream. The shadows of that time are cast beneath the streetlight beam. As the world...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you to another beautiful edition of the Afridamus Report. And if you haven't hit the like button, please make sure you do that as you're coming in. That's your way of saying hello to the Afridamus Report. I see that ladies and gentlemen have already started commenting. That tells me the show is going to be a great one. So today I'm going to talk about real Pan Africanism is for real African, and I'm going to lay the case out and for real Africans to understand what is at stake here. Because you see, the people you see on the thumbnail, the real founding fathers of the African Pan-African movement, these are the leaders who went against white colonialists at a time when they were needed. They stood up to the colonizers at the time. So it's understandable that, people who are also African descent, were people who were enslaved, also were fighting for their liberation. Yes, we all had struggles, but the fight is a different kind of fight. So today I'm going to speak on that. Let me see here. Let me read some of the comments before I even get deep into it. Jamil Nathan said, I disagree. Only Black Americans are now saying it is dead. Well, you can call in later, and make your case. Says, we'll not be watching the show, but we'll catch up after further thoughts in the comment section. I saw PA throughout the Caribbean. You just do not know. Well, thank you. The term Africa for Africans came from Martin Delaney. Well, that's who who said that. That's one of the many reasons that I'm going to explain why Pan-Africanism is for the real Africans. Thank you, Ja. AB, greetings to you too. And Musa said, Pan-Africans should be practiced by ethnic groups only. We do not need to change ethnicity for the for the color black. Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to this show here. Musa, thank you for the comment and all the people. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've been doing a lot of digging. Not just, I'm not here to speak on opinion, but after careful study of not just books, but also people who claim to be Pan Africans. And I studied the Western Black mentality, meaning blacks in America, you have Caribbeans and others. So Pan Africanism for most of them is just a costume thing at this point. So Africans must wake up and understand that now. See, we're no longer fighting colonialism. Okay, the direct rule of colonialism is out of there. Now we are in a second phase of Africa being in this present moment and thinking about not only thinking, working towards being in the future, because that's what matters. Africa cannot afford to keep being stuck in the past, which brings us to when we hear Western Pan Africans, for instance. Western Pan Africans coming from America, the Caribbean, um, at this point where we are, they have been nothing but a distraction, and they are going to hold Africa back because these people are dealing with a lot of identity issues, which we do not have in Africa. We have the land. The land belongs to us. We speak similar languages, different ethnic groups. We know each other's culture. We know how to respect it and navigate. We are not looking for acceptance. We are not looking to be liked or not liked. You just live as a person. So when you bring a group of people in that midst who are struggling with who they are, that could cause a big problem. And I've been seeing that. This is why even here online, you would notice a lot of the people that claim to be Pan-Africans, they are generally actually, they hate Africans to the core. If you don't believe me, just challenge, certain points. Pretty soon the hate would come out, and Africans cannot afford to try to engage and bring in people who don't even understand who they are. Their job is to undermine Africans, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Because with their form of Pan Africanism, it's more like a costume and ideology. They want to impose, their quote unquote strugglers, the people who spoke on their behalf, their heroes. Even, they want to impose those people onto Africans. We, the Africans, are open to hearing your story, but you have to understand you are coming into a bigger platform, which is Africa. You have to recognize that the people, the liberators of those lands, matter over what you are bringing in. Because many try to put, like, let's say, Marcus Garvey above, all the real Pan-Africanists in Africa. For, they would bring people like Marcus Garvey, they would name other people. Sure, those people awakened you in the Western world how to navigate with your former white masters. You have to remember, you're coming from a different situation than African people. Colonization and slavery are two different things. So if you want to bring slave liberation into a place that where those people, as you can see, Amilcar Cabral stood with his gun. He is not the only one that did it. Sam Juma, Robert Mugabe, Kwame Nkrumah. I can name plenty of names. But if, Western blacks do not recognize that, they are stuck in a narcissistic way of looking at the Pan Africanism. And, they can just say, I'm a Pan African, like they can change their identity. An African like me, I can't afford to do that. If I say to you today, I'm a Soninke, and tomorrow I said I'm a Yoruba, you guys are going to laugh at me. Or people there, they're going to laugh at me. You're going to say, I am lost. That's what you would tell me. But how come the same thing you would get people who were telling you that they are Pan-Africans, they are Africans, and then the next minute they are telling you they are this group here? Do you see the confusion there? Do you see the confusion? And also, you cannot integrate a group of people into your fight for the future who are indebted to a master. They are fighting to, they are being held by someone on a string that is moving them around. Even Malcolm X said it. Because if you look at it, even like the civil rights that they always talk about, many Africans don't even understand that what that is about. But when you look at the African independence strugglers, most of them, even they are taught about that fight. They were very shocked and disappointed by it when they realized that the blacks here in America were breaking their necks, not to separate, but they are fighting to be accepted by their former slave masters. They want to be accepted into the neighborhoods, the schools. They want to sit and eat with them. And even today, they continue to do that. So how can you, for example, how do you know these people are not just temporarily upset at their handlers and started wiling out, saying, now we see ourselves as African? Just like they flip it, they say they're FBA or whatever, right? What if the whites give them what they want? You've already brought them in your midst. They're accepted now. Now that becomes a danger for you in your midst, because whatever cohesion you have going on, you are open to outside invasion because you've invited the enemy within without vetting, because this person is driven by anger and hate they have for feeling like they have not been accepted by their slave masters. They identify more with their slave master than you, the African. This is why you hear so many of these people, even though they say they're Pan-African, when you ask them, what do you want to unite with Africans on? They cannot tell you. When you push, they start making up stuff where they start putting Africa down. They are telling you truly what they think about Africa. So this is why I'm saying the Pan-African to them is just a costume. Just a costume. Is not real like it is in Africa. There are so many Africans around the world that leave Africa, go to they're in Europe, Asia, America, everywhere. But all those Africans, all heart is directed towards one place, Africa. The landmass, the continent of Africa. They bring their expertise, money, anything they can bring to move Africa forward. And let me show you what most probably think, being a Pan-African is supposed to be. It's just to wear a costume. I'm sure some are gonna come feeling this way. I don't intend to make you cry. Just hear me out. Hear me out. And you will be free to come and make your argument, your points. Let me play a voice by Malcolm X. I want you to hear what Malcolm X is telling you. This would tell you the state of mind where most, even like the Dr. Umars, all of that, what they want to do is they are inspired more by, white supremacy. This is what they keep repeating. So in their mind, they feel less than to the white man. So they want to promote like black supremacy. That's, if you hear the argument, that's what it's all about. So now they want you to come into embracing what they got going on, that whatever they call the struggle. This is not your struggle. Africans have a country, a nation. You have representation in the United Nations. You cannot be a second. You can take a back seat to people who don't have a representation, in the United Nations. They have to listen to you. You have to put the agenda forward, okay? Because whatever agenda they are bringing holds no water, because they do not have no spot in the United Nations. They are still in the house of their slave master. That's who they serve. If they say jump, they're going to jump. So therefore, you as an African have a lot more to lose, because their fight is to tell their white master that give us resources. You're not treating us equally, but we have the resources under our feet. Our fight is to find a way to control that resources. So the fight is completely different. This is nothing against anyone. I'm just speaking to you as an African directly. Take charge of the wheel. Stop sitting back and arguing with people over dumb stuff they're telling you about. Oh, this is what we did in 1695. We are in 2025. It's time for Africans to wake up. I did all the research for you, and I'm presenting it to you. I have shown you debates, so-called debates, where you've seen the people that claim to be Pan-Africans, then they change. You've heard their argument. We've seen the year of return. It's not like, we haven't seen things. If you think I'm not only speaking about America, I'm speaking about the Western black in general. You think it's only the blacks here who are confused or deny being African? Let me show you. This is going to blow your mind. Here.
From once you have my skin color, you are an African. But most people in the Caribbean, if you tell a Jamaican, you are an African. No, me an African, I'm a Jamaican. No, you were taken from Africa. You've been a Barbados. No, I'm not I'm a Bajan. Listen, you are an African. We were all taken and scattered all across the earth. Time for you to come home, man. Time for you to come Africa.
So, you've seen and heard that, right? The islanders in the Jamaica, he's named all those countries, and you've met most of those people even here in the United States. Do you think you Africans trying to move into the future to solve all the problems, do you think Africans have the time and energy to try to convince someone that they are African? They look just like you. Like, when would you finish convincing these people who are looking at you dead in the eye saying they are not African? So this is why the Pan-Africanism in the West is just a costume Pan-Africanism. Just because you're wearing dashiki, and their idea is all Africans wear dashiki. Ghana, in a way, people say Ghana made a mistake, sure, but either way, no, because they opened the doorway and invited people, and we had the opportunity to see it. We have the opportunity to see it. And clearly, Ghana can see that, hey, it's not working. It didn't work. So the reality is, it's a pro-black, meaning pro-black, trying to promote, black supremacy, and Pan-Africanism are two completely different pathways. They are not the same thing. This is why, if you look at it, they would say to you they are Pan-African, but they would come and also try to impose black supremacy on you. They can't impose it on white people, but they are trying to impose that onto you. This is why they would tell you about all the people they consider as their heroes. But you, as an African, you're thinking to yourself, okay, I get it. Those people did good for you, but how does that translate to Africa? How does it translate to Africa? What did those people say or do that Africans can do to get Africans into the present, technology, benefit from today and into the future? They can tell you that. They cannot tell you that. I mean, for example, yesterday you guys heard even the conversation and many different conversations where anytime, when people get upset, they get, they lash out at Africa as a whole. That is the hate coming out. They are actually jealous and envious of you as an African. I don't think you understand that. You don't have all this baggage, this, identity crisis baggage. You must understand you are blessed. I don't think most Africans even understand how blessed we are. I don't think you get it. If one is mentally stable about your identity, that's all you can ask for from God. Imagine you going around, the moment you don't know who you are not comfortable with who you are, it's almost like a curse. It doesn't matter where you go, you would just be angry because you are not okay with who you are. There's nothing you can do for an individual like that. Only God can, because it's from within. It's an internal thing. It's an internal thing. You have to look at the pattern. What is the gateway to all these so-called FBAs? Weren't all of them Pan-Africans? Weren't all of them Pan-Africans according to them? So it looks like the word Pan-Africanism is the gateway to, they disguise that. They hide behind that to hate Africans, because these people have been programmed to believe that you, me, the African, we live in primitive times. We live on trees. They think we are easy target. This is why they say anything about African. So it's time for Africans to pay attention to this. If Africa truly want to make it into the future, I'm telling you right now, don't say I did not warn you. And this is nothing personal. It's nothing against anyone, but real Pan-Africanism is what you are seeing on the thumbnail. Those leaders, that's what they practice. That's what real Pan-Africanism is. In 1958, when Ghana gained its independence, Kwame Nkrumah invited all the other young Africans. Even Patrice Lumumba attended that celebration. He invited some black Pan-Africans. Back then, they had those people because they were in the struggle. They understand it. But today, these people are fighting more to understand their own identity. See, in Pan-Africanism, we cannot allow people to speak for Pan-Africanism and lead continental African who are ruled by the one-drop rule. By the one-drop rule. Nobody's saying do not, like as if acknowledging your other side is a bad thing. If they can't even acknowledge that, how can you trust somebody like that? You can't. It's like you cannot do that. And also, if you look at it, when one black is invited somewhere, they would use that to diminish even the people that set up the table for them. Those people no longer exist. It's the black who went there and did all that. You have to remember, so that is not Pan-Africanism. That's not what Pan-Africanism is. Let me show you a quick video here. Let's allow Professor Patrice Lumumba here to tell us what Pan-Africanism is. Here we go.
And the whole idea about Pan-Africanism in the early days was to decolonize Africa so that Africa and Africans are capable of doing their things in an environment of freedom and choice. Pan-Africanism today must be understood to mean the organization of Africans wherever they are, whether in the continent or in the diaspora, to do things which are in the best interest of Africa in all spheres of life. And to do it from an African perspective, we now use the word Ubuntu to even enrich it, to say recognition of a true Pan-Africanist is the realization that I am because you are, and you are because I am. And that is the spirit of Pan-Africanism.
You've seen and heard that. So the people that are running here around saying they are Pan-Africanist 1 minute, another minute they are something else. Are they doing that in the spirit of Pan-Africanism? You have to be able to recognize Africa and accept Africa. No one has to convince you to do that. But 1 minute, you are African, but another minute, you are something else. The next minute, you are saying Africans don't deserve freedom, because when you say, oh, we are going to come and colonize Africans, even though they can't do that, but they would say things like that. It's like, okay, I love Africa without the African people in it. That's the message. But you see what Patrice Lumumba is saying here. Yes, wherever you are, as long as you do it the African way, that's what makes you a Pan-African. But you cannot say you're Pan-African when you hate Africans. What type of Pan-Africanism is that? That makes zero sense. 0 cents. Of course, American man, thanks for proving my point. You can denounce Africa. I mean, that's what this conversation is all about. Okay, that's what it's all about. Like, so Africans can recognize that, and people that denounce Africa, I want them to fully do that, 100%. But the danger is pretending. So those people are not your people. Why are you here then? I'm confused. This is for you to just sit back and enjoy it. You're proving my point, that I'm making. I'm not here to tell you that you are an African. In fact, I'm saying the opposite of that, if you're listening. So if you look at, let's say, someone like American Man and others, to prove to you what he's saying, that's what they stand on. Their fight is different from your fight, okay? And there's nothing wrong with that. So here, like what Malcolm X even presented, he would, for you to know who controls who and their way of thinking. That tells you who they are loyal to. Here we go.
Our politics here in America, the Negro, namely the race problem, integration, civil rights issue, are all nothing but tools used by the whites who call themselves liberals against another group of whites who call themselves conservatives, either to get into power or to retain power. Among whites here in America, the political teams are no longer divided into Democrats and Republicans. The whites who are now struggling for control of the American political throne are divided into liberal and conservative camps. The white liberals from both parties cross party lines to work together toward the same goal. And white conservatives from both parties do likewise. The white liberal differs from the white conservative only in one way. The liberal is more deceitful, more hypocritical than the conservative. Both want power, but the white liberal is the one who has perfected the art of posing as the Negro's friend and benefactor. And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white.
Did you hear what he said? Oh, yeah, absolutely. American man is welcome here anytime. I know he's giving me a hard time. I know that. Look, did you hear what he said that there? So it's two white groups, fighting each other. Okay? So the blacks are used as a weapon. One is posing as a friend of the black. So therefore, the black is loyal to that friend, quote unquote friend, and blacks are used as a weapon. So if you look at it during Biden's time, you guys remember what was going on around African countries? Who was trying to put pressure on African nations to pass these LGBTQ laws? Exactly, you guessed it, the friend of the blacks. So if the blacks are used as a weapon, don't you think they were being used as a weapon against you in Africa to undermine the cohesion of Africans? Think. Remember Barack Obama? Same thing. Same thing. So it's no different. So if you are speaking about Pan Africanism, and Patrice Lumumba have said it here, is the freedom of Africans, being free in Africa, being able to do what Africans want. But you think outsider coming telling Africans, look, this is what we do. This is what we do where we come from. We accept it, F what you believe in, F your traditions. This is what we are going to impose on you. And you think those people's weapon are gonna come telling you about skin color, the same, you think they look like you. What type of message do you think they are bringing there? What do you think is in that, that weapon is for? You got to think about that. This is America. America is the place. This is where the kings of deception reside in. I mean, look at, for example, the leader of FBA, Tariq Nasheed. He was Pan-African, and all of you bought it. He even went all the way to Africa, South Africa, Zimbabwe. But now go listen to him, the type of things he says even about those places. Don't you think he was being a chameleon? Do you not see maybe he was being used as a weapon against African nations? Weapons doesn't only mean bombs. It doesn't mean guns being pointed at you. No. Humans can be used as weapon to come and, destabilize your society. For example, in the 60s, during the Cold War, when the United States wanted to grow its influence in African nations, when Russia, for example, Russia was telling African nations that, the United States is a very racist society against, blacks, and they were showing, the civil rights stuff to Africans in Africa. You know what the United States did? The CIA, they put together, they gathered, some of the popular blacks, jazz singers and stuff, took them to African nations. Those people performing to, show them, oh, look at how these blacks are living good. They're happy to come here. But those people were used as a weapon. So this is why when they say, we are big, everybody copies us, rap and stuff. No, that's a weapon being used to gain African people's, trust. That's what it is. Nothing else. Because they are using people that look just like you so that you can trust them. So today, you have so many of these people who are nomadic running around Africa talking about their Pan-Africans. And you listen to them when the things they say. Do they sound like they care about Africa and Africans? Look at the disparaging things they say about Africans. That in itself could be a weapon of its days today, where they make videos to demoralize Africans. Do you not know that? Like, this is why I'm even keeping my eye open. Look at Burkina Faso, right? They took a group there, all these old Negroes with berets and stuff. AES got 3 countries who kicked the French out, the United States, and they're fighting. So why are they focused on Burkina Faso in particular? To say, oh, the sons of the land have returned. I mean, Burkina Faso, they better wake, they gotta keep their eyes open on that as well. So weapons are used, differently. It's not just bombs. When the United States wanted to create problems in Cuba, you know what they did? Because, Cuba has Black African population there because it's a slave island before. There's a lot of blacks there. But the blacks there, just like here, they are the majority poor and, rebellious. So what did they do? They started introducing rap to them, promoting their little neighborhood rappers, and they went and set up like a Twitter account for them. But you know what? That account wasn't set up by those people. That was set up by the CIA to make it look, to push, the protest there. The Arab Spring in Egypt, in Asia, it's all over the place. So I'm just saying, open your eyes. Don't fall for this Pan-African BS. Let's hear more of this. This is why I say Pan-Africanism can only be pushed and promoted in Africa and on African terms. That's just how it will work. All this other extra stuff, talking about Marcus Garvey had a ship, good for Marcus, he never made it to Africa, so it doesn't count. At this point, that was just a theory. So you telling Africans about Marcus Garvey means nothing. Oh, Martin Delaney said this, good. Thank you, Martin Delaney, but that doesn't apply in Africa. So you keep that here. So here we go.
Conservatives. The American Negro is nothing but a political football, and the white liberals control this ball through tricks or tokenism, false promises of integration and civil rights. In this game of deceiving and using the American Negro, the white liberals have complete cooperation of the Negro civil rights leader, who sell our people out for a few crumbs of token recognition, token gains, token progress. In the New York Tribune, in an editorial dated February the 5th, 1960.
So this is Malcolm X telling us what's happening in the 60s. This is when, mind you, the people up here, the African Pan-Africanists, they're fighting a completely different battle. The blacks here were being used as, the tools of the white liberals, just like they're using them today. So their fight is a completely different fight, because if you look at it, just like in the AES, their thing is they kick the French out. They say, hey, you gotta go. They're not saying, oh no, stay, let's integrate. That's not what their fight is. So if another group comes, black group, telling you, oh, we all have the same struggle, we're fighting, and they are telling you that their master or the person they are fighting is so evil, but you see that they are fighting to integrate, to be under that person, would that make sense to you? And the same person that they are saying, they tell you not to trust that person, but they trust that person. Why would you trust them? They trust that person. They are under that person. They are fighting to be under that person. But now they're wearing a dashiki coming to you saying, we got the same struggle. Would you trust that? That's the point I'm making here. And I'll play a video about the one that you guys think is the best Pan-African, Dr. Umar. I want you guys to hear truly what his fight is about. All his fight is what white people can give him and to be under white people. I think most people are mesmerized. They're not even listening to what he is saying. He's not saying what you think he is saying, because you only thing you see him wear some dashiki. Guys, let's just be real. Those of us that are from Africa, do you think wearing a dashiki, that's what proves that you are African? How many white people do you see around Africa all over, that wear dashiki? The whites in South Africa are more Pan-African than these people that you are seeing, because at least those white people, that's their homeland. That's their homeland. They see it as their home. They built it. They will fight and die for it, defend it. So they are more Pan-African than these people. So here we go.
Pointed out that out of 11 million qualified Negro voters, only 2,700,000 actually take time to vote. This means that, roughly speaking, only 3 million out of the 11 million Negroes who are qualified to vote take an active part. And the remaining 8 million remain voluntarily inactive. And yet it is this small minority, the 3 million Negro voters, who help determine who will be the next president. If who will be the next president can be influenced by 3 million Negro voters, it is easy to see why the presidential candidates of both political parties put on such a false show with the Civil Rights Bill and promises of integration. They must impress the...
Did you guys hear this? Promises of integration. They were able to go to the blacks and convince them that, hey, look, if you vote, we will create this bill for you to come and live with us, integrate with us. But if the Africans are fighting against colonialists, saying, no, you got to go. But then here's somebody coming who his fight or her fight is to be under their former master. Your fight is different. Nothing against them, but your fight is different. They are not Pan-Africanists. Maybe they are just Halloween Pan-Africanists. That's possible. Here in America, people play costume all the time. They play costume all the time. I'm just telling you. And that's fine. But you have to wake up and know what you are seeing and hearing.
3 million voting Negroes who are the actual integration seekers. And if so much fuss is made over these 3 million integration seekers, what would the presidential candidates have to do to appease the 8 million non-voting Negroes if they ever decided to become politically active? They hold the balance of power. Who are the 8 million non-voting Negroes? What do they want? And why don't they vote? The 3 million Negro voters are the so-called middle-class Negroes, or high-class Negroes, or uppity Negroes, who are referred to by the late Howard University sociology professor E. Franklin Frazier as the black bourgeoisie.
So you see, Malcolm X is correct. At the time, majority of the blacks did not want to vote the 8 million because those are the angry ones who want to live separately. But eventually they convince them. This is what you're seeing now. You see, this is the people they put in front of them. These are the black bourgeoisies. They are the upper class blacks. So now the upper class blacks are who are convincing them to do their bidding because they've fed these ones. So the struggle is different. This is why you see Roland Martin, people like Oprah, they use the skin color thing to convince the rest of the blacks. So if they go by skin color, that's very illogical. In Africa, not everyone is the same skin color. So that cohesion, they're gonna disturb it. Remember that this is why, like around 2019, the year of return, when most of these people started saying, "Oh yeah, we're going back to Africa." Do you remember seeing people, they taking videos, they're bringing hate over there, talking about, "Oh, we're seeing non-blacks having stores and stuff." Oh, like they started, because the way they are programmed is to see, white people or different color people as superiors. So when they come to Africa, they bringing that same mentality, and that cannot work. That can't work over there. So let's go.
Who have been educated to think as patriotic individualists with no racial pride whatsoever, who believe in and look forward to the future integrated, intermarried society that is constantly being promised to them by the Negro politician. And therefore, this integration-minded 3 million minority remain an active part of the white-controlled political parties. But it must never be overlooked that these 3 million Negro integration seekers are only a small minority of the 11 million qualified Negro voters. The 8 million non-voting Negroes are the majority, the downtrodden black masses. They have refused to vote. They've refused to take a part in politics because they reject the Uncle Tom approach of the clergy politician leadership that has been handpicked for the so-called Negroes by the white man himself. This clergy politician leadership does not speak for the Negro majority. They don't speak for the black masses. They speak for the black bourgeoisie, the brainwashed, white-minded, middle-class minority, who, because they are ashamed of their race, because they are ashamed of being black and don't want to be identified with black, they are seeking to lose this black identity by mixing and mingling and intermarrying and integrating with the white society.
Well, Oh, yeah.
The race problem cannot be solved by listening to the white mind.
Well, anyways, you've seen and heard that, right? So that's what it is. This is why you are seeing people claiming they look just like you. They're claiming to be, native Indians. They are Moors. They are everything except African. How can you trust that type of quote unquote Pan Africanism? This is why I say Pan Africanism is for real Africans. That's for the real Africans. Okay, today, the one that is able to disguise it the most, Dr. Umar. He pushes the victimhood. And I'll tell you, even Dr. Umar is just pretending. He doesn't like Africa or Africans. It's all pretense. There is no way you can have, look, hate doesn't have a line. If you operate on openly being able to hate other group of people, like they would say, they are able to openly hate white people, right? It's disguised to justify it. That hate, that's the constant that can shift to someone else. Isn't Dr. Umar the same guy that would tell you snow bunnies never, black queens forever? Just a few months ago, didn't that twist around to he turned the weapon to the black queen when they disagreed with him? So hate is hate. So here's an interview he did with Jesse Lee, right? And I want to show you certain things. This is how I know the Pan-Africans, they are fake. Because if I'm from Africa, I went through the process, how to come here, and I know what it takes. But they come up with their own fantasy. They don't know how the process works. They want to speak for you and I. And it's based in lies. So us buying into that lies, that's not good for you. Don't you understand this? You are listening to somebody tell a lie and you just go along because they're telling you they're Pan-African. No. They are putting you at a disadvantage. And I sense a lot of jealousy and envy in it. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Here we go. Fair use.
White people can even cause them to be jealous of black Africans who come here and do very well. No, tell me this first. Who don't want you? Who don't want you here?
I'm listening to you.
No, you're not listening to me. You.
Let me make
I ask you a question and you go on and on. Are you comparing white Americans to the Nazis? And that's what you're doing? Let me tell you why most white Americans and good black folks don't want to live with other black people, because they don't want to live in ghettos. They don't want to live in crime-ridden areas. They don't.
You are a sad case, my brother.
What did I do?
I mean, you totally identify with the enemies of your people. You have no compassion.
What did I do?
For your people. We have to look at the conditions of the everyday black person. And the average black person isn't able to afford a lifestyle.
That's not what I'm asking you. You're wasting my time here.
Now,
are they racist against blacks?
Black people.
You're not even racist with truth. Instead of dividing them with lies, we're also rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man. I am Jesse Lee Peterson. I have with me, well, the man who at our, and he will be taking your call, Dr. Umar Johnson. Dr. Johnson is a psychologist and Pan-Africanist. He wrote the book Psycho-Academic Holocaust, the Special Education and ADHD War Against Black Boys. Very interesting. And I wanted to talk to him about these and other issues. So, Dr. Johnson, are you telling me that black people in America are so dumb that white people can even cause them to be jealous of black Africans who come here and do very well?
I think that what they're failing to recognize is when you control access to opportunity, you can sow the seeds of division. And so I want you guys to hear this, right? So Dr. Umar, the number one quote unquote Pan-African, but the language he's using, that's what jealous people and envious people
use. They no accountability. Like 1 minute is about skin color, but another minute he makes it sound like, oh yeah, the white people put Africans above them. You see, making Africans target to make it seem like no, the Africans were favored by the white people, but he's supposed to be a Pan-African, which is a complete lie, by the way. It's just another form of jealousy. So here we go.
Behavior that causes members within a particular group to work against their own best interests, to look out for their own selfish personal advancement. And that's exactly what happens among African people. For example, and I work with Africans from the continent. I'm a Pan-African. I'll be going to Ghana this summer, leading a group trip.
So is that a yes?
Let me make the statement, please. Because when you deal with these types of issues, they're not yes, no answers. You have to provide the context. And what I briefly want to say is that when Africans come to America, and I know this because I've been told this by many Africans here, they are told, okay, when they come through customs, when they come through immigration, that they would be better off if they didn't deal with Africans who are already here.
So you see, that's a damn lie. And I have been debunking this forever. That is a lie. That is a fat lie. These people don't want to take accountability for, their own inadequacies. They keep spreading these lies over and over, but they want to say it's Pan-Africanism. You Africans that are here that flew in. This guy saying at the port of entry, at the airport, they are telling you, don't mingle with Black Americans. Guys, put it in the chat if that's ever happened to you. It didn't happen to me. That's a big lie. That would be a lawsuit. Don't you guys understand that? There are Black people who work for immigration. You think those Blacks are going to stand there and allow people to be saying this about Blacks? So this is a big fat lie. Total BS. So this is how you know if this man is willing to lie like this. Imagine, isn't this whole thing, just a facade, wearing the, African garb to pretend like he's a Pan-African? Total lie.
They're told this when they go through their orientations that it's best to stay away from us. So many of them are afraid of mixing with African Americans because they understand that the American government does not look favorably upon us. And if you're here on a student visa or a work visa or any type of other temporary placement in America, you can be deported very quickly if they catch you working with Dr. Umar Johnson. So that's one of the reasons for the schism between.
Did you guys hear this? So he made himself feel so important. He's saying, oh yeah, if they catch him, like you come here as an African immigrant, they see you hanging out with Dr. Umar, you'll be deported. Why would they deport you? Is Dr. Umar a criminal? Why would they deport you? But you see, Dr. Umar and others, they say these things. Okay? So unless Dr. Umar is telling you something out here and not telling you what he does behind closed doors, this is not true. In fact, the guy saying facts, that's a lie. When I first came here, within my first few years, I mostly truly I'm around Black people nonstop. Most people, especially they come to New York, they are around Black people. So why are they here? This is not true.
Us and them, they're not allowed to be around us without being risking deportation.
Amazing. So that is a yes, that the white man influence is so great that he can influence Black Americans to hate Black Africans when they come
Black
here.
Americans do not hate Africans.
They're jealous of them. Their success.
That's a fact. They do not. They hate Africans. Majority. No, but most.
I do not believe that at all.
They're always saying that these African. They're always saying that they say that these African people who come here, the Blacks who come here, think that they're better than we are. So that is jealousy. That's the same.
Yes, he is correct. Guys, even here on my channel or even yesterday, wherever with Tariq, what do they keep complaining about? Oh, these Africans think they are better than us. I don't see Africans going around saying, oh, they are better than us. No, it's the people looking down on themselves. You compare yourself to people, there would be a part of you that would start thinking that way. Okay? There's a part of you that would start thinking like that.
Same thing they said about the whites, the Jews, any group that's done well in this country.
Let me say this. Two things you're overlooking. Number one, the Africans who are allowed to come to America are allowed to come here because customs and immigration knows that they're not going to get out of hand. There's a lot of revolutionary Pan-Africanists in Africa who have never been allowed to come to America. I have friends in Senegal, friends in Nigeria, friends in South Africa who've been trying to come to America, not to live, just to...
So get out of hand. So they should invite America, or any country should allow people into their country that would go and create problems there. Is that what he's saying? Which revolutionaries is he talking about who are not allowed to come here to America? There are plenty of people who are revolutionaries. Even Kwame Nkrumah was here. He went to school here. So what is he talking about?
Visit me. And their visas have constantly been turned down.
But there are a lot of folks who try to come here and can't get here.
Hold on. The African who is allowed to come to America is not the one who's likely to work with African people against white supremacy for collective betterment.
Well, we don't want troublemakers here.
Well, I don't consider someone fighting for their rights a troublemaker. When the European Jews stood up against the Nazis, they weren't making trouble. They were defending their human rights. And that's exactly what we do when we stand up. Now, if defending our rights, our human rights, makes us troublemakers, then so be it. But the other thing you're missing is all immigrants who come to America are giving preferential treatment over African Americans because we are not wanted here. The other thing you're missing
don't want you
is
here?
All immigrants, hold on.
No, who don't want you here, sir?
Let me finish this.
No, tell me this first. Who don't want you? Who don't want you here?
I'm listening to you.
No, you're not listening to me. You.
Let me make this
I ask you a question, and you go on and on.
2 seconds. 2-second statement, and that is this. All other non-white people who come to America are getting access to capital and resources that allows them the opportunity to build up business and commerce.
Another lie. Again, you see, Jesse is correct. That comes from a place of envy. Because you see, Dr. Umar have to tell these lies so that, he can justify to the blacks who are not making it. So it's like, oh no, these immigrants, they are giving money. Where is this money being given at? I would love to know it. Where is this money being given at? I mean, I would love to take some of that free money. This is a lie.
And the same banks that give them that opportunity practice financial racism against black people, which prevent us from having an opportunity to build up economic infrastructure. Racism is at the root of all of the ills that we suffer, Jesse.
Okay.
We do not control the miseducation system.
We
do
gave
not
you,
control the criminal
Doctor. Hold on. Hey, hold on.
We do not control the economy.
All right. You've seen and heard that. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So imagine, even like Ghana gave Dr. Umar citizenship in the name of Pan Africanism. So African countries have to start vetting to know the people they are giving this citizenship to, if they are looking for true progress of these African nations. That's all I'm saying. Because see, most of the Africans, these countries, they think they are bringing in, productive people. It's not real. I'm going to play one last Pan-Africanist, so-called, who now turned on Africans and calls himself FBA, right? He is pro-black, supposed to be, pro-black against white people. Let me show you. This is going to blow your mind. If those of you that know this guy, you will be like, no way. So here we go. Listen to, this is Phil from the African Diaspora Channel. I want you guys to hear this conversation with a white woman.
Marry white women and have children. I mean, people are human beings at the end of the day. I mean, we all want the same things. And, you know, focusing on color and all this other stuff, I mean, to me, like, racism is a form of mental illness, in my opinion. If this lady makes you happy and she happens to be white, go ahead, go with her. It goes way back in the past, okay, when slavery was going on. It was known.
So you hear him, right? He said racism is a form of mental illness. People, meaning the black people that are running around here talking about racism, they have mental illness. According to this guy, he said color means nothing. But now go and watch this guy's channel and you'll find out if he holds that view today.
That, hey, you know, black men, they slaves, you don't touch them. White women, they're, you know, the master's woman, okay?
Right.
But we all know that it happened. And it did happen. They had to sneak around to do it, okay? And a lot of people lost their lives behind it. So that relationship in America is the most taboo relationship, the black male, white woman relationship. And the ones who have the biggest problem with it, white men and black women, have a problem with that.
You've been in traditional, like, black man, black women relationships. Now with a white woman, what are the differences going to be?
Well, definitely you have two different cultures, of course. You have two different upbringings. You have two different, you know, like
the way society looks at you is completely, you know, obviously you're now looked at.
It's completely different. Like, as a black man, you may be looked at as a sellout. You know, by
why sell out? Why would he be selling out?
Because the stigma is this: a black man only get with a white woman as a trophy piece, or when he's successful. When he's broke and don't have nothing, a white woman won't give him no type of attention. Which we know that's not true.
No, I know from personal experience it's not true. I know
white men actually date more interracially than anybody.
So you guys are seeing this, right? This is your former Pan-Africanist turned to hating Africans. You see how these people, the identity keeps changing. So this is what I'm talking about.
Okay, but white women don't go up to them and say, "What are you doing?"
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that it doesn't.
No, they don't do that.
It's not the same thing.
No, it's not. And just like when it comes to black men, if you see a black woman dating a man of a different race, you know, we don't go up to them like, you know what I'm saying? We don't sell out, or we ain't looking at the guy all funny. But for the most part, black men don't really care about all that. They just trying to do them, whatever that may be. But if a black man is dating a woman of a different race and he has maybe the aura of success, then he's looked at funny and called, even from his own family, he could be called sellout and all his other
because the black man that's with this white woman and he's moving up the social ladder or something like that because he's with
that's what it is. I mean, because why I'm not gonna worry about what another man or woman got. I'm worried about the female I'm with.
Because you're happy with who you have, and that's the bottom line. And people are judging all the time. People are judging white men with black women, whatever it is. You know, it's just like, why does everybody have to judge everybody?
We have to recognize it as this. All of that is stemmed out of racism. I mean, we have to call it what it is. I mean, people are human beings at the end of the day. I mean, we all want the same things. And, you know, focusing on color and all this other stuff, I mean, to me, like, racism is a form of mental illness, in my opinion. If this lady makes you happy and she happens to be white, go ahead, go with her. And that's how it should.
All right. There you go. That's your pro-black guy who accuses Africans of everything. All right. So we have the panel is open. The link is in the chat. Hit the link. Come join the conversation. I have Kwame and American Man here. American Man, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Afridamus, my African-American friend. Hello from an American. How are you?
I am doing great. What about yourself?
I'm doing well, thank you. Listen, I agree with everything you're saying. I absolutely agree with you, right? And you've heard me speak several times. You know that I denounce the African American label. I denounce Africa, right? I have no problem with Africans, right? Those are people in their country, and that's okay. But as far as this we're all one and Pan Africanism, I actually abhor Pan Africanism. I want nothing to do with that.
Sorry, your mic is kind of super. Are you too close to it?
No, I got my headphones on. It's probably these weird headphones.
Oh, it's got like an echo.
Does it? Let me see.
It's like overly loud and echoing.
All right, let me do this. How's that?
That's much better. But yeah, what do you think about what I'm saying here? Like, the real Pan-Africanism is for real Africans. Africans struggle and black people struggle in the Americas are completely different.
Agreed. I I 100% agree with you. I have nothing in common with your struggle, and you
Right.
have nothing in common with mine. I 100% agree with you.
Thank you. All right. Let's go to Kwame. Kwame, welcome to the Afridamus Report. Real Pan Africanism is for real Africans and on the continent of Africa.
Yeah, I was listening and I read the title of your show today, and I can't believe how you just lied so, venomously, because the term Africa for the Africans was coined by the diaspora. The first Pan African conference was held by Afro Caribbeans in Britain. No Africans
Hold on, hold on,
can.
hold on, hold
Hold
on,
on. Let
hold
me.
on, hold on, hold on,
Oh
hold on.
God! You see, you cut me
Fine.
off. I can't
No,
even speak
hold on,
five
hold on,
seconds.
hold on, hold on. Fine. Let's say they held
I
it
can't
in
even
the
speak for
UK,
five
right?
seconds.
No, hold on. You said I lied. I'm telling you, hold on. I'm not saying, I'm telling you that the the real Pan Africanism is for Africans in Africa. Kwame Nkrumah, all these people fighting for independence, those are the people we recognize. And if you want to practice Africanism, that's who Africans should look for.
Yo, bro, you
So,
got to tell
hold on,
American man he got to mute his mic.
hold on. You are free. So this one that you're talking about, that's for you guys. We don't acknowledge that. That's what I'm telling Africans.
Well, Kwame Nkrumah and a couple other African leaders was directly influenced by Marcus Garvey. In
No,
fact, hold on, let me finish. In fact, most of their flags are influenced by the RBG. I could read direct quotes from Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta.
hold on, hold on.
Why everybody
Let him,
want to
let him,
interrupt?
let him, let him talk. Let him talk.
Yeah, the term Pan African was coined by the diaspora. It wasn't coined by
Again,
Africans.
hold
Africans,
on,
hold on.
hold on,
Can I finish?
Kwame,
Can I
Kwame.
finish?
Hold on, Kwame. Pan is an English word, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Africa was still there. The name was given,
I
right?
said, did you hear what I
So
said?
hold on,
I
hold on.
said the diaspora coined the term Pan African.
Hold on,
Y'all didn't have a concept of that.
hold on. We are using an English word. A pan is English, and Africa applies to people like us from Africa. So we combined it. So it doesn't matter. You guys can have your version of it, and I'm telling you
Right.
what our version is. This is for us in
Right.
our continent amongst us.
Right. When King Leopold killed 10 million Congolese, right? It was George Washington Williams who wrote a letter
Because he was
to.
a
Hold on,
journalist.
you cut me off.
He was a journalist,
No
sir.
African on the continent of Africa cared what was going on in the Congo, didn't care what was going on.
That's
It
not
was
true.
it was the diaspora
Look,
who coined.
look.
Hold on.
Hold on.
You
Again,
keep cutting me off.
Hold
I
on,
can't even make my
hold on,
point. You didn't
hold
cut
on.
off African
No, hold on. I
American man.
have to
As soon
hold
as I
on,
make my
hold
point, you
on.
cut me off.
No, because I'm talking about Pan Africanism. George Washington, that you speak of, he was a journalist. He went there, he saw what he saw, he wrote it, and the white people went after King Leopold. He was
What
a
does his
journalist. That's
occupation
it.
have to do with the term Pan African?
Look, this is the term because it's not your language, so we're using the
Right.
English language to apply to us. That's all I'm
Right.
saying.
Let me quote Kwame Nkrumah directly from his book, Ghana, the autobiography of Kwame Nkrumah, 1957. The design of the flag is based on flags of the Black Star Line, the shipping company founded by Marcus Garvey. Let me read some more quotes from the Pan-African colors. Red, black, and green are central. We honor Marcus Garvey and the liberation struggle. Robin McGarvey, flag unveiling in 1980. This is from Chukuma on Jubilee,
Again,
the
hold on,
Biafran
hold on, hold
Declaration
on,
of Independence.
hold
We
on.
adopt the
Everything.
colors of
Hold on,
Marcus Garvey:
hold
red
on,
for the
hold
blood,
on,
black for
hold on,
our race,
hold on,
green for
hold
our
on,
land. This
hold
is the
on.
Biafran flag.
How does that disprove what I'm saying, that
You
Pan
said in the
Africanism
title,
is
you're
for
playing
real
word
African?
semantics.
Is for hold
Hold
on.
on.
It's for let me tell you what I said. It's for real Africans in Africa who don't have the luxury to say today I'm this Indian and tomorrow I'm something else. Or today you are sitting, insulting Africa or saying you want to colonize. That's what I'm saying. The thing is, you can read this all you want. That does not disprove
Yes,
what
it does.
I'm saying. You are just reading things. I'm saying the practice
I'm
of
reading
this.
quotes
Hold
directly
on,
from
hold
African
on, hold
leaders.
on, hold on. The practice of it is for Africans amongst Africans. That's all I'm saying.
And all I'm saying is Africans are tribal. We are racist. You
Okay.
practice. Hold on. Let me finish
So,
my. Why everybody keep
then
cutting me off?
it wouldn't
Can I
work.
finish my?
You
Can I
just
finish
put
my
us on.
point? Everybody
Hold on.
cutting me off. The man
Because
below me
you
keep cutting me off. I can't even
hold on.
finish my point.
Because you're wasting time. I mean,
No,
I'm
no, no,
trying
no.
to
He
look.
can't. But
No,
how
can
am I
I finish
supposed to
my point?
finish the point, Afrodamus, if people keep cutting
This,
him off? The man mic not even
hold
working
on,
down
hold
there,
on,
and he's
hold
screaming.
on, hold on, hold on.
I can't. You keep cutting me off. The guy
Again,
below me coming.
he
I
keep
can't even make
hold
my
on.
point.
He keeps reading things. I'm telling you, that is saying this. Tell
Right.
me how you fit into the African fabric in Africa. That's what I want to hear. That's
Okay,
what would disprove
I'm
this.
telling you now.
Don't tell me about flags. I'm talking about
Okay.
practice.
You don't want to hear how we influenced and founded Pan Africanism, because that you said in your title, Africans founded Pan Africanism,
I said
which is
real Pan
false.
Africanism.
No.
Real Pan.
Real
I'm looking at
no.
the title. Look at the
Pan
title right
Africanism
here.
never existed in Africa until
Look
the
at
diaspora brought it there.
hold on. Look at this right here. I'm reading it. Everyone can see it. It's not about who started it. I'm telling you, you've heard me say what I said. Explain to us how you will go to Africa and fit right into that fabric to disprove what I'm saying.
Yeah, let me finish. Pan Africanism is not designed on tribal Bronze Age African ideology. We practice racism. You practice tribalism.
No,
That's
we
the
don't.
difference. You're stuck in Bronze Age thinking that's not
No,
conducive to global
that's not
thinking.
true.
We
That's
brought
not true.
hold on. We brought the practice of Pan-Africanism where we practice racism, not tribalism. We practice our race first, not our tribe first, not Wolof first, not
Oh,
Yoruba
so
first, not
when we go
Igbo
to
first, not Akan first, not
hold on.
not
So
Edo first.
let me ask you this. So when African nations come together, and vote in the interest of Africa in the UN, they are
Yes,
practicing
we
tribalism.
influenced that. We started that.
No,
Africans wouldn't even be
you're not even in the UN. How can you influence that, sir?
right. The OAU was
Sir,
literally hold on. The first
sir,
Pan
sir.
African Conference
Why
was
would you
started
use
by.
the hold on, Kwame? Why would you use not you, Kwame, but Afrodamus? Why would you use a UN congressional, semi-congressional vote as an example when
Well,
leaders of some hold on
because he
when
said
leaders of some
tribalism.
but when leaders of some of these countries are directly controlled by European money? Yeah, your
Like
governments have
who?
to. Tanzania
Again,
just had to be
okay.
flipped because
Again,
it wasn't even in
hold
the
on,
interest of Tanzanian
hold
people.
on,
The
hold on,
youth had to
hold on,
revolt.
hold on. Again,
And the mere fact that
this is between the same people there in that country. I'm saying you coming from the West with your Pan-African idea. How do
You
you fit
asked
in
how
that
he fits
fabric?
into how
Yes, that's what I'm
your
asking.
original question was how do Black Americans fit into the fabric of Africa?
Not just Black
Africa.
Americans, not just Black
Anybody. So
Americans.
anybody, right?
Yes.
So if an African American or if a Black American goes
Let
over
him
there and
let him
purchases,
finish. Let him finish.
hold on,
We'll
if a
come to
Black
you.
American goes over there and purchases real estate, he's fitting into the fabric of Africa. If an African
White people
American
do
goes
that
over there
too.
and wears a
White,
dashiki, he's fitting into the fabric of Africa.
white people
Come
do
on,
that
man.
too. White
and the
people
mere
do it. Lebanese, your people, they do it. The Assyrians, they do it.
Why would you do that? I
Chinese,
didn't do that.
Chinese. Chinese do it too. So they are Pan Africans then.
The mere fact that you got on this stage and said that apartheid white South Africans are more Pan African than us is a spit in our face.
Yeah, that's
after we
disprove me.
Huh?
Disprove it.
After we fought and gave y'all tribal Africans stuck in Bronze Age fighting over cows.
Who is we? Who is we?
My people, Marcus Garvey, Martin Delaney.
Marcus Garvey never set foot in. Marcus Garvey never set foot in. He never set foot in Africa, sir.
So what?
He was here marching with the blacks. And
why you not in Africa?
Hold on.
You
was
here in America with a MAGA hat on, and you don't even agree with Pan-Africanism.
Hold on. Let me finish. He was here marching with the blacks. Some people even call him a grifter. Eventually, he got deported back to Jamaica, and then he ran back to another white man's country. Right. So, how did
Marcus Garvey was buying ships when Africans were selling each other?
Hold on.
And in fact, the diaspora when they got to Liberia, y'all was still selling Africans.
Again, tell me how Marcus Garvey, who was marching in New York, writing letters,
influence African.
Hold on,
let me. I'll tell you.
Africans. Hold on.
Jomo Kenyatta, the first president of Kenya, stated. Jomo Kenyatta, the first president of Kenya, stated the Negro world and listened to an article 2 or 3 of the Times of Marcus Garvey. This is what they were doing in Africa. What are we doing, brother?
Hold on.
What are we doing,
Hold on, Kwame.
You just asked, and I answered.
Hold on, Kwame. Tell me how Marcus Garvey was fighting for Africans. That's all I'm asking.
Gave you. Me and Cam literally just gave you everything that you need to know.
So you just
niggas out there with battalions and swords fighting.
Why don't you guys tell me? Hold on.
Come on now. You're moving the goalpost.
Tell me your role you've played in the liberation of any of these countries.
Yeah, we just
did.
So doing it. So just
prior to 1950.
Hold on. So you mean this
prior to 1950? No African countries.
Fuck Black America. Look at
the tribal African. Look at the tribal uncivilized African.
Look at that uncivilized African. Look at him.
Look at him.
He's gonna slap the phone with his sandals soon. He's gonna slap the phone with his sandals.
Look at him.
Hold on.
Africans were telling each other there was no Pan-Africanism.
Hold on.
When Congo was
at him.
When King Leopold was killing 10 million Africans in the Congo, where was the Africans to speak up? Why the diaspora who live in good in America got to speak up for Africans?
Hold on. Let me answer your question. You see, you just proved my point, right? Pan-Africanism, I'm saying, is for the real Africans. You see, when you speak, you differentiate it. You said the Africans. You keep saying the Africans, meaning you are not African.
I'm an African descent.
Now, hold on. You proved my point.
Descent.
Hold on. You keep saying the Africans, the Africans. You see that
you don't
that
even
proves,
agree with Pan-Africanism.
Hold on.
Do you agree with Pan-Africanism?
Hold on. You just proved my point that you are not. Hold on. You are not a real African.
I am a real African.
Hold on.
I am a real African.
Hold on. That's why
my ancestors were sold by your people to Jamaica and elsewhere.
So are you sure
for Frankins and Muskets? You sold out
the real question.
The question is today.
The question is today. Are you an African today?
Hold on, Kwame.
Yes, I'm an African today.
Kwame, let me answer.
What citizenship do you hold?
Yesterday, I'm an African today. Yesterday, the day
American
before,
citizenship.
I was an African when I was born.
Is Africanus an American?
One at a time. One at a time.
Look,
one at a time.
Out of here, man.
Cam.
An unfair argument, Africanus. You know that.
Cam, you would have to exercise self-control, because what you're doing, you're ruining the show.
Exactly.
Like you can't keep cutting in. I'm the host here. Let me ask the question till it's your turn. Okay? I mean, we can't keep doing this. That's ruining the show. Let me respond to Kwame, and
I
then
apologize. Go ahead.
we'll go to American Coffee. Then we come to you, Kofi.
Okay.
Kwame, sorry, Kwame. You do realize, like, a lot of people who, in fact, some of your ancestors, maybe your people sold your great great grandfather because people was, there were people, majority of people who were selling people, they themselves ended up becoming slaves. They ended up getting sold. So your idea to think that just because the people who remained in Africa, those were the people who were selling, don't you think that's silly? That's just like saying all Africans sell diamond. Is this true?
No, you're missing my point.
No. I'm not
My
missing your
point. My
point.
point is
Your
African.
people probably sold
Listen,
each
prior
other.
to
What
hold
if
on,
you're
hold on.
from a tribe that sold each other? Have
Yeah,
you ever thought about that?
yes. The
So,
Ashanti and Akan people sold each other. Can I respond? Can I respond? Look at the dude. He keep getting off the mic. Can I just respond briefly? And you could pass the mic. The mere fact that you lied in your title and said Africans founded Pan Africanism, we
oh,
founded it. You
really?
practice
Oh, hold on,
African. See,
hold on,
now look
hold
at
on,
them. They all
hold on.
triggered.
Hold on. I'm
And
Everybody.
why he
reading.
not yelling
I'm
at that
reading
man
it.
that's screaming in the
Hold
Yeah, he
on.
not
phone,
yelling at
Africanus?
nobody else but
That
me,
man
Hold
that's
on.
but me and
screaming in the
Cam.
phone, can he get the same lecture I
Cam,
just got, please?
Cam, you are not the host here.
But I feel it's
Who's yelling?
unfair treatment.
You
That's unfair
Mike,
hold
treatment.
on, Cam,
and the other
who is
dude
yelling?
with the
You
glasses
didn't
was
just see
Hold
yelling.
on.
the dude in the camera yelling with his
Okay,
nostrils in the
With his
camera stuff?
nostrils
hold on.
all in the camera.
Okay, if you want me to treat you like I treated him, he's in the backstage. At
Okay.
least I gave you the lecture. Do you want me to put you backstage
No,
with
no,
him?
I apologize. I just want fair
All
treatment
right.
also.
Okay. He is backstage because he's yelling. I can't hear what he's
Can I
saying.
briefly respond to?
Look, Kwame, this is why I said I gave all the different criterias why the Pan Africanism is for real Africans. Because see, we don't have the issue to try to legislate saying, oh, I'm mad because my great grandfather was sold, blah blah blah. We've moved on
I'm not
from
mad.
that.
I'm not
Oh,
mad. We're not.
hold on. Let me
I'm
finish.
a Pan African.
Hold on. We, the real Africans, we don't have time for those discussions. As far as we're concerned, that world no longer exists. And maybe your tribe, your people, they sold each other. Okay.
Right.
So
And
now you live elsewhere. Now you want to be jealous and envious and hate the people who live in Africa now. Okay.
Why would I be jealous of Africa? I consider myself an African.
Oh,
I just think that the
that doesn't make
diaspora
you
have to
one.
save.
That doesn't make you one.
We just have to save tribal Africans like you to
Okay.
bring y'all up to speed to
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 what?
21st century
So what
theology.
is your theology today? Tell me
Is
about it. How is how did that help you?
Yes, my theology and Pan Africanism promotes racism. Your theology promotes tribalism.
Oh, so we
My
should
theology
practice
hold on. My theology focus on financial, economic, political, and social cohesiveness of all Africans and African descent.
all right.
Your
We don't
your
buy
philosophy is
we don't buy your Pan Africanism. Practice it
I
in
think
right, but
America.
your leaders did. Your
Yeah,
leaders did.
I
we
think you
don't.
guys
Your leaders did.
I think you guys are missing something, right? I think you guys are missing something, and here's what you're missing. Aphrodamus and his people are telling you we don't want what you're selling, and we got one Arab here who's like 10% black, cosplaying as a black man. The
No,
other person, I
you
don't
don't know
know,
the
I
man.
don't
You don't
know,
Hold
know
on,
the
I
man.
Kwame.
don't
Let him
know, I
speak.
don't
Let him
know,
speak. Let him
I
speak.
don't know, I don't know what the
Is
other guy
Frederick Douglass a
is,
white man? Is Booker T. Washington a white
Hold
man?
on. Let him talk,
right?
Kwame, and then we go to Cam. After American, then we go to Cam.
I don't know what the other guy who's speaking is, right? But here's the thing you guys don't realize. The Africans are telling you they don't want what you are selling, and you're trying to force them to buy it. Just separate yourself from them. That's why I'm for separation from these people. right? Because I understood early on these people do not want any existence with us. So you guys are arguing and begging them to be your allies when they do not want to do it. They're the
Respectfully, that's my
problem with
mother
that.
continent. I don't care what a tribal Bronze Age African is thinking. Africa
Here's the
is
thing
my
though.
mother
Kwame,
continent
let me
where my
respond to this,
ancestors
man.
came from.
Here's
Let,
the thing
I
though.
don't
Here's the
care
thing
what
let me
though.
know when I can
Hold
African
on,
who
hold
fight
respond.
on,
over
hold on,
Please,
hold
power
on,
ignoramus,
hold
stop.
on,
and where
hold
my
on.
Let me know
cows
when
raised at. I don't
American
care
man
what they think, bro.
ignoramus
That's
stop, please, so I can
Here's
respond.
when you here's where you monkeys make the mistake, right? These people are telling you they don't want you, and you're trying to force yourself on them, and you think it's some position of power. They're telling you we don't want you. This talk, this talk that you fools make of like that's my motherland and blah blah blah, and some Arab guy thinks he's gonna come up and talk to me. Man, fuck that Arab guy. See now I'm gonna get nasty.
Nobody cares.
That,
Don't,
that's
you're
Okay,
the
not
absolute.
let
tough.
me
Hold on,
tell you
hold on,
guys something.
hold on.
Let me
You're
tell
not
you
tough,
guys
bro.
something.
You're not
Let
tough.
me tell
let,
you
let,
guys.
let's not
Hold on,
let's
hold
not
on, hold on,
come
hold
on.
on. First of all,
Move the
first of
conversation
all,
on to
first of
him.
all, this
Hold
is
on.
not about
He
being
already
tough.
spoke. He
That's what you
This
guys
isn't
do.
about
You
being
are. You're
tough.
passing off like you're tough and you're
Afrodamas,
soft
you
as
letting a
baby
man
This is
shit.
speak.
We're
not.
not
This is
You
trying to
not
you
hear
about
about
talking to
none
being
of
him and
that,
other
tough.
bro.
people on the panel.
This is not about
Hold
being
on, hold on,
tough. I
Let him
don't
go
care
on his
about
little
what you
silly
Arabs
hold on,
soliloquy.
think
hold
and
on,
feel.
Let him go on his
I'm
little
not
silly
tough.
soliloquy. Let that
hold
baby
on,
girl talk. Go ahead, baby
hold on,
girl.
hold
Finish.
on, guys, guys.
I don't know. I don't know what these goddamn sand niggas are talking about. But I don't do tough on the internet because tough on the internet is retarded. That's number one. So I don't know what you sand niggas are talking about. Second, you guys are trying to sell something to people who do not want to buy it. It's quite simple. And you guys don't realize that. You're trying to force them to buy this Pan Africanism and they don't want it, right? They want Epidemics, his entire show is about Pan Africanism among the African continent, and that's it. He does not want anything you guys are selling. And you guys need to accept it. Stop crying like little girls and forcing him to accept you guys. You guys are American. Be American and shut the hell up and enjoy it. That's it.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Cam.
Afrodamus is not a Pan
Go
African.
ahead, Cam.
He's a tribal
All
man
right, thank you.
from
Let Cam speak now. Go ahead, Cam.
I apologize to this whitewashed nigga that was just speaking. I understand that whatever percent African or black that I have in me made my father more of a man than he did yours because you have no
Nigga, I
backbone.
don't give a fuck
I,
about what
I,
no
I,
Arab has
I
to say.
apologize for your
Hold
shitty
on,
Nigga,
let,
fuck
upbringing.
you, you
I
hold
Arab.
on, hold on.
apologize for
respectfully
your
Hold
shitty
on,
he didn't
hold on,
interrupt
upbringing.
the
guys.
man.
One mic,
I
one mic.
Nigga,
apologize for
I'm
your
more Arab.
I
Hold on,
apologize
one
for
mic,
your
one mic,
sorry ass
please.
mother for
Hold on.
creating something like you instead of spitting your ass out. I
Now
apologize
you
for
talk
you.
about my
You have
mother.
no
Hold on.
backbone. So
Okay,
now
guys,
let
guys,
me
let's keep
continue.
it clean. Let's keep it clean,
He just
please.
insulted me, and now you want me to keep it clean.
I'm offended by this Arab guy. You need to say
Now
something.
let me continue. I
Yeah.
Because
apologize
he's
for how he
Moroccan, he's from
feels.
Arab. You know
No
what I
one
mean?
is trying to
He
sell
belongs to the
Africans
Arab League.
anything. We are
Now this
simply
Arab guy wants
we
to
are
talk about my
simply
mother.
we are
Yo, you got
simply
two people
reacting.
interrupting Cam. Come on,
Exactly. We are
Afrodamus.
simply,
That's
and
not
he's not
fair.
doing nothing about
That's
it.
Hold
not
on,
fair.
hold on, hold on.
We are
Kwame,
simply
Kwame,
reacting
you
You
and
are
got
having a
interrupting
IE as
dialogue.
me.
an American man interrupting
They're
Cam. That's not
triggered.
Kwame,
fair.
They're triggered.
hey, Cam, go ahead. Guys, please
Thank you
let him
so much.
speak.
We are not trying to sell you anything. We are simply reacting and having dialogue with the narrative that you are putting out there. That's all we are doing. Nobody is worried about you Africans, bro. We are reacting to the content that you're putting out there. This is on a public platform, so you are publicly being dialogued with. What is the problem?
Wait,
And I close there.
wait, you're addressing me or American man? You're welcome to have the conversation. That's what it's about. So
Thank you. Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah. Okay, now let's go to IS. Go ahead, IS.
Yeah, after that one, if you can hear Kwame and that Arab guy, they could never be Africans. That's the
Right.
first thing, you know what I mean? So, like I always say, the blacks in America or the blacks in the
Yeah,
West,
yeah,
or
fucking
some of
boy,
these
they're
people,
not because
these people are they like food soldiers for imperialism. All they do is practice imperialism. You see how Kwame every little thing and the Arab guy every little thing they if you don't go with the Africans they say these Africans, that Africans, they're not civilized. And the one thing they don't understand is like when like for example, Ibrahim Traore, when he said Pan Africanism, he's not considering the people in the West. He's talking about the people in the continent. He doesn't mean when they say diaspora, we don't mean like people that are born in the West or I mean like people that have slave and ancestry. We mean like people that left Africa and went to the West and give birth to their children. We include those people as diaspora. We're not including. They don't understand that. At least one thing I like about the FBA people, at least they know who they are. They know they're not Africans, and they can tell us straight up. But people like Kwame, they're very dangerous because one minute they're Africans, next minute they that. They just go with the wind. They're gone by the wind tribe, and now they're accusing of us being tribal.
You don't know me. You don't know me. So
Kwame, let him finish. Kwame, let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah, man, I'm not gonna take long, man. I'm driving, man. I'm about to park over here and give you the mic back. So people like Kwame, they don't understand that you could never be African, my friend. You never been to Africa. You from Jamaica. Just be Jamaican. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with being Jamaican. So all that stuff he talking doesn't make sense unless you when he come to Africa and then you can still claim Pan Africans and then we can talk. Okay? So I'll stop there for now because I'm busy right now.
Let's bring in Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, for that was, man. You know, this kind of conversation, man. When I listen often, it's almost like a lot of times, like people still like stuck in the past or something. You know, I honestly, when I want to have this conversation, I want to be in the present. I want to have a big in the context of the present day, 2025. In 2025, this if you want to do whatever you want to call it, whether it's Pan Africanism or Black Unity, Black whatever, it's gonna have to be on the governmental level. It's gonna have to be because anything you want to do, you're gonna have to have power first. So the people that have power to enforce or create or any policy or things like that, it's gonna have to be people in the government. So for Black unity or anything like that, it's gonna have to be with countries with Black governments, like the African countries, the sub-Saharan African countries, and the Caribbean countries. When I say Caribbean countries, I'm talking about the one with Black-run, government, like Jamaica, Haiti. I'm not talking about Dominican or even Honduras and stuff like or one of those. No, I'm talking about a country where it's Black-run, Black. Those are the ones that can come and say want to do Black unity because they are governments. You and I can be on the internet doing all these. Oh, it's like this, it's like that all day. That's as far as we can go. Just talking, curse each other out, and it's a waste of time. Or Umar Johnson, all these guys, they can just talk, argue. That's all. That's as far as they can go. They can. At the end of the day, you can't do nothing. They have no power to enforce anything. Now, the issue of who's African, who's non-African in 2025, to be a member of a society, to call yourself a person of a place, you have to acquire citizenship. That's a process to everything. Africans and I didn't just wake up in Africa and start calling ourselves Americans. We wanted to become American. We have to figure out the process. Okay, you have to go ahead, do this, apply, and go through a process and become American. Kwame, if you want to become an African, you're gonna have to figure the process of becoming a citizen of an African country to be an African. You can't just say because my DNA in 2025. That's not how they define anybody. You have to become a citizen.
In 2026, I will be a Ghanaian citizen.
I'm the and then after that they can come here and say, hey, I'm a Ghanaian now. Now that's if the Ghanaians now really tell then you can come back and say, hey, I'm a Ghanaian citizen now. But a Ghanaian constitution, I can vote in Ghana and I can put
and Dr. Umar is a Ghanaian citizen also.
Say it again.
Dr. Umar Johnson is a
okay, fine for him, but then even despite being now becoming Ghanaian still doesn't give you the authority or the power to now say you want to not be the one to create the movement, the movement or whatever for Ghana or for Africa. No, he's going to be the government. He's going to be the government of Ghana. He's going to have to speak on behalf of Ghana. Just like I can't see him be telling you the way for Nigeria or the way for. No. I can't decide that. He's going to be in the Nigerian government, meeting with the other African government and coming together to decide the way forward for the whatever Black unity they want to do. Now, you and I, as individuals, we can talk about how me and you can, if you want to be friends or not. Now, after me personally, I don't think because based on skin color, you can become my friend or my brother or anything. I have to examine your character and things like that and look at you and see if you and I even can fit in any way or form. So this whole Blackity Black thing, I'm sorry, he's just creating he's creating more problem than anything else. This whole Black unity, what the heck is that? Dude, come on, guys.
I'm not about Black unity. I'm about Pan Africanism.
Thank you, Mike. Let's bring in DG.
comment real quick. I'm so tired of these fake ass stations talking crazy too. Like, what are you doing on the net? Why ain't you out there fighting for Haiti right now?
Princip is Haitian.
Go fight
He's
for Haiti right now. Barbecue needs you, nigga. Barbecue needs you right now. Jimmy needs you, nigga. Get off the fucking net.
Hold on. Let's allow.
Look at how this Arab. Listen to this Arab.
Hold on, guys. Let's bring in Infinity. Okay, Infinity, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Infinity. Unmute yourself.
Hold on. Can you listen to me?
Yes.
Yeah? In Ghana, back in the 1700s, I didn't know my flipping white great-great-great-grandfather was a slave trader in the Dutch West India Company. I don't need this fucking packy bastard fucking speaking for me. I don't need this packy bastard speaking to me when Ghana supplied England's, Denmark's, fucking Holland's, fucking France's, fucking 24 gold currencies when they were slaving their people. I don't need this fucking packy bastard. I want to fucking go to these bastards and the black neo-Nazi FPF. I want to go to an absolute nuclear fucking world. I do not like them. And you know why they kill themselves?
Infinity, we want to hear you, but Infinity, what are you talking about? We're trying to hear you.
Look, I'm speaking about during slavery. Yeah? During slavery, we don't know Africa. You don't know Africa.
You're from Ghana?
Yes. Hold on. You don't know. Can you listen to what I'm saying?
Okay.
Can you respond? You know something? You don't know Ghana supplied England, France's, Denmark, and Denmark and Holland's 24 carat when they were slaying the African people. You don't know.
Who don't know that?
The dog shit in black dog shit in America and the fucking white dog shit. Hold
on. Who don't know that?
No, the dog shit in America. They think they gave us money in Africa. It was we gave them, and look what they were doing at the same time. They haven't got no fucking conscience.
Oh, you're talking about the blacks in America saying that you owe them money?
No, and the white dog shit and the country's in control as well.
What, they think you owe them money? I don't know about that.
Look, Afridamus. What is Ghana famous for?
But Ghana wasn't around back then. The country of Ghana.
No. The land with we got a lot.
You mean the Gold Coast?
Hold on, listen to me. We got Cape Coast Castle, Elmina. You know when they were slaving the people from the 1500s?
Now, let's talk about the present, man.
We're talking about now.
You see, Africans brought up the slave trade. I didn't bring up the slave trade.
Yeah, look, and shut up your fucking breathing from
so we can understand you, brother. That's all we saying. Calm down.
Hold on. Calm down.
But we can't understand you.
Infinity, take a breath. Infinity. Akoyba. Calm down.
You're breeding from animals. You're just animals. You're nothing.
Right.
You're breeding farms. You're breeding from
All right.
You know, African, let me say something real quick. You know, one danger of raising your kid in these Western countries, if you're an African, is you got to be careful because it looks like they tend to pour this past misery into them. You know, like, oh, this, you know, growing up in Africa, we don't have to grow up consuming this past misery stories and all these things. We know what happened when you see that something that's happening gone. That's a different era. It's like Africans today just trying to look to the future and trying to fix the presence, and you know that's what we focus. But it's like when I engage these people that grew up in the Western world, you know, it's almost like they're stuck in this. That it's like that's their identity. That's all they feel and understand is the misery of the past, the slavery.
Mike, unfortunately, in the West, we have social studies and history class. I'm not sure
these things are not good for your health.
You know,
I mean, that type of feeling. Hold on. For
history
one,
or social studies.
Calm down.
That's the problem. Why the Francophone countries is still
forget all these
Africa. Because y'all don't know history. Y'all move along.
That's so smart. Francophone countries are dominating Africa. How do you know we don't know history?
Mike,
you don't study history.
Mike,
This
ignore.
why I
you
said
know,
this
you
guy
know,
he's not
the
African. He's
average,
faking
the
it.
average
Mike,
continental
Mike,
African is
Mike,
not even aware of
Mike,
any slave
Mike,
trade or
Mike,
Have you even lived
colonialism.
in Africa in
They're
your
not
life?
aware.
hold on, Mike. Mike, here's the thing. You have to ignore Kwame. He's telling you his perception of Africa. Like he doesn't even know what the hell he's talking about. I mean,
He
the guy's
doesn't know
clearly
that some of us,
he's
our
not.
history goes
He
back
doesn't.
thousands of
Hold on.
years.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. So he's just saying whatever he likes. So
They
I
don't
don't.
teach
I don't
It's
think
history or
he's so
American
social
clear.
studies
perspective.
in Nigeria.
Okay,
It's
sure.
They
Black
don't.
American perspective. Do you know that where I come from, my empire, we have history that goes back thousands of years? Do you know that?
Yeah, but let's allow DG also to come in, okay? DG, welcome to the Afridamus Report. DG, what do you think about what I'm talking about here?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
I can
My
hear
boy
you.
Duwale. What's up,
Yes.
Duwale?
Hey, salam alaikum, brother. I salute you. Well,
Alaikum assalam.
Afridamos, we do know Pan Africanism did not come one single person.
Right.
It grew slowly from many African and African diaspora thinkers.
Right.
But the main founder recognized by history is Henry Slifters Williams, Trinidad, 1896, 1911. Just imagine a black man in Trinidad. It's not even in Africa. It's not in Ghana, Ethiopia, Kenya. I mean, look at the emotion that black man had and created the Pan-Africanism. So, if you just look and go to the history of who created the Pan-Africanism, it did not come from Africa. It came from.
No, I'm not
West.
looking at. Hold on, DG. I'm not speaking about who started what. I'm saying, for example, maybe because the situation the blacks were in outside, in a minority controlled by their masters. Like, of course, it makes sense for them to unite to be free, right? But my point. Hold on. My point is, it was not necessary for us to make placards and write papers saying we are Pan Africa. We are already that. That's my whole point. That's the whole point I'm making here. Okay, so I'm saying that Pan Africanism back in those days, that doesn't work anymore. That's outdated.
It doesn't work because it came from West nations.
Right.
Yeah, and that's why I'm agreeing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The Pan-Africanism should come from Africa.
Thank you. Now you understand me.
Yeah, and that's why I appreciate my brother, American man. You blacks in America, you are American. You blacks in Trinidad, you are in that country. Let us have our own Pan-Africanism.
Afridamus, let me say one thing real quick.
Do not impose us on us what the CIA told you to do us.
Afridamus, let me even say this real quick. You know this one drop rule thing in America, right? Like one person has.
Can I speak to him?
Hold on, give me a second. Let me just say this real quick. You see, someone can have African blood, have European blood, Asian blood, right? A lot of Black Americans have mixed blood, right? So can they really go to this other race that they're mixed with and go telling that they're from there? Like a lot of them are mixed with Europeans. Can they really go to Europe and be saying, I'm European because I have European blood? You don't. Why is it only Africa that you have to force yourself to be an African? Though we African, we're not saying.
That's a good question.
You know, why do you have to? I mean, the past.
No, we can't go.
If you had a kid,
let me answer that real quick. We cannot go to Africa.
American man.
Guys, one mic.
I don't even know why in the panel. Can I just ask Mike Olawale one question? Mike Olawale, you're a Yoruba man. If you had children with a white woman, wouldn't those kids be considered Yoruba?
See, Yoruba, we have one rule in Nigeria. You are from your father's ethnic group. That's what we do. If hold on, calm down. Let me explain it to you.
So if you had mixed kids, they would still be.
You're not gonna let me lie, man. Can you calm down?
Kwame.
My kids. I didn't fully answer your question. Let me answer your question.
Yeah, hold on, Mike. In the plantations And throughout the mixture in America, you can say for sure those mixtures came from the father. If they come from the father, sometimes white man, then that means you white, right, Kwame?
And most of them are white, honestly.
Right,
I
right,
mean,
right.
not in our 21st
We Du
century
Bois is white.
No, no, but,
According
technologically
to my
advanced
rules, where I'm from,
Pan
Kwame,
Africanism.
let me answer your question.
Maybe
You say if
maybe in
Isaac,
your tribal, maybe in your
Kwame, let me
tribalism,
answer the question, sir.
maybe your
Mhm.
tribalism,
Kwame,
Bronze Age thinking
No,
that
no, no,
may
no,
work for
no, no, no,
you.
no. Kwame,
Let me answer your question.
Kwame, you just ask the man, right? And the answer is, because you see, you are what your father is. In the plantation, though, you are what your mother is. The child's condition carries the mom's. This is why you see, like in America, in the West, the mother have more say over the child. Where we come from, the father is who determines. But if we go by what you're saying, that would mean, you see how that destroys the one drop rule, how that's not going to work with us? Because that one drop, we don't know where it came from. It could be from the mother, you know? So your mother is determining who you are. So we don't know that. So therefore, you have to go seek that identity and be pure before you come to us. That's all I'm saying.
Actually, Afrodamas, the country I'm from, on average, we about 90% E1B1A with little to tiny admixture. Little to tiny
Look, then
admixture.
why is there
I've been waiting.
Jamaicans who are
Hold on,
confused?
Afrodamus. I've been waiting to speak now, like because the brother says something, and
I
I
was
don't
waiting
want to
for
drift
Mike's
off
answer because
topic.
I want to learn from Mike,
Hold
man.
on,
What he
hold
was
on,
saying, man.
I believe
guys.
DG says something about that this is what the CIA told us to do. This is what happens when you come to a country and you don't know what you're talking about. J.
He's not
Edgar Hoover
here.
himself, hold on. J. Edgar Hoover himself said Negro unity was the greatest threat to the US. Do you
Of
see how
course.
you're
So,
the division now? This
but
came out of J. Edgar Hoover's
hold
mouth.
on. Let me show you.
Negro unity
Hold
was
on,
the greatest
hold
threat
on,
to the
hold on,
US.
hold on, hold on. Let me play this to show to Mike so you understand. This Kwame's thinking. Somebody, a Jamaican, showed us how some of them really are. So let's hear this.
A Jamaican with an
Hold
African
on.
shirt
Once you
on.
have my skin color, you are an African. But most people in the Caribbean, if you tell a Jamaican, you are an African. No, me an African, I'm a Jamaican. No, you were taken from Africa. You've been a Barbados. No, I'm not I'm a Bajan. Listen, you are an African. We were all taken and scattered all.
So this guy came from a background where they have to convince some of them that they are in fact from
Afrodama, can I
Africa.
respond
So
to
this
after you
this
done?
explains his attitude towards
No.
Africans.
I'm a Pan African.
So the things he says, you notice the moment he disagrees with you, he starts trying to disparage Africans. He would separate. So that tells you clearly, like, because even in real life, like I've seen some Jamaicans even here, you mistake them for like African. You think they're from Ghana or somewhere, man, they will be pissed. Like, man, me from Jamaica, man. Me not African. Like it's like
Afrodamas, is
they
it
are
not
so
Jamaicans that live in
repulsed.
your country? If it's not,
It's like,
are they not Jamaicans that live in your
dude,
country?
I'm not saying all. Okay, I'm
So why
not
you
saying all.
generalizing? You just
Isn't
generalizing.
Obenfo
Hold on. I'm
Isn't
not.
Obenfo
Hold on.
Haitian and he lives in Ghana? Doesn't he
Who?
have Ghana? Like,
Who?
what's going on here? Obenfo.
Look. There are people. Even I've seen these people make videos claim Pan African. They've been to Africa. They're there. They hate Africans. They hate being African. I've seen it. So
But
that's nothing.
Afrodamas,
Let's allow random guy to
can I just
speak.
respond briefly?
Go
Just
ahead,
briefly.
because we have two people here
I
who
know,
have
I
been
know, no.
spoken.
I just want to respond briefly.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have to agree to some degree because I'm a Pan African, but I could understand the other side. Some people don't want to be associated with Bronze Age tribalism. I understand
Sure.
that.
Okay. Now you're becoming redundant. You keep repeating yourself. We get it. We're in the Bronze Age. Thank you. Let's move on
thank
to the
you.
next guy. Random as Negro. Go ahead.
Uh, can you hear me?
Yes. Where you calling from?
Oh, I'm calling from the good old nation's capital. Stuff.
Washington, D.C.
That's right.
All right. So, what do you want to add to this good old
Well,
conversation over here?
what is there something in particular? I was taking my time to listen so I can hop in appropriately. What was the main, I guess?
The main
Yeah.
topic here is real Pan Africanism is for real Africans on the continent of Africa. That's where it can be practiced properly amongst Africans. Nothing, the idea of Western blacks bringing their Pan Africanism have no place in Africa. Go.
I see absolutely no problem with that because I also agree that there are a lot of things that Africans should stay out of our business of. So if that's you all's thing,
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I agree with you. Like, for example, right?
Folks alone.
That, like, if you say African, right? For example, I don't see Africans, being part of Black American business here. But if you're talking about a politician who is a U.S. citizen, hold on, let me finish. Hold on.
That's not true.
You say what?
The Essence Festival this year was just hosted by Africans. This is why a lot of African Americans or Black Americans didn't go.
Hold on. No.
What do you mean you don't involve yourself in Black business? That's not true.
No.
That was false.
Hold on. That person owns it.
Exactly.
Owns it.
From it, correct?
No.
Africans don't involve themselves in Black American business.
Hold on.
He owns the company.
Hold on. He owns the company. That's what the person can. It's like saying,
profiting from it, sir. Is he profiting from it? That's a simple question.
Look,
that's his company. If you're not supposed to profit from his company,
hold on, Cam.
My one point, if it's okay, could I finish one point?
Hold on, Cam.
I don't want to speak too long.
That's a bad example. If the person owns it,
how is it a bad example when the Essence
you said
traditionally Black American?
Hey,
hold on.
How is it a bad example? They sold it. They don't own it.
To him.
It's a traditionally Black American business.
Well, then why did they sell it to the individual?
That's a bad example. Denial. I get it. Denial.
No, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you the problem with the Essence Festival thing, right? Let me explain to you that. Let me try to bring some levity to this argument here, right? What happens is, yes, Essence is historically Black American. What happens is, right? Here's what happened: Black Americans decided we're gonna align with all these Africans and all these Hispanics and all these Arabs, and we're going to let them in. And so what happened is that an African came and bought Essence because Black America decided to align themselves because Black America aligned themselves with all these groups that they should not have. They should have, right? They should not have. So an African came in and purchased it when it was for sale, which it was for sale.
I can't believe they complaining about somebody's.
It was for sale.
Okay, all right,
It's not a matter of hold on. I know you niggas can't handle the truth. It was for sale, and an African came in and purchased it, and he brought in his people. Why would you be surprised? It was for sale. An African came in and purchased it for his people. That you shouldn't be surprised about that. The real problem is, oh my God, if you shut up, the real problem is, if you shut up, the real problem is, is that Black America invited everyone in and did not guard that themselves. And now that the fruits of not guarding it themselves as Black America is flourishing, we want to blame the Africans. No, it was a sale. It was purchased by an African, and he's inviting his people in, showing you that you are not his people. That's the point of all of this, you dumb niggers. They don't consider you their people.
Hold on. Let's allow a random guy to finish his point. Sorry for interrupting you, random guy. And then we'll go to Ja. Go ahead, random guy.
Nah, you good. Shout out to the panel. Now, I won't be long. You guys can get right on back to it. I do appreciate discussions like this. All right, so I'll just go here with this part, right? Whether it's Jamaicans, so we know that Jamaicans were the Africans that were brought over that never made it to America. They rebelled, they fought. All right. Haitians, we know about them. We know about the Cubans that were dropped off in all of these places in South America, right? Only some of us made it up here. Now, we also have to take into consideration something I've spoken about before, which nobody wants to ever look at. It's called tectonic plates. Continuously, this world has shifted and changed. Lord knows where Africa was, however many thousands of years ago, and everything else. This thing has not just been Africa and the continents and how we look at it. Do you all not know how many times this map has shifted and changed? Everybody's been everywhere. So when we hear that, yes, there are foundational blacks like myself, my family, I've looked up the lineage. It's of Monacan and Plamunky tribe, West Virginia.
You're from where?
Monacan and Plamunky tribe, West Virginia. At least the lineage as far back as we can go.
Hold on. Monacan, what?
Monacan.
Monacan. Okay.
Monacan tribe in
So are you like are you like a native like this ones here?
I am 100%.
Hold on. Like this ones? Hold on.
What are you talking about? Let me see. You could say, in a sense, there are so many. Listen, just like everywhere else.
No, what I mean, like, is it that kind of? Because most people know
it is close to that. Yes, you're actually not far.
Okay, you guys have the feathers too.
You say what?
You do the feathers and all that.
That's you see now you're being who you are, and I appreciate you. Never change, right? So that's more.
No, what do you mean? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I know, but if you allow me to get a whole sentence out, I could give you all the answers.
Okay, all right. Okay, go ahead. My bad.
So no, it's all good. Respect to you, host. We definitely have been all over. If you notice and you look, what you just saw are things that I see in dress up a lot, even in Africa. My point is, there are so many different tribal roots that are all over this world. And I'm not gonna be long-winded with this. The fact is that because of how the plates have shifted all over time, the genome code is different. There is a difference between foundational Africans and foundational Black Americans. There is a difference in the genome code and the genealogy of that. It is. It's just like if you take Homo sapien and Neanderthal. Do they both look like people? Yes, but one bone structure, body density, muscle mass, and everything is completely different than the other. Although they both walk on erectile, bipedal. So
why y'all come on the African channel with the pseudo shit? Y'all come on the African channel with the pseudo Indian bullshit. Bro, you could go to Dave Calloway channel and find people that agree with that pseudo nonsense. This is an African channel.
Let me read this.
I've ever heard this brother talk about this. He be on something else. I've never heard him speak like this. And the many times that I've heard him speak, this is wild.
Hold on. Supergirl, thank you. Supergirl said, Afridamas, can we do one panelist at a time today? Guys, you see some.
I'm just trying to figure out
one at a time. Thank you, Supergirl. We will try that. Okay, so you are native to America.
My bloodline lineage, for the most part.
So then okay, so the Pan African thing don't apply to you then.
No, not at all.
Thank you.
That's why I said you guys can keep it. I said, yeah, take that shit. I ain't got
All
nothing
right.
to do.
So why you in the panel for then? If this is
Kwame,
about Pan
Kwame,
Africanism,
Kwame, don't get on
No,
him.
no,
He
no, no.
said,
I'm
Listen,
just
listen,
saying,
listen, listen.
Afrodamas. This not about
And what are you doing
All right,
here?
well, look.
pseudo
It's real,
Indian
but it's
time. This is
real
about Pan
easy.
African
It's
in
real
Africa.
easy.
We
hold on,
don't
one
got
mic.
time for the
Kwame, the man
pseudo
has a
time. Let
right to
Josh
have it
speak.
to describe his own identity,
Hold on.
man. He's
Yeah,
entitled to
Kwame,
his
pass the
own
mic to
rights, man.
Jah. We don't
hold
want to
on.
hear no more pseudo
Oh, can
Indian.
I?
It's taking up too much time.
Hold on.
And we,
Kwame. He
it's
has the
real
right to
easy.
talk about his identity. Let the man speak
Bro,
about his
you
He has the right
love
to
this
identity.
define himself.
pseudo-ness
Why
I
to
you,
just,
weaponize it
can
against
I
us. We
just
don't
say
want to
this
hear
real
it.
quick, if it's okay?
Kwame, are you the
I
one
just
that's gonna
want to
tell him who
say,
he is?
nah, I just want to say it's easy, bruh. I only came up to have a discussion because it sounds like a good discussion. But with
Right.
that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Y'all be easy. I'm out, dog.
And you are not
All right, go ahead, Ja. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
thank
Ja.
you.
Indian. So what the fuck are you doing?
Guys, don't be mad at him. He's telling us his identity. Why are you guys mad at him? Go
I know,
ahead,
Yeah,
Ja.
right?
what the fuck? I
I
mean,
just pointed out that I've never heard him speak about that type of stuff. I've been on the panel with Buddy a few times. I've never heard him speak about that type
Man,
of
so
stuff.
what? Go to Palestine, man. That's your
You're
nationality.
so
Like,
angry, little
all
African man.
right, all right,
So angry.
you
all
Hold
see,
on,
right,
guys.
nobody
all right.
saying that. You just was just telling you, man.
Yes, it's not your time. It's Jah
Hold on,
time.
Go
guys.
free
Guys,
Man, you
Saddam
should have
real
been
allow
quick.
cutting up
Ja.
I mean,
everybody here today. So you know you have no right to tell nobody about anything.
Guys,
I
please
mean,
allow Ja, because today I'm seeing a lot of this happening. Go ahead,
That's
Ja.
terrible. That's terrible, Afrodamas.
What's going on,
That's
Afrodamas?
Kwame.
Peace to the panel and peace to the chat.
Peace to you,
So
Ja.
Peace to you.
yes, thank you. I say, my brother, I say. Yeah. So as I'm listening to the discussion, it seems like there's two separate points that you guys are coming from, or two separate positions that you guys are coming from. So it seems like one side, which is Kwame and Cam, my brothers Kwame and Cam, they're speaking more so of the historical Pan Africanism or the ideology of Pan Africanism coming from the West, which is true, right?
Yeah,
Even
keep going.
DG, yeah, even DG noted and spoke about Henry Sylvester Williams, him coming from the Trinidad, but even before him, the concept of Pan Africanism existed. Among other people such as Martin Delaney. You have people like George Washington Williams, John Robinson. These people practiced Pan Africanism even before the name Pan Africanism was even contextualized. So I think one side is talking about historical Pan Africanism, whereas I think Mike and Afrodamus, they're talking about structural political Pan Africanism as in the modern sense, right?
The present day, yes.
In the present day, yes, and this has to come from Africa. This is based in Africa. It has to come from Africa. So I guess both sides are essentially right. I think the
Because time
discrepancy,
has changed, you know.
yeah, I think the discrepancies come from, I guess, the title of the stream, which is called "Real Pan Africanism," is founded in practice in Africa. So when you say founded, that kind of denotes to the historical Pan Africanism. So I think that's where maybe the misconception or disagreement is coming from. But I essentially agree with both parts. I mean, obviously, the history of Pan Africanism came from the diaspora. Again, you have people like I think Mike Olawale is present. You have people like Martin Delaney, African American, who went to the chiefs of Abiyakuta, the Egbas of Abiyakuta, and established treaties with them. This to and the treaty was to bring African Americans into settle them there in Abiyakuta in Yoruba land. This is before Nigeria was a country, before many of these countries today in Africa existed, when there were kings
Some
and
came from
empires.
Brazil. You know that, right?
Yeah, some came from Brazil
Yeah,
as well. But this
and
that was way late. The ones that came from Brazil came way later. I'm talking
yeah,
about
and
what happened in
also
the
some went to
1800s.
some some went to Liberia, the colonizers, but
Ye-
that's not here or there. The
Yeah. So
language,
so this is
You
why
know,
I
African,
point
you know
to
what I noticed?
exactly.
Most
Hold
of the
on, let me finish my
diaspora went back
Kalawale.
to
Let me finish
Africa.
my
Okay, sorry, sorry.
Let me
Sorry,
finish.
Jack. Yeah, go ahead.
So and this is why I uplift people like Martin Delaney, because he did this from his own volition. He wasn't funded by the Peace be ACS. upon him. Peace be Peace upon be the upon great him. He Martin wasn't Delaney. funded by any white people or anything like that. No, he went on his own volition to the chiefs of Abiyakuta and Egba and established the treaties there. You can look it up. The treaties are there online. I think I sent some to Mike Alawali before on Telegram. So yeah, so I think that's where the disagreement is coming from. These guys, brother Kwame and Kim, not to be redundant, but brother Kwame and Kim, and they're talking about historical Pan Africanism, whereas everyone else is talking about
right
structural
now.
political Pan Africanism. Yeah.
Like Princip got it. Princip said Pan Africanism needs revamp and better cohesion. AA are goofy and stuck in the past and reject African leadership like Carl and Kwame. See, Princip, to Princip, you're gonna get your grades back up. You got this class, you got this one. That's my whole point. You guys keep reverting back to the time that doesn't exist. I'm talking about get with the time now.
They're
Get
stuck
with
in
the
a time
time.
where there was no black government.
Yeah.
Sorry, John. Let me just say this. Africans, they're stuck in a time where there was no black governments and things like
You're
that.
right. Those
Where the
countries
world
didn't even
order.
exist.
So we're individuals. They're trying to like create a country. Back then, all you could look up to was individuals. You get what I'm saying? That's why you had
Right.
those Malcolm X, those kind of guys back then. What's his name from Jamaica, Marcus Garvey, those kind of people. But today's world, you have established government. You have established structure. So if we're gonna be led, he's gonna have to be led by those people that make policies. Not you. Kwame is trying to be the next Marcus Gavin, all these guys. Him and what's his name? Dr. Huma. You guys can't lead anybody. You just don't have the political power. You don't have the mandate
Can
to
I?
lead anybody.
Yeah.
So why are
Yeah.
you
Can I
trying to
say
insert
something?
yourself, create all this drama?
Can I say
And if
something?
if Kwame insists on that, how is he gonna lead the people in the north, the North Africans? You know what I mean? Because they're not gonna let you go over there and take care of Pan Africanism over there. They're gonna do that.
All they're
Afrodamas,
doing is just
when did
constituting
I
new terms on
reject
the internet.
Afrodamas? You just put up goofy ass Prince of P comment, right? When did I reject the current leadership in Africa?
Well, ask him. He wrote it. I just put it up.
But you agree with it?
Nothing goofy. He's right, though. Nothing goofy about
Because
that.
you said you want to colonize Africa. These are established countries.
When did I say I want to colonize Africa? You putting words in my mouth.
Because you want to take us away from Bronze Age and civilize us.
Huh?
Yes.
Because you don't like our tribes. He said all of us should be like the blacks. We need to get rid of our tribes.
Oh, as far as modernization,
Afrodamas,
can I say something?
Is that? Oh, you mean you want us to take the identity that the
Of
white
the
man
blacks.
gave
Identity
you?
of FBA,
Yeah.
They want us to
The white man identity. That's what he wants us to do.
Afrodamas, I heard you on Chaotic Show call the white man country heaven. You literally
yes, the white
called,
man's country is great.
Yes, you call
that's
the white
true.
man country heaven. That's what
Yes,
you said out your mouth.
I said the greatest.
If it's not heaven, why don't you go back to Jamaica, sir?
I said is the greatest country on this side of heaven. I mean,
yeah,
and am I lying?
No, my heaven is Africa. That's what my
that's it. Hold on. But you're not there. You're not there. So you and I. So you prove me correct.
I'm in hell right now. I'm in hell. I'll get to heaven shortly.
Oh yeah.
You don't know
So Afrodamas, can I say something else?
Afrodamas.
So I think Afrodamas. I think
one mic.
Afrodamas.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. I think the only two people who speak English like an African is you and me. Do you know the difference between Pan-Africanism and African nationalist?
Now you're talking. Hold on,
exactly.
DJ, are you calling me an African nationalist?
No, I am an African nationalist. I don't care about Pan-Africanism, which was originated from the West.
A nation?
Mm-hmm.
Africa is a nation?
Hold on. Are you guys understanding
that term is an oxymoron? Is Africa a nation?
Hold on,
Cam. Let the man talk.
Hold on, Cam. You listen to what the man is saying. Now he's
tribal Bible. It's tribal Bible.
He's speaking about what I'm saying. So you're going to run into a lot of African nationalists. So what you guys are selling is foreign.
Though.
Hold on. What you're selling is foreign. It does not apply. It only applies to you guys.
What is African nationalism? Explain that term to me.
Well, if you
is Africa a nation, first of all?
Sir? What is American nationalism?
America's a nation. No, the U.S. is a nation, right? Comprised of 50 states.
All right.
So what?
You guys can have American nationalists, white nationalists, black American nationalists, but we
Is
cannot have
Africa
our
a
African
nation?
nationalists.
It's not
It's
a
a
nation, but let the
It's a
man
continent.
simple
explain to you, sir.
question.
Let the man
Is
explain to you. Shut up.
Africa
Let the
a
man explain to
nation?
you.
Are
Hold
you
on. Is that,
are you really college educated, or like
hold
do
on,
you
hold
have
on, hold
Africa,
on,
you have to,
Cam.
community
I'm gonna say
college
you have to
Hold
mute
degrees?
him.
on,
Let the man talk. Come on,
hold on,
man.
Cam.
Jai,
Hold
you
on,
peep,
Cam.
they trying to rewrite the will.
Hold
They
on,
trying to
Cam.
I
rework the
know they are.
will
This is
Hold
from
on.
crazy.
something that
Hold on,
our
Cam.
ancestors
Hold on,
created.
guys. Hold on,
Now they
guys.
talk about African nationalism,
Kwame, hold
Look,
on,
look,
hold
basically
on.
Kwame, you're
African
not
All
an
right,
African,
tribalism.
so your ancestors are not African. So shut up, man. Let the man talk.
all
Yeah,
right.
You
can
I
never
someone
be
have.
explain? Can
African.
Hold
someone
on.
explain
Let him
African
talk. Let him
nationalism?
talk. Let him talk. Go ahead, DG. Finish your point.
All right, all right. Thank you, Afridamus. I'm the only African here and Afridamus. You guys are not African. And we want to have our own continent, which you believe is only one country, which is called Africa. We have so many different languages, different cultures, and we want to unite that continent to just one superpower. But you are all
So you want Pan
undermining us.
Africanism?
No, no, no,
No,
no.
not your own Pan Africanism, sir.
No, we are
I-
not we are not including you. You are American. Be American nationalist. Be
Kwame, this is
Jamaican
this is
nationalist.
why this
Be
is why this is a
Canadian
fringe.
nationalist.
This is why this
Hey,
is fringe. The same way that the leaders of FBA are fringe, because when you describe FBA, you're saying
So how we fringe?
foundational.
How we fringe? All
Hold
of
on,
a
hold on.
sudden
Let
now
me let
we
me let
fringe,
me
right?
finish. Thank you. You're describing FBA foundational Black Americans. Do you understand that the Americas are comprised of South America, North America, and the
We don't
Caribbean?
care about that. We
These
care about
are
Africa, sir.
these are fringe groups without even with low literacy rates.
hey,
Like, what is
Habibi.
going on? Is Africa a nation? Can
Who's this
anyone
Arab guy,
answer
Uh,
man?
me
What are you
that?
talking about, man?
Is
Hab-
can
hey,
anyone answer? This is tricknology, bro. It's a
Habibi,
trick bag, family.
Oscott,
It's a trick
Who's
bag,
this
family.
Arab guy? What is the Arab
this
guy talking
Trick
about, sir?
bag,
this
family.
The Arab
It's
guys,
a
this
trick
guy is
bag.
talking to me, this Syrian guy. Hey,
Yeah, I
Habibi,
have a question for
Oscott
Kwame real quick,
بقى.
Fredamus.
Yeah, I
You
know what
know,
makes
Hey,
you
yeah.
angry that I'm a real American. I know that must upset you guys, and I
What's up,
apologize.
Mike?
hey,
That
No,
What's
we're
up,
not.
Mike?
We
I'll
say
talk
be
about it.
American.
listen,
Don't be African. Don't
I
be
I
American
want to
if you're
ask
trying
you
to
a
be
question,
I'm
African.
be
Fredamus.
Cool.
apologize that you're
American.
Fredamus.
second
We're
class
Fuck
not.
out.
citizens.
We're not mad at you. Be
I
American, sir.
apologize,
We
you're
want you to be
second class
American.
citizens of my country. That's the
American.
African crying right there. Those
You
Wait,
want
those are
wait,
the
wait,
Africans
Fredamus,
crying.
can you allow Infinity to speak? I don't think he's spoken yet.
One at a
Those are
time,
the
please.
No,
Africans
I
crying.
Hey,
think.
Habibi,
Hold on,
African
let Mike
nationalism.
Olawale ask
Habibi.
a
You know how
question.
Hey,
stupid you sound? You
you,
know how
Hold on,
you
stupid you
are
sound?
not,
hold on,
you are
African
Cam
not,
and DG.
nationalism. You're
you,
stupid.
Cam and
Habibi,
DG, let
you
Mike
are an
Olawale
Arab.
ask his
You
question.
are an
He don't
Arab,
speak a
man.
lot.
You
Let
don't
Mike
talk.
Olawale ask
You
his question. He
cannot.
don't speak a
Man,
lot.
you're
What are you?
Arab, man.
What are you
You're
doing here?
Arab, man.
What
Come
Shut
on,
are
your
come
you
on.
dumb
doing
ass up,
here?
nigga.
This is
Turn
a
into a troll. Come on.
conversation.
Let Mike
You
No,
Olawale ask his
motherfuckers,
question.
Hold on,
you
guys. Please,
motherfuckers,
guys, guys,
Arabs.
guys, don't
Hey,
ruin the show. One mic. Allow DG to finish his point, please.
hey. I don't mind to talk my confused Western Americans, Black Americans. I don't mind that. But the time that then
I'm the
fucking
only black American on this panel.
Arab came to me and tells me that, hey, you can't talk. Hey, don't talk. Hey, don't say to me Nigra. Say to me Abid, motherfucker. Just say the A word. You guys know the N word, but do you know the A word? That's what Kama is doing here. Okay, Afredamos, I applaud you. You are right, man. You just
Repeat
get the
that word.
point. You got the point. The Pan Africanism, this continent should come together. I am all for that, but it should come from us, not from
From the
Canada
West.
or on Trinidad or fucking Bermudas and fucking Western countries. No, we are not buying this, man. Let the Black Americans be Americans. Let you Arab man.
So change your flags, change everything. You kick.
Did you
You
get that?
can't
Did you
try to
get what? Did you
You
rewrite
get that,
are
sir?
what
not,
our
you are
ancestors did.
not, you are
Do you
not an
see how
You trying to
African.
stupid they
rewrite
You
sound?
what our
are not
There's
an
ancestors
Arabs
did.
in
African.
Africa. What is
Africans ain't have a
Algeria?
concept of one
What is
Africa or
Algeria?
building
What
with
is
Africans.
Morocco? What is
Africans was
Sudan?
tribal. We came with a solution for
You're white
Africa, and it's
nationalists
been working for the
What
cosplaying as
last
what
100
Africans.
years.
solution you came up with?
You're white
What solution you
Our
nationalists
came up
my
with?
cosplaying as
ancestors
Africans.
What
came with a
solution, sir?
You're
What
solution
not
for
solution?
Africa,
African
and it's been working
nationalists.
for the last
You're
100
white
You
years.
see,
nationalists.
you
If it
see the
wasn't for
Doing
my
it.
Detrimental to an instrumental since your mom's had the first menstrual. Check my credentials, pencil in with a pen gem.
Mike, one
Afghanos,
mic.
Afghanos,
One mic.
Afghanos, thank you very much.
He's
Because
a white
Africans, we
nationalist.
want to delineate from these, from these people too. Africa should delineate
Delineate
from these
from
people,
these
from the
people
Western
too.
blacks. We need to
We want to
delineate.
delineate from these people too.
Yeah, we want to delineate from these
Yeah,
Western blacks.
Okay, guys, one
yeah.
mic, please. Guys,
They're not
if we can
Africans, man.
hold
You
on,
guys are not
guys,
Africans.
No. He mentioned Sudan. He mentioned Sudan. The only confused African Arab countries.
we get back to the topic.
And you know,
Yeah, this is like getting
hey,
annoying.
no, how many children are dying there because of the Arab?
He's whining like, come on, Aphrodite,
Hey,
move the
stop it.
conversation along.
I'm not
Come on,
talking to
don't
you.
disrespect the man. Let him
Okay,
talk.
guys,
No.
Shut
Fucking
up.
bum
let
ass.
Shut
him
up.
finish.
Let
Shut
Mike
up.
Olawale had a question. Let Mike Olawale ask his
No,
question.
Kwame,
You're
let
not running the
DG
show, Kwame. You're
finish,
not running
please.
nothing.
Please.
Let me
him finish,
speak.
then we go to American man.
first,
Actually, Infinity, then American man.
Thank you.
Sudan is an African country, but you, Kamo, you are going to make them Arab. You are colonizing these countries. You are making them to kill each other. You know, no Arab is not.
DG, he's not even
saying
Arab.
me? Yeah,
he's
he's
not.
so
Guys,
Shut up,
stupid.
Kwame.
hold on,
Let
guys,
him talk,
Canada's
bro.
not Arab.
hold on.
It's Syrian.
Can you guys
Syrians are not Arab.
hold on,
Thank
guys,
you,
You need to put him in
guys.
the back, man. If you don't put him back, they're just gonna keep interrupting.
No, he's an Arab. His mother is from
No, he said
Syria.
his mother's Assyrian, DG. Assyrian. He's not
Assyrian. They
Arab.
don't know the
I
difference,
don't.
Ja. They
He's
don't.
a
Don't even try to
Syrian.
educate them. Don't even bless them with that
Yeah,
education, please.
yeah. I mean, if we're gonna conflate Arabs and
So
Persians and Assyrians, that doesn't make sense.
how do a Syrian claim to be Pan African? How does a Syrian become Pan Africanism?
Because his
Can you explain that to
mother's
us, Jack?
Assyrian and his father is
Can you
Haitian.
explain that to us? Can you explain that to us? You want to use the one drop rule to us, sir?
Why
No,
are
but
Africans
I
on an
asked
American
his father is
platform?
Haitian.
Why are Africans on an American platform preaching to Black Americans?
This is not an American platform, sir. This
Why
is an
are
African
Africans
platform.
on an American platform? Who
This is
owns
an African
YouTube, sir?
platform, sir.
Who owns
your MAGA
YouTube,
hat.
sir? Who owns
Where your
YouTube,
MAGA hat
sir?
at?
This is an African platform, sir.
You sound stupid.
Hold on,
You
guys.
dumb,
Go back
sir.
to
Okay.
You're
community
Syrian, sir. You're
college,
not
Where your
bro.
African.
MAGA hat?
What
Go
you doing
back
in
to
the African
community
platform, sir?
college.
You're African. You're Syrian, sir. You're Syrian.
Guys, hold on, guys, please.
Trying
Hold
to
on.
cosplay Africa, man.
Guys, please. You gotta allow each other to speak. Okay, let's have Infinity give his point, then we go to American Coffee. Infinity, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Mooncake want the link.
So,
Mooncake want the
when
link.
talking about Black America, so when has Black America ever controlled a country?
Never.
Tell me. Never. So why are they speaking as if they can control anything? They're under even
When has Africa
homosexuals.
never been not kicked out
Hold
of?
on, Cam, don't interrupt him.
My bad.
You gotta put him to the back after that much. He can't control himself. He lacks self-control.
You fucking packy cunt. Shut your fucking mouth on African business. You're nothing to me. I'm not scared of my Black America, white America. I'm not fucking tethering to you either. Fuck you, go fuck off to those fucking Native defeated Americans. Shut your fucking mouth and fuck off the fucking homosexuals that you are.
All right, thank you. Thank you,
off.
Xfinity. Thank you. Let's bring in American Coffee. Go ahead, American Coffee.
Yeah, I came late to the conversation. I wish everyone could calm down. Everyone's fired up, but
Hi.
it's true that there's no Pan-Africanism without the African continent, and without the indigenous leaders, the indigenous rulers letting us settle and come back to the African continent after the transatlantic slave trade. There will be no Pan-Africanism, and the whites, right? The white man guilt and the white man's trickery brought us back, right? Brought us back to the African continent to establish Sierra Leone, to establish places like Liberia.
Only Liberia,
And
not Sierra Leone,
we
sir.
were allowed to exist there, right? Because the rulers could have easily killed, unalived everybody, but they didn't because they felt like, okay, Pacho Bra, come, please come. And I believe that was the birth of a Pan Africanism. But us trading with Europeans and us trading with Arabs, that's why we are in a position that we are in today. We have to help our people. We have to help our people out in the Sahel. We have to. I'm not sure what we have to do. Do we join them
When
to
you
beat
say we,
them?
who's gonna
Me,
help?
people like me, people like myself. Because
Like
my,
Nah, they don't need your help, sir.
people from
because
How can you
wait,
help?
hold on. My children are there, so I'm gonna help my children first. So if I have to help my children, therefore I'm helping the continent. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Let's bring in Mooncake. Mooncake, welcome to the Academics Report.
Hi.
Hi, have you been listening?
A little bit. You know what? I was watching a little bit earlier, but then I started to like doing my own thing. So I'm not fully aware of what's happening. But because we had interacted before, I was like, fuck, I gotta join this again. Because it usually gets pretty good.
So it's about I'm saying that Pan-Africanism, that is practice, the Halloween type, just because you wear dashiki doesn't make you Pan-African.
Yeah.
Pan-African is for real Africans on the continent of Africa, full of Africans. They don't need, people coming from America and other places telling them what Pan-Africanism is. What's your take?
Well, I mean, so okay. So just to be clear, Pan-African. So because I want to get the definition right before I make any comments. I don't want to be ignorant. Is it that like, and I'm going to say Black Americans are basically saying that this is what people in Africa should be doing? They're basically telling you guys this is what needs to happen, or like, is it like a property issue as well? Sir, I'm not completely clear.
Hold on, let me give you a taste of
Afrodama,
it.
you can't
So, hold
explain
on.
Pan-African. You're
Hold
not a
on.
Pan-Africanist.
Hold on. Let me. Let's
What
hear
makes you
from the
Pan-Africanism,
here. Let's hear from Prof here, so you can get an idea of what it's about.
That's my Pan-African brother, PLO
Early
Lumumba.
days was to decolonize Africa so that Africa and Africans are capable of doing their things in an environment of freedom and choice. Pan-Africanism today must be understood to mean the organization of Africans wherever they are, whether in the continent or in the diaspora, to do things which are in the best interest of Africa in all spheres of life, and to do it from an African perspective. We now use the word Ubuntu to even enrich it, to say we recognition of a two.
All right. So, Mooncake, you got an idea, right? From an African perspective. So now that gives you an idea of, what I'm talking about.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, I'm going to start this with a question. Do you not want people in America to join or be a part of it? Are you saying they're not a part of?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's like they can join in, but they are joining into the African perspective. You see? Like, because some people are coming in talking about slavery and stuff, and people want to move forward. People want to live in the present and look to the future.
They're talking about coming to conquer and lead and rule Africa. I mean, are you kidding me? So that's what,
are they actually?
we don't want you.
There's no way.
No. We don't want them to join. We want them to stay American.
Nobody said about conquering and leading. Why are you putting words in our mouth?
No, Kwame would say things like, our tribes got to be eliminated, got to be abolished.
Right. When did I say tribes have to be eliminated? Michael, don't put words in my mouth.
You and Kala, that's
don't put words in my mouth.
You don't respect the African cultures, the African tribes, and things like that. Right. Dude, you can't come there like that. You think stay where you are.
I just said
stay where you are. You can't come lead us in Africa. You can't come join us.
Don't work.
And follow
tribalism
us.
Don't work.
What do you know?
What does it mean? Can you define tribalism? Can you define it?
Tribalism don't work.
Can you define tribe? The question I was going to ask you earlier. Listen, the question I was going to ask you earlier.
There is no kingdom
Kwame,
of
can I ask you a
Yoruba,
question?
Ashanti no
Guys,
more.
one mic.
Tribalism don't work.
Kwame, no,
May I
they
It
are
just
speak,
don't
there. The
work.
kings are
Afrodamus,
there.
please?
Nationhood
Hold on,
works.
guys.
Kwame, if you can't respect the
Hold on,
African ways,
hold on,
stay in
Mike.
America. We don't want you.
Hold on. Mike is
We don't
Exactly.
right.
You're
want
not
you. We
important,
don't
man.
want
You're not
you.
important enough, Kwame.
So let's allow Mooncake to give her perspective and ask
Okay.
questions.
So yeah, based on what I'm hearing, I probably will have to ask more questions because, like I said, I don't want to be ignorant to it. I only know a little bit. But if it's the case that there are Black Americans who are basically saying, I'm going to go over to Africa and I want to change the rules there, then yeah, you will have a problem because you aren't actually from there. It's not for you to influence. Do I agree that some African countries do need some form of progress in terms of laws and like social culture over there? Yeah, I do agree, but that changes over time, and I don't think you can just run in there and say you got to change all of this today because it's not going to work. It literally would be colonization to the same extent, just doing it by Black people. And either way, Africans are not really going to push for that. So I think Black Americans have to be careful in the way that they word things. I don't think there's a problem in them wanting to go home or finding out where they're from or wanting to experience being in Africa. But yeah, I think Black Americans have to tread lightly in this area. That's where I'm at right now.
All right.
Yeah,
Let's bring in Harab.
The same
Go
Africans
ahead,
that
Harab.
dress up in wigs and European clothing,
Oh,
they
jeez.
accepted that. They accepted
Well, that's
European
their
languages.
choice. None of your
They
business what they want to
accepted
wear.
they
If you
accepted
wanna dress like Arabs,
colonization.
is it your
They
problem?
accepted
Don't you guys dress
Christianity.
like Westerners? Don't you
They
guys dress like
accepted
Kwame, you
Westerners?
know what your
Islam.
problem is? Kwame, you know what your
But
problem is?
now it's a
There's
problem when
no
we
way
say, you know what?
anybody.
The tribalism don't work.
Hold
We
on.
come
Okay,
from the
thank you.
West where
Let's
it's
hold on.
modern.
Kwame's problem is
The
he's
tribalism don't
jealous of
work. They
Africans.
dress
That's
up
what it is.
in
Again,
European
Kwame,
garment
you're
with
not.
European wigs
Hold
on,
on.
but
Isn't
we
isn't
can't
it
we
Hey,
can't have no
hey
input. Okay.
Kwame, isn't it
So
isn't
you
it
want to come to
hypocrisy
Africa
how
to?
they like to speak on Black American issues, but then when you try to speak on African issues, now
No,
you're
no,
trying
he
to
can
go over
speak on
there
the
and
issue.
invade
No, that's
and
not a
trade
problem.
and execute leadership as they put it. Like when
Yeah,
we speak on African issues,
Hold
it's a
on.
problem, but they love
No,
speaking on
no.
Black
Don't
American
You can speak
issues.
on
Calm
Black
African
down,
issues
calm
every day,
down.
but
Ridiculous.
don't be
Can I?
trying to
Can
do
I?
it. Don't
Afrodamus
be
is
Can
doing
I?
a
trying to
show
come
Can I?
over
every
here
day
trying to act
about
like you.
Search for centuries.
We can do
Stop
Pan
crying.
Africa. I'm not
Let's bring in
debating with you.
Harab. Let's
Stop
bring
it.
in Harab.
Vanta would come
Let's
up
bring in
and
Harab.
show that hairline. Tell
Let's bring
Vanta to come up and show that hairline so I can
let's
debate
bring
him,
in
please.
Harab, please.
stop it, man. You're married. You have
Let's
six
bring in
children.
Harab.
Hey
Stop it.
I
guys,
want to see his hairline,
hey
please.
guys,
Hold on.
can you calm
Habibi, stop
down?
it.
Hey, Afrodamus,
Afridamus,
I'm an Ethiopian brother.
Afridamus,
Can I speak?
just 1 second. Just one
Yo,
second,
DG,
boy.
shut up. Let the man speak, man. Shut
Just
up.
1 second.
You had your time already. Let the
One
man
Kwame,
minute,
shut up.
speak.
You
man.
talking
I'm
more than
muted.
everybody, man. Shut
Shut
up.
up.
Let the
Let
man
me
speak. Shut up,
DG, shut
Kwame.
up. Let the man speak,
Yeah.
man.
Guys,
No,
Afridamus,
Kwame, you
Hi,
shut up.
hi,
You been talking forever.
hold on, guys.
hi.
yeah,
Guys,
shut up.
please.
Afridamus, just
1
1
second.
minute. Just
DG, 1
1
second. You've
second.
already spoken, brother.
One
Come on.
second. 1 second, brother. 1 second.
This is why
Afridamus,
I don't like
you know, in Africa, when
buffoons.
when America sends a woman, they send to Uganda Kamala Harris, the rainbow nations. You gotta do something like that. That's an American black. Okay, you don't consider black, but for us, it's a black. And when they send another one, like Burkina Faso, is that motherfucker black American who's telling them,
General Langley.
Captain, Captain Langley.
This guy doesn't even know how to speak English. He's
So it doesn't matter if you don't. Who cares if you speak English or not?
because I'm an African, I'm not fucking English. That's
Thank you.
why I say
Kwame, you probably speak 5 more languages.
Okay,
You understand?
hold on, guys.
in
Hold on.
America and let define our Pan Africanism. I love my neighbor countries.
What is this guy from? Where's this animal from?
We don't want to have these borders.
This guy is drunk, guys.
I think he's from Somalia.
hold on,
This is
guys,
drunk.
Who's
This
calling
guy
It
is
somebody?
doesn't
drunk.
matter.
Why is
It
he calling
doesn't
somebody
matter.
an animal? Why is he
Yo,
calling
DJ,
somebody an
you're
animal?
drunk.
Who's
No,
there?
no, 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 no. I'm drunk.
Oh, look at his little
Afrodamus, can we
feelings
hear from
hurt.
the
It's
Ethiopian
nothing to
brother
do
His
with
Haram,
little
man?
feelings hurt. Why you
Pan
calling
Afri-
somebody?
Hey, Afridamus, Afridamus,
Abdama, don't let somebody call
Afridamus.
somebody an
Hold
animals
on,
because
As an
don't
Afridamus,
let him
Ethiopian,
call an
Oh, the
animal
little
too.
feelings
hold
are
on, hold on.
hurt.
Afridamus,
look, as an
Afridamus,
Ethiopian, I
Hold
don't
on.
Don't let
consider
this don't
DJ.
let this camel here talk bad
Afridamus,
about somebody
my
else.
brother.
That's
That's why
What
crazy.
is wrong
we
with this guy?
are
You're
not
drunk.
going to
You're drunk, man.
trust
Hold
He
on,
is
hold
drunk.
on, hold
anybody.
on,
This guy
DG,
is
hold
totally
on,
drunk. I
guys,
feel
hold
bad
on.
for him. Haram.
Please allow
Anyways,
Harar to
I'm
speak.
Ethiopian. Can I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Great, thank you.
Your Harari brother is here.
Welcome.
I don't know what this guy's talking about. I would never ally myself or ally with DJ. Never ever. And I don't care about my neighbor. I think they're my biggest threat. I don't like these guys. So Pan Africanism it's not gonna work because Ethiopia wants nothing to do with whatever whoever DJ's and wherever he's from. We want nothing to do with.
That's kind of a lie. The president of Somalia was there at the
Hold on,
damn
who's
ceremony in
interrupting him?
Ethiopia. So
So
Hold on,
what?
guys,
They
Of course,
work
it's
for
guys.
us,
Kwame. Just Kwame. He
brother.
can't
Oh,
control
They work
himself.
for us. They
Kwame,
work
come
for
on,
us. They work for
Kwame.
us, man.
Bro,
At the end
I've
of the
been
day,
that
on
was
mute.
me. That
I'm
was
not
me. It
even
wasn't.
speaking.
It
I've been
wasn't.
on mute for
Yeah,
10
it
minutes
wasn't
right
Kwame. It
now.
was me. Now I
so
was just pointing out a fact.
I wanna say this Pan Africanism thing is definitely just not gonna work, man. We are too many different. Even within Ethiopia, we have many different tribes, many different ethnicities. Each tribe is an ethnicity. Like the Tigray people are not the same as the Oromo,
So let me ask you. So,
and
so
the
what do you think about
Harari
the
people are not
Western
the same
blacks
as
coming
the
in?
like
Hold on,
these other
Harar,
groups, like
Harar.
the Nuar, whatever. Like there's this Nilotic tribe in
Kwame wants
Ethiopia.
to unite them.
So it's not gonna
Harar,
work. The
Harar.
whole
Can the Western
unity.
blacks unite them?
Is that Aphrodite speaking? Because we can't hear him.
Yes.
Can
Can
you
you
guys
guys
hear
hear
him?
me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Five. That
Can
was.
you guys hear me?
I
Yeah,
can't
we
hear
can
him.
hear you clear.
Sometimes I'm confused if you guys even
It's
hear
just
me.
We
me.
can hear you. Can you hear
Because when
us?
I keep asking people, no, I was asking.
Can he hear?
So
Can he hear me? Ask him.
yes, can you hear me, Harar?
Yeah. Can you?
Yes. So the question is, so
Okay.
Western blacks, you think
Okay.
they can bring their Pan Africanism and it would work?
So this is what I
No,
gotta say. Yo, let
no.
me speak. So another issue, guys. Another issue with us Ethiopians that we have with Pan Africanism. It always have to do with we have an influx of African American brothers coming to Ethiopia, and being predators around here. I'm sorry, but Pan Africanism is definitely not gonna work because of that reason alone. Because you have them preying on Ethiopian girls and
Is the
women.
people of Shashamani
Kwame,
predators?
Huh?
Is
let
the
him
people of
talk.
Shashamani predators?
People in
Kwame,
Somalia are
Let
also
the man
predators.
talk, sir. Come on. Dang.
We also consider them as Ethiopians. We consider the people of Somalia as predators too, but
no,
not like in
he
that
said
way.
Sanshamani, the
Somalians are
Jamaicans
coming
that
to
are
our
there, the
nation
Rastas.
and getting our girls or whatever like that. But with African Americans and brothers over here from like Atlanta, you have the most hood rat of hood rats coming to Ethiopia thinking he has a chance with an Ethiopian girl. So it's this is why I don't want Pan
Oh, the
African.
passport bros.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I want nothing to do. But also, no offense to
Kwame, are
my
you a passport bro?
Hold
no
on,
no
guys,
no
They
guys.
offense
taking on
But
women.
no
hold on,
offense to my Nigerian
guys.
brothers.
Why
I
do you
also
guys
don't want you
constantly
in my
just
country
ignore
too.
when
No offense
somebody's
to you guys.
talking?
Like I want nobody but Ethiopians in my country. See, I am totally against Pan Africanism. I don't want even Somalians in my country. I just want Ethiopians. So
And
I
that's what.
want nobody. So Pan Africanism is not gonna work. I don't mind Aphrodite. He can come, but I'm telling you, too many passport bros are coming to our nation and speaking at Pan Africanism. But you just guys are preying on women. You're predators. A lot of y'all. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
So they
They're
are
over
just
there in Kenya
pretending.
too. It's not just your
Calling
country.
the
Over there in
passport
Kenya.
Can
bros.
I ask him? Can I ask him a question, Afrodamus?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been quiet. So, Haram, man, you say you're Ethiopian, right? So, you don't think that Ethiopia, the government of Ethiopia and Somalia, the government of Somalia, should have some sort of political cohesion, in terms of regional security, and do you understand what I'm saying? Like, do you believe that you guys can? Not saying that Somalian
Yeah.
people can't be in Ethiopia and Ethiopia can't be in Somalia, but the governments. You don't think the governments can have
Yeah,
some sort of
they
cohesion,
can. Let me
political,
tell you
military
something. Did you
cohesion?
know that there are Eritrean, like for example, there are Ethiopian Eritrean refugees in Uganda,
Mhm.
and I was watching on Twitter people making comments about leave and kick out the men but keep the women. That's the creepy stuff going on. So how can people preach Pan-Africanism when
But I'm
there's
talking about on a
predators
governmental
amidst
level,
us
bro. On
and
a
people
governmental
have
level.
ulterior motives? Those guys were more focused on getting the refugee Ethiopian and Eritrean women than they were about helping people
Are
out. They were
you
more
seem more
focused on,
insecure
hey,
about your
do I have a
women? You
chance
seem
with
to be
them?
insecure about
Like
your
that's
women. What's wrong with
crazy.
that?
That's not only in Uganda that's happening. That happens in Kenya. That happens anywhere Ethiopian and Eritrean women refugees are there. You think
They're
these
taking
women?
our women. They're taking our
Hold on,
women.
It's
hold
not
on,
about
hold
that.
on, hold
Y'all are
on.
predators.
Weird Somali man,
Okay,
Johnny Somali,
hold
that
on,
got locked
guys.
up in
Hold
North
on,
Korea. What about that weird
Weird
Somalian
hold on.
lady?
Somali.
But listen,
What does that
Harame,
have to do with
you
you?
didn't answer my
I don't
question
I
though.
care.
thought
On a
they get
political
kicked out of everywhere. What
Isn't he
about that weird
American? No,
Somalian
isn't
man?
Johnny
Hold on,
Somali
Somali
guys.
Pakistani
American?
Ethiopian. Are
Harame, you
you
didn't
low
answer my
IQ, bro?
question. I was talking about on a
You are
governmental
probably
level. Do you think
low key. You're
that the
probably
country
low
of
IQ.
Ethiopia
I
and
just told
Somalia
you
can
I'm
work?
Ethiopian, my friend. I don't even like Somalians. So
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
nice try,
Kwame,
bro.
Kwame, what do you think about
Well,
what
it's
he's
not
saying, Kwame?
Somalian.
Because
It's not
Kwame is Pan
Somalian.
African. Kwame, what do you think about what he's saying?
Yeah, I think Africa needs the diaspora. As
No,
you can see,
I mean, you heard him what he's saying from
yeah,
Ethiopia.
I
He's
don't.
saying, you're not welcome over there. What do you make of that?
I mean, my people been there for nearly 100 years in Shashamani, so I don't think they're predatoristic. They stay in their own community, in their own compounds. They build within the community. So I don't think they're predatory. I don't see
No,
them
he's
chase.
talking. I think he's talking about the passport bros.
You're talking about the Western blacks. That includes Jamaica too. Where you from?
Yeah, yeah, I don't agree with passport, bro. I don't think people should be going to other countries. Uh, you know, predatory, story wise. Chasing after women. If that's what you into, just go pay for. Just go hit a blade or something, or go to a strip club if you want to do that. But
Afrodamus. So,
Ethiopia has a prostitution
Afrodamus,
problem.
I asked him that question, right? Because recently I seen that the president of Somalia attended the dam ceremony there in
Right.
Ethiopia, and it seems like their relationship is starting to improve. It's starting to warm up. Obviously, we know the history between Ethiopia and Somalia; they've been clashing for a long time. But in the present time, these governments are warming up. I'm pretty sure they're starting to see the regional cooperation is better. Regional cooperation is better. So that's what I wanted to ask the
But
guy
yeah,
that,
don't
but
you
it seems
think?
like he was coming from a
Yeah, don't you
nationalistic
think?
perspective. Yeah.
Don't you
Hey,
think
I hear you,
they know
Afrodamus.
this from years ago? They
I
knew
hear
this
you.
for
I
hundreds of
hear you.
years ago.
After that, if I may say something real quick, you see
Go
where
for it.
Kwame's Pan Africanism, where he's gonna have a problem with is the East Africans and the South Africans and the North Africans. You see, they always trying to bring it to the West Africans. That's where they want to bring their Pan Africanism. But if they're trying to expand it to the East African part of the continent and the South and the North, and that's what they're gonna have problem with because it's not gonna work over there like my man just said. Even West Africa is not gonna work over there because they're gonna come with that spiritual complex that they brought to Liberia. That's gonna cause them more problem.
That's up with you.
yeah, and that's
Afrodamus.
why I say the the diaspora might have to colonize Africa. You have the Dudula running
Afro.
wild. You
You're
have the
gonna need
Dudula
you're gonna
running
need the
wild.
What
U.S.
power do you
Army.
have to
Hold on,
colonize
hold on, hold on.
Africa? What power do you
Hold
have,
on.
sir? What power?
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish?
Go ahead,
You
go
have
ahead,
the
go ahead and
Dudula
speak your
running wild,
delusion.
oppressing
Okay, I'm
Zimbabwe's.
lying. He did send me money. I was lying. Oh,
You have the Dudulas running wild. They attacking Zimbabwe's. They attacking Nigerians. They attacking Somalians. And as a Pan African, that can't work no more. I think we have to, might
But
create a
Kwame,
material.
which army are you? You know, these countries, they have their own standing armies.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
gonna beg his daddy to bring army to Africa.
The passport bro army.
yeah. So we might have to create a Pan African force to
Sir,
to go
yo,
in and
Afrodamus.
Yeah,
You know, with me, I'm an interesting character. Me personally,
yeah.
I wouldn't choose Pan Africanism if it means dudes like Kwame is coming to my country and trying to get my women. See, there you go. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Bro, I don't
If
want.
if we could,
I don't want no
It
Ethiopian. I'm
look
good
like my
on
man. You just
Oromo,
worry about
okay,
the women, huh? You just
Abesha.
worry
I'm
about the
good on
women.
that.
Nobody wants your women, man. Come on, man.
bro,
Get
Yeah,
out of.
nobody. I
yo,
never
just
said
chill,
nothing
man.
about your
Hey,
women.
man, chill. Just relax. Me personally, I'm kind of like I
You
would.
insecure about your women, man. Come on,
Just
man. Don't
one
worry
second,
about
bro.
that. Nobody wants
I
you.
would look. Just calm down, bro. I would basically I would rather protect my women over just picking Pan Africanism. You guys can do that. Come
Nah,
by.
it's about economic power, man. It's not
I
about the
don't.
women, man. That's what Pan Africans they're talking about. That's what
Yeah.
we're talking
So
about here. It's not about women.
whatever.
We
Okay,
talking about
I'll explain
economic power,
something.
sir. That's what
Okay,
we're talking about. Why you
I'll
busy
tell you
talking
an
about
experience.
women?
I'll tell you
Anybody can
an
get
experience.
women, man. Come on, man.
Okay,
Nobody
bro,
care
I'm
about
gonna
your
tell you an
women.
experience that
Oh
happened just
shit.
recently. Can I tell you an experience? So I was in this Pan Africanist. So I went to this Pan Africanist get together. And I kid you not, when I went there, I saw some Ethiopian girls there, some Eritrean girls there, some Somali girls there. Anyways, I went to this organization, and there was a bunch of like West Africans and Central Africans, a bunch of just and
Bro,
people
nobody
who are
wants your women, bro.
okay. Just one
You
second,
crying
bro.
about
Yo,
West
just
Guys,
African
guys,
Okay,
and
let him,
black
let him,
people
hold
let him
picking
on,
you.
finish.
let
Let
him
him finish,
finish.
understand,
Kwame.
bro.
Let him finish. Let's see where you
So I
going.
come over there, and I kid you not, I thought we were gonna talk about and like organizing and political power and things like that. I kid you not, the dude who was head of this organization spent the whole time talking about how beautiful Ethiopian girls look. So like it was crazy,
Is
and
this
he was like,
Western Pan Africanism or
then
African Pan Africanism
he
people?
ended up saying where the hoes at?
Is this
like
American
You
guy
know, he
or
has a
is this
point, man.
American guy or
I mean,
African
you do
guy?
notice that a lot of these FBA Pan Africans, they go to
exactly,
Africa.
bro.
When they get there, is what they're really out there for is that women, like
Bro,
cheap sex is what they're looking for in Africa. But
that's
they will go in this
hilarious.
disguise of Pan
Mike
Africanism.
Olawale, no
People like
FBAs are Pan
O'Shea and
Africans.
all
Bro,
those guys, they call
Yeah,
themselves Pan Africans. When they get to the continent, their real mission is to go get cheap sex. Just
yeah, that's what O'Shea is doing.
so
That's
we
a
They
know the
fact,
can't
game,
though.
name
man.
one place Black
They'll
Americans have been
come here
kicked
and be
out of,
talking
bro.
Pan
They
Africanism all
cannot,
day.
bro.
Well, we all know what it is.
But we can name 20
The first
countries
place
that
they go
Bro,
is
Africans have
bro,
been
Ethiopia.
the
kicked out of.
roster's been in Shashamane for nearly 100 years, and they
And
don't
you know
even
this, do you know
they
this? You
don't
know
even
this, right?
intermarry
No, the
with
You know
Rastas
this,
are
right?
different. We're
Samaras
talking
or
about
Kwame,
Oromos.
you passport
Kwame, let me say
bros
this.
today.
Yeah, Mike, let me say this real quick. Do you notice that when they go to Africa, they go to East Africa, right? They go to the East Africa like Kenya, they go to where the light skin girls are. Like it's like what they're obsessed
You're a
with, you know what I
liar.
mean?
Ethiopia.
You got rosters in Gambia. You got rosters
Come on, man. You
in
don't have that many
Ghana.
over there. Man, don't go
We're
over
not
there,
talking about
man.
You got
Rasta.
It's
We're
a
just
rosters
few
in
talking
that go
about
over
Senegal.
there.
FBA.
Stop lying.
FBA, that's
Haile Selassie
Kwame, are
gave
you claiming
Black
to be a
Americans
Rasta
land.
now? Or what?
nah. He gave the
All
diaspora, not just
rosters are
Black
Pan
Americans.
Africans.
Why did Haile Selassie grant Black Americans land
yeah, but
after
he
the
gave it to
Italiano
the
War?
Jamaicans.
He didn't
He
give it
said,
to just
But we're
Black
not
Americans.
talking
He gave it
about
to
those
that. What?
blacks back in the day. We're talking about the blacks today. You guys should
Yeah,
stop
that's what I'm
referring
talking
to
about.
people in the past. People in the past, those guys had real struggles. You know, they really, they were going through something.
Moses
But you
West
guys today, I don't know what you're going through. That you
Moses West
pushing all these.
water machine went to Jamaica. His atmospheric water generator went to Jamaica. That's the type of ingenuity that we're bringing. So I don't know what you're talking about.
When was that? When was that?
Look it up. Atmospheric
When? I'm just asking. I'm not
water
saying you're not lying. I'm just
generator
saying when.
during the
How long
hurricane.
ago was that? How long
During the
ago?
hurricane this month.
Recently?
Atmospheric
Who was?
water generator by Moses West. Look it up.
Okay,
Stop trying
So
to
that's
it
play
good
was a
us.
for them,
Stop trying
man.
to
generator.
play us.
What does that got to do with Africa? What does that got to do with what
Stop
we
trying to
talking
play us.
about?
That one machine would disrupt the entire African continent. So
What?
come on,
One
stop trying to
machine
play
will
us.
change what?
Why do we have it in Africa then?
We make water.
personally, the only people who
Okay,
Order
want
it. Order it.
Pan
Order it.
Africanism is
come on, man. We all know you're Pan African. You're kind of Pan
I gotta.
African
Why do you guys
non
always trying
horners
to
to chase
genuine
man.
like?
Pan Africanism. We
Hold
can
on.
stand alone. We can stand alone
They
as
start talking about
Ethiopia.
one
I
individual
as
that
a
did
country can
something. They're
stand
trying to claim
alone.
the
We don't
credits.
need nobody.
I
Ethiopia
know,
needs
right?
nobody.
They always trying to take credit for somebody else's work.
Exactly.
Ethiopia
They say,
needs
"Oh, this
nobody.
FBA
But
guy
it
did
seems like you
this
guys
200 years. Oh,
need
we
help.
did it.
In
Come on,
you know
man.
you need
Now
that Pan Africanism. You know united and
That's why they
stuff.
want to
indebted to the white
hold
man
on,
accomplishments in
guys.
America.
Hold on. So, okay. What's his name? Harat, man. You heard like Kwame was saying something about, like the Rasta people are there. you know, Haile Selassie brought them there. Even though he said 100 years, it's less than that.
True.
But what do you think about that? How
I
are the
think
Ethiopians even
I
seeing
think
that these
What they
days?
missed?
I think Haile Selassie did African Americans dirty. He
You mean
promised
the
them land.
Jamaicans?
The
I think so.
Jamaicans.
He look. He promised. He promised basically African Americans for fighting in the independence. Well, when it came to Italy, I think it
Yeah,
was like the 1935s or something like that.
yeah.
They had so many African Americans who lost their lives, and you know, Italians unalived them, and yet he promised them land. And instead of giving it to them, what happened? He gives it to the Jamaicans, and the Jamaicans
No, the
started a whole
Wait,
Jamaicans
what
just
about
religion.
the
went.
Jamaicans? What about the Jamaicans?
They
He
just
started a
went.
whole.
Yeah, he
The
gave land
Jamaicans,
to the
yeah,
Jamaicans.
he started.
The land was for
No, the
African
Jamaicans.
Americans, but the
Yeah, you're right.
Jamaicans
He
went.
did, but he started. The
Wait,
Jamaicans started a whole religion centered on worshiping Haile Selassie. I don't like the guy Haile Selassie. I don't like him, Haile Selassie. I don't like him absolutely
He
not.
was a racist anyway.
Yeah, he
You
was a
would be
racist,
speaking
but
Italian
I
if it
think
wasn't for
that
him.
land honestly does belong to African Americans. I think that's their rightful land that it was given to them. These Jamaican grifters should not have ever came,
wait,
honestly.
wait.
And
Are
they
you
don't
saying
do
the
nothing.
land in
Hold
Jamaica?
on, one mic. Hold on. Let me
And
read this. Let me read this real
yeah,
quick. Vanto, thank you for the super chat. He said, "This is why we need separation, black and African." Okay.
Can I ask a
Interesting.
question?
Go ahead, Mooncake. Mooncake, what
Sorry,
were you saying?
I'm curious. When he said something like the Jamaicans took the land from the African Americans, what is that in reference to? Unless I misheard.
yeah, because Sesame was promised
No,
to.
she wanna know if the land is in Jamaica or Ethiopia.
It
It's
was
in Ethiopia.
promised. It was land in Ethiopia that was promised to African Americans. Jamaicans come over here and took the land and said,
No,
you know
but
what?
they gave it to them, right?
Yeah,
No,
Haile
they bum
Selassie.
rush. They bum
But
rush what was
that
given to
originally
African Americans.
belongs
That's what
to the
happened.
African
How would they
Americans.
have
They're the
bum rushed?
first
How
ones.
would the Jamaicans have bum rushed in Ethiopia when, from what I remember,
Jamaicans didn't fight.
Rasta
The
started in
Jamaicans.
Ethiopia, but they influenced Rastas in Jamaica
Exactly. Yeah,
when
but
they
the
went over there.
Jamaicans.
Man, looks like
No,
Mooncake. You know that
after
stuff
we
right
led
there.
But Jamaica
after we led
didn't
the
go
Air
to
Force.
Ethiopia.
So
That happened
hold on.
after we led the
You see what
aviation
happened?
there.
You see what happened was it's just like
Avidamas, let me know when I can respond. I'm gonna
It
go
was
over
you
there.
see,
Let me know.
Africans
okay.
that
Let me
were
say this
brought to
real quick.
I'm
Jamaica.
not done yet though.
Well,
Okay, let
he's
me.
not
Okay,
done.
go ahead.
Let him
Right.
tell us, please.
So the Jamaicans uh, got that land and they're doing nothing with it. There's no agricultural output. They're some of the most laziest people over there. Like literally, they're just
Oh, is
smoking
DG
ganja.
okay?
They're smoking and ganja. Like they literally do nothing but just smoke and sleep all day. They don't work. They don't do anything.
Not true.
Imagine, like that land could have been productive. They're not using it for productive reasons. In fact, I heard some of the land they used it to grow weed. Imagine you waste land that could have been productive agricultural land
Why the
in order
government ain't
to
take you
smoke
back
weed.
then?
So do they have
So
citizenship?
they do, but it would have been better. African Americans should have gotten the land. I think African
No,
Americans would
no,
have
but it
done
was gifted
much
to them.
more. They would have been more enterprising. I think African Americans would have had built like these agricultural processing and companies,
You
and
sure
by
about that?
farming the land and
So why did
processing
he
it,
betray? Why did he betray black Americans?
because he saw Black Americans as useful tools. Unfortunately, he never
No,
liked. He was
We
never a
No,
friend.
that
I don't
wasn't the
think what
case.
he's
That wasn't
saying
the
is
case.
true.
What I know, this what I know, right? What I know is it's just like we have the FBA now. When they gave them the line, right? Most of them don't want to go to Africa. They said, "Nah, Africa is a shithole. We're just gonna stay here for now." So that's how Jamaica went over there and bum rush it because Jamaicans they were like,
No,
"Okay, we're already over here, so
they
it's
didn't
easy for
bum
us to go
rush.
to Africa."
They didn't bum rush. It's a quick Google search that they were gifted it by the government at the time. Not only that, it even says they call it Little Jamaica because they actually built a community. African Americans went over there and didn't do anything with it. They didn't even build a
Yeah,
community.
that's
we
true.
So
did
how?
Also, yeah.
And not
we
only that,
didn't need to go
Jamaica,
over there. We built
Honestly,
their
Jamaicans were
Air
so
Force.
Black
Jamaicans were
Americans
so
should get that
influenced
They
land.
by the
went back, man.
Rasta
They went back
by
to
the
white
One mic,
daddies.
one
religion.
mic, one
Yeah,
mic,
they
one
run
mic.
back to the white daddy because they don't feel comfortable running themselves. But Jamaica's already running their own country, so they already got that confidence. You know what I mean? To
Yeah,
be
and
by
it's not
themselves.
perfect. No one will sit here and say Jamaica's perfect, but I also
Ethiopia
think
had a whole
they were
famine. Why would
influenced.
we go there? It's crazy.
You
Jamaicans
see,
were
and
influenced.
that's why you guys lost the land. So don't complain now.
Yeah, but they were influenced by the Rasta religion, and Ethiopia had it. African Americans weren't influenced by that, so it makes sense that if they were influenced by the Rasta religion and they wanted that around, that they would have granted and kept those people there. Why would they give it
Yeah,
to people
yeah,
who aren't part of
yeah.
that?
They wanted the land, but the Americans own the land. They want to stay with Zaddy in America. So what's up?
Why would
That's how
we
you
go
got the land.
18,000 miles
Affidavits.
away?
Yeah.
Come on.
Guys, allow
Yeah.
allow Kwame. He's been quiet, so guys, please don't interrupt him.
Yeah, first let me say this. Lionel Howard was the man that started Rastafarianism in Harlem, New York. So this is where you get the Harlem Hellfighters.
Hey, is anybody speaking?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Kwame, are you speaking, bro?
Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes. All right, he's
I can't
speaking.
hear anything.
yeah, so they're speaking about the land. Yes, the land was gifted to the diaspora. Unfortunately, African Americans did not want to migrate to Ethiopia. Haile Selassie came to Jamaica
Jamaica. Yeah, I
April
remember seeing
21st,
that.
1966. And
Mhm.
he visited the Rasta community there, and he granted them land in Ethiopia and Shashamani particularly. And as far as doing with the land, this guy is a liar. They created their own compound and they bring in millions of tourism yearly. Nobody from Oromo is bringing no money to the economy. It's the Rastafarians is bringing white people from abroad, black people from abroad, and everybody in between to go to Ethiopia to visit the different compounds that set up in Shashamane. And they have been repeatedly attacked by the Oromo people because the Oromo people feel like that's their land, and Haile Selassie no longer here and they want to take back the land. So for this guy to get up here and lie and talk about, oh, they don't contribute anything. You go to Shashamani today, they're selling Jamaican merches. They're selling Rastafarian merches just to attract people to come to Shashamani. So we are definitely contribute to the economy. Nobody's visiting there to go visit no Oromo tribe. And I land my plane there.
So
But
Kwame is
yeah, Kwame.
Jamaican. Kwame, are you Jamaican?
Yeah, he's Jamaican. That's why he speak like
Or
that.
he's Jamaican American?
He's Jamaican. Yeah, he's Jamaican American. He think he's the FBA, but he all over the place though.
He's
He
more
think he's
like
the
FBA
FBA.
to me,
FBA
but
is a French group.
But but
Everybody
but
that's an African
but
American
Kwame,
ain't an
but
FBA.
Kwame, don't you think they did the Black Americans dirty since they fought in the actual war, so that land was owed to them.
Yeah, I believe they should have got the land. Unfortunately, they did not want to migrate to Ethiopia. You
Oh,
couldn't even pay people to go. He couldn't even pay people to migrate to Ethiopia. The Jamaicans, the Trinidadians, and the people that subscribe to Rastafarian are the people that got up and put their money together to migrate to Ethiopia.
But
The
now they
okay.
want to
African
go to
Americans,
Ethiopia and get the
the
girls,
African
right?
Americans of Harlem that was living in Harlem at the
Oh,
time in the midst of Harlem Renaissance. You
yeah.
think they was going to migrate to Ethiopia? Are you no? They had no interest to go there. It
But now
was
they want to
it.
flock over there. But now they flocking over there
Yeah,
like
they didn't
roaches.
want to.
No one going there.
Coffee. Your people didn't want to give up the cheeseburgers, man.
No, they didn't. We was selling heroin, and we had banks. Look, man, how are we supposed to go there and be surrounded by a bunch of people that don't speak our language? That's the hardest thing to do, and it's hard to leave your family.
I mean, but
So
the Jamaicans went.
so why
yeah,
you gotta
because they
always
were
drag
going.
it? You can go
They didn't
big
like
Oh,
African.
Jamaica. And imagine being on that small ass island. Come on,
what
that's
do you mean?
crazy.
Jamaica's a very nice island.
It's really small. It's to
Cam, are
trap
you there?
slaves. It was there to trap slaves. Go on.
Cam,
Nah,
are you there?
you see, the problem is the blacks are not pioneers. That they're not builder. The Jamaicans are builder. That's why they went over there and build. They're not scared of building new stuff. That's how they went over there.
All right. Cam, are you there?
He's
Looks like
gone.
Cam is sleeping.
He's gone
Okay,
back
let's
to
go.
Syria.
Okay, so Mike, what do you make of what Ja was saying that they came to Nigeria to try to get a spot there?
Who's
They
trying to
didn't
get a
find.
spot in
They
Nigeria?
had a treaty. It still exists to this
A
day.
lot of no, in the past, a lot of people from the diaspora came, particularly Brazilians. A lot of
Mhm.
FBA came too. So few FBAs came. There was some FBA. I don't know how much. From all over the America, slaves during that time they came, and the Yorubas and the Ijaws were the one that accepted them. Where the other ones, the other tribes, really, because the Yorubas are people that believe that everybody migrated from Ilefe, so they kind of accepted them. But we kind of put them in their place. We didn't allow them to, some of them were trying to do this arrogant thing that Kwame come here with, trying to think that they know better. So we kind of put it, because we are people that, trust me, we have philosophies that's so deep, and we are people that have existed for thousands. We have history that goes back thousands
Bruh,
of years. So
England came there
people
and
like you and
made a
Gala
country
talk.
for you.
Hold on, we have to
England came
shut the
to
hell up.
Yoruba land
We
and made you
civilize them.
assimilate with
Hold
the
on, hold
Hausa and
on.
the Fulani and the Igbo. You had no
So
choice but to
What?
assimilate with the Igbo
what does that
and the
got to do with you,
Fulani.
man? Talk about what we're
Assimilate.
talking
What
about,
is this
sir.
guy talking? We have to
The
assimilate
white
what?
man came to Igbo land, to Yoruba land, and say, "You fucking Igbos, you better coexist with these Hausa and the Igbos. You fucking up our
No,
money.
I don't know
You
what.
better assimilate. This the new country. We gonna name it Negroland."
Okay,
And y'all accepted it.
okay,
Y'all accepted
okay,
Nigeria
cool.
just
Okay,
like
What does
Nigeria
that got to do
okay.
accepted
So
with
what does that have to do with
talking
Niger.
you
about,
You
then?
sir?
accepted that. Just like
That's
you
Well,
accepted Negro, just like you accepted just like your ancestors accepted Negro land and all them other derogatory terms that they refer to your land. So
oh, I get it now. So you're trying to come
you
and do the
so
same thing the white man did, right?
don't tell us you
Hold
fight
on,
it. You
Kwame.
accepted it and
Kwame.
you
Kwame.
bow down
Afrikaans.
to it.
You see the
Hold on,
mentality
Kwame.
of these
Let me
guys?
ask you this. Kwame, let me ask you this. Like Kwame, you said something interesting. Uh, you have a harsh tone for the Oromo, but you said you're Pan-African. Is it possible, because Haile Selassie, he's considered a brutal dictator? Is it possible he actually, took that land from those Oromo people, displaced them, and gave it away? Have you ever thought about that?
Nah, they wasn't doing shit with the land.
No.
And he
What
was
I'm
the rule
asking,
and he
is it because he was fighting these people? You gotta remember.
yeah,
So
but
he's
Let
a
me
Afrodamas,
even.
Pan-African.
I'm sorry. Let me get my thought
Ethiopia is not
across
a
with it
republic. It was a
before you
kingdom.
guys go back to
It wasn't a
your rules thing.
republic. It
Uh,
wasn't a democratically elected nation. It was a kingdom, meaning
Yeah,
that
but those people, that's because
They don't have
Africa,
nowhere else
every
to go.
tribe, they have their own territories. Like, for example, if you go to Gambia, right, you can go to like my village, like everybody there in my, in that village is from my tribe from thousands of years ago, right? They still live
right.
there. So, like if you like displace us, even years later, our fight would still continue.
So you want the Oromo to do what they did to the African American brother in your country when they
No,
just
I'm
took his land?
asking. No, I'm
No,
asking you, like, because they displaced these people from
Right.
their land. So where are they supposed to go? Because that means they would have to go into another tribe's territory. Like,
No, they
the
still in
Rasta guy.
Shashamane.
Hold on. The Rasta guy you speak of, he's an individual. Like, even the Alcalo there, he didn't take that land
Damas, I
from
can answer
somebody.
that.
He gave it to him. Like,
I can answer
they
that.
gave it to him. So
My
that's why
grandmother,
I
she's a
feel like it
Romo.
was wrong. Okay.
My grandmother, and my mother, they're a Romo. I can answer that. Let me tell you something. That
I ain't
land,
even do nothing. I'm sitting here
that
quiet,
land.
brother.
One second,
I
bro.
was trying to
That
get you to
land,
speak. I didn't hear you.
Oh,
Damas,
I didn't hear you. I apologize.
Afrikaans, I thought I was
Damas.
speaking, man. How did you run away from me,
Okay,
man?
let the guy finish, man. The guy that was
No, I
talking
didn't
was
hear
Hold
asking.
Answer your
Epidemics
question.
address me. Go
on
ahead, Epidemics.
one second. Let's allow Hara was saying some
Yes,
mic, and they would come to then Cam.
that land originally belongs to Oromos, and Oromos see it as a grave insult to their dignity and honor that Haile Selassie, who isn't even an Oromo man, gave away their land. That has been originally theirs, even from the
Man, it
14th
was a
century.
kingdom. He was the ruling king.
Well, that's not. We
See,
don't do
Kwame,
You
that's what
your
we're
law.
your
talking about.
tribe was a part of his
Hold
kingdom.
on,
He wasn't a
hold on.
part of your kingdom.
Hold on, Kwame. That's what we're talking about. You don't understand the African dynamics. That's what he's explaining. Like, every tribe, they have their area, their region.
Bro, Afrodamas, it was a kingdom. It wasn't a republic.
Okay, Kwame,
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
how would you
Yeah, it's
feel
a
Yeah.
kingdom. It's a
if they pick
nation.
a tribe
God,
from Africa and
nuts.
take it to Jamaica and took land from you?
That, by the
How would
way,
you feel
that
about
doesn't
that?
make it right, guys. That doesn't make it right. And the Oromos today are eliminating these Rasta men. Like Oromo, have you seen Oromo soldiers, bro? They're too based.
I think what the
A
Oromo needs to
random
do.
Rasta man can't handle that smoke.
Aren't
An
aren't they
Oromo
half
man will
like
bum rush you
Ethiopia?
guys. No, just one second. And the average an OLF fighter, you know, that's the Oromo organization. They're paramilitary troops. And the Jamaicans don't have anything like that. I mean, I'm talking about the Jamaicans in Ethiopia have nothing close to that.
Isn't Abi a
These guys,
Oromo guy? Abi isn't a Oromo guy, the
OLF,
president?
yeah, he is. But look, OLF. I'm telling you guys, it's them guys. Look it up. Go on Google and just look up OLF and members, and you'll see long-haired Oromo individuals who look like lions and warriors. So, to be honest, Jamaicans can't handle that smoke. Their land is
Okay,
gonna.
Hara, what do you think about what this Rasta priest said? He said during Haile Selassie time, there was no tribe called Oromo. They were Gala tribes, slaves who came from
Oh
Kenya.
my God, he's a hater. No, that's not true. That's not true. I'm Harari, but my mom, she's Oromo. But to be honest, that's an ignorant thing to say. But honestly, the Jamaicans are being displaced as we speak right now. The
How
land
can
is
they tell
officially
Jamaicans from Ethiopians? Like, how can they tell?
They look different,
Rasta.
man.
Jamaicans are West
Of course, they
Africans,
look
man.
different.
You guys don't
I'm
even
saying
know the difference.
Jamaicans are
after they
West
have
Like
sex with
African
your
influence.
after they have sex with your
Jamaicans
women, how
come
can
from
they
West
tell?
Africa. They look different from the East Africans.
Yes,
That's how
After
you
they
know.
had after they had
For
sex with the
example,
women,
Kwame,
how can they
sorry,
tell?
let me tell you, what's his name? Let me tell you the difference. The one that came back to West Africa, just like African was asking me, the ones that came back to Nigeria, they came from diaspora, because they were originally from West Africa. So when they came to Nigeria, they easily melted. So we didn't see them as different because they kind of looked like us when they came back. So the ultimatum we gave them was, you have to learn the Yoruba language, you have to learn the Yoruba culture, and adopt Yoruba names, at least first names or
How
last
you
names,
gonna give us
and
ultimatum when you
become
adopted
Yoruba.
European
Hold on,
culture?
calm down. Let me land.
What the
Become
hell you
Yoruba.
talking
So they
about? We
all
gotta
Let man
became.
land, man. Come on, man.
No,
You
let me
I can't
land, man.
talk like
I'm
man all
being
the time,
emotional,
man.
man. They all became Yoruba. So in Nigeria today, we don't have that problem of some people that came from somewhere, because they've all melted in. They're all Yorubas today. All those Brazilians and the FBA that came back and all those people, they all became Yoruba people in Nigeria. So we don't even know the difference. Some of them kept their names. That's how we know that. Hey, you see some of their name Gomez, like Portuguese names, some name, Williams and things like that. But majority of them, have changed their names to Yoruba names, and so that's the difference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have the same people in
When
Freetown
when
too.
the British
Yeah,
brought
Freetown,
when the British
the
brought
Creole.
Yoruba sharecroppers
Yeah,
to
the Creole
You're
Jamaica,
people.
not British,
we didn't
man. You're
tell them
not British. Stop
they
speaking for the
had to
British.
assimilate into Jamaican
Speak for
culture.
yourself, man.
We let the Yoruba people do what they do. They got their own land in Jamaica right now. They've been there for nearly since the 1800s. So
I think
what makes
Yoruba
you
in
think?
Jamaica.
I think
Yes,
the problem with Kwame is the problem with Kwame. He think Western blacks are better than African blacks. That's
That's
his
what he
problem.
think exactly. That's the
Yeah.
mentality him and
Oh, Kwame,
Kwame. Do you know I used to trying to do this Pan
Kwame,
African
any
thing?
on the ear, any on the ear.
Do you
One
know?
second,
Do you know
Aphrodite. Let me
why
ask you a
I
question.
had
Let
to
me
hop
ask
out
you
of
a
the
serious
class?
question,
But
Aphrodite. You a
what?
man, that been in the West for some years, right? You've been in America for some years.
Right.
You claim, America is heaven. That's what you claim.
The greatest country on this side of heaven. Yes.
Right, right. So you don't
Due
think,
to the white man.
you're a little bit more advanced than the average Gambian in
No,
No,
Gambia right now?
you may
no.
know
Keep it
something that
100. You
the
keep it 100.
average Gambia
You
don't
don't
know,
always
sir.
agree with me, but
And
just keep
do
it
you see
100.
my screen,
Listen,
Afrodamus?
Kwame, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Africanus, can I
Yo,
say
what's
something real
going
quick?
on? It's messed up. Do you see anything, guys?
Kwame,
You're sharing something, but you got a lot of.
Oh, Kwame,
What's
any on the
going
ear, any
on?
on the ear.
Kwame, a average Nigerian,
Okay,
average
yeah, I'm gonna
Yoruba,
show you
a
guys. Okay, do
average.
you see anything now?
Hey,
Now,
Kwame, you need to understand something. This
You're
I'm
Western
typing
blacks
typing. Do you
something.
see
mentality you
the way
have.
I'm typing? Look at OLF soldiers. Do you see anything right now?
Not yet.
Hey,
Okay.
Kwame, a average Nigerian is superior to you in
Okay.
intelligence.
I
Do you
see.
see
So
anything
this
now?
this
Okay. Yes.
mentality
Images.
that you're from West.
Yes.
Do you guys see anything?
Yes.
yeah, we
See,
see that.
Do you
This
see
is
the
who you
OLF
have to go
soldiers?
against. Yeah, Kwame, this is who you're
So
gonna
You
go
look
think
at
against.
this. This is like the
you
average
think we
OLF
won't go
soldier.
in there and
Do
eliminate
you
the
see that?
Oromos? You see what we
No,
100%.
you
no, you
see
talking
what
about your people, sir. You talking about your people.
Aphrodite, you see what my
Do you see
people
this?
do to
Does anybody
Somalians
see this?
in UK and Toronto? You think we scared of some
Look at.
some
You're talking
skinny
about some street gang
Ethiopians?
rubbish, man. We're talking about real war, real army. They
These
would
people are
travel
young.
slave.
They got
Look at
man. This is the soldiers.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jamaica
Man,
never fought a
Selassie
war
had to
anyway,
run.
so
He had to
they don't
run
even know how to
from.
fight.
He had
Come
to
on,
run
man.
from the Italians. You think we
So
scared?
I did you guys see
Bro,
this? Are you looking?
my ancestors with no guns, no formal army
Look at that.
defeated
These
the
are the
British
soldiers. This is
army.
how they look like.
When?
These guys would bum
When was
rush
that?
any
What you
Jamaican.
mean when? When
I'm
was
sorry
that?
to
You
say, but
better
these
look up
guys
the
would bum
treaties.
rush.
You lying ass Kwame. You haven't defeated nobody, man. Come on, man. Shut up.
Kwame, do you know the Jamaican head of state today is the King of England? Do you know that?
Look at that, bro.
Bro,
These
You
guys
think
would
I'm
the
lying?
Maroons
come
that
on
was
at any
barefooted
any black
ex-slaves that
Jamaican.
ran
They'll
away
bum
from
rush you guys. Look at
plantations
this, bro.
defeated the
These
British
are real
army
soldiers.
Yeah, I just like to
and made.
exaggerate things, man. Come on, they
What
didn't
you
defeat
mean I'm
nobody, man.
exaggerating?
They ran
You
away.
could type in
You already said they ran
the.
away. They didn't defeat
So
nobody.
Kwame, how come
So
the Queen of England is still the head of state?
Okay, that's it. I'm gonna stop sharing my
Okay, yeah,
screen.
thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
guys,
yeah,
let's
Thank
allow
you.
Cam to give his 2 cents on what
yeah.
he's hearing.
Let's allow the Syrian guy to talk.
I didn't hear what the question was, Alpha
No,
What's the question?
no, he was talking about the land that over there in Ethiopia. I mean, like Black Americans were there. They fought in the war. It was promised to them, but they didn't
They
want
gave
the
it to them.
land.
They didn't go.
They didn't go, so the Jamaicans took it. What do you make of that?
Nothing. I think that's a good example of African and Black American cohesion.
Oh, okay. You don't think they should be kicked out?
The African American, you mean the Jamaicans or the Black Americans that are there now?
Oh, the
Jamaica.
Jamaicans, because the Ethiopian guy is saying they're gonna kick them out.
No, why would they be kicked out if the land was given to them? They own the land. Only the government could do that.
Haram man, you hear that?
Yeah, Romo don't got no power. You niggas.
But the
Kwame, why
president
do
is
you
a
like to
Romo.
egg people on, man?
No, I'm just saying. It's
What's
never
wrong
been
with
no
you?
Oromo. It never
But
been no Oromo
Man,
king or no
Kwame, they got more power than you because
Aksum.
the
Aksum
president is a Romo, man.
is a Abyssinian empire,
Kwame,
not no
Kwame,
Oromo empire. I'm
stop,
sorry.
stop egging him on. And those
Nah, I'm
people,
just keeping it 100.
those people live in Shashamani, not you. Stop egging these people
Yeah,
on.
but
At
he's
the end of
talking
the day.
about they gonna limit. Like, bruh, I'm gonna just keep it real, man. If the violence continue, bro, trust me, it will be a lot of Jamaicans going to Ethiopia to put belt to ass.
How are they
And
gonna get there, though? How are they gonna
and
get there? How they gonna get to
and
the airport,
and
sir?
as you can see, the
Kwame,
brother
how you gonna
stores
get visa
one.
to get over? I mean,
As you can see, what the brother
How they
stores
gonna
one
get there,
said,
Kwame? How they
the
gonna get
maroon
there? By
gorillas were
plane?
formidable. Like I said, something that Nigeria didn't do. My ancestors that was slaves in Jamaica that had no guns, no formal army, defeated the British army and forced them to sign a treaty to recognize their sovereign land.
Kwame is just like this FBA.
the,
They like
the
to
guy's an
spike their own.
NBA man. He's just making Jamaican look bad, man. It's just the Jamaicans don't talk
You
like
act
this,
They
like
man.
just like to lie to
I'm not
themselves,
making
anybody.
I'm not
Hey,
making nothing
Kwame,
up.
you're
That's the
an FBA
truth.
man. Come on, your entire
He just like to
dialect,
talk
everything
shit,
is
man.
completely
Hold on,
FBA.
hold on, Kwame. Let me ask you this, Kwame. If those Jamaicans were such fighters, right? Why did they bring? Why did Haile Selassie bring the FBAs instead to fight
Instead
for
of
them to win
Jamaican.
the? Yeah,
But because he went to Harlem, he didn't
I
go to
forgot, this
Jamaica
guy's not
first.
Jamaican, man. He's just coming here to disguise as Jamaican.
The same
He's so
reason that the
he's so
South
embarrassing.
Americans, the same reason that the South Americans and the Americans in the Civil War used Haitians. They know
And
who the
see,
real
I don't
warriors
even
are,
like
brother.
Afrodamas. I don't even like to kick in Africans back because as you can see, I always
Look,
kick the
man. Look,
FBA
man.
No,
You're
back.
not
So
tall.
talking
You're
shit
not tall
online is
enough
not
to kick
kicking back,
Africans,
man.
man. Kwame, you're not tall
Kwame,
enough to kick
you got an
Africans. So no
FBA in the
way.
channel talk about Kwame. I see you found a new friend because I'm known for kicking FBA backs in. But
talking trash
as
online
I've
is
been
not kicking
engaging
ass.
with your channel,
Kwame,
I
you're not
see
tall
now I
enough
gotta
to kick
kick
nobody in the
African
back.
backs in too.
Kwame,
I gotta kick the
roasting is
African
not kicking
backs
no
in
Yeah,
ass,
too.
man.
the
Roasting is
Africans
just
are more dangerous than the FBA, and that's because to me that the FBA aren't in Africa pushing this narrative. There are active Africans on FBA territory pushing this narrative. These niggas is dangerous.
um,
Why you keep
Cam,
using the N
Cam,
word,
have
man?
you
You are
Cam,
Arab,
Cam,
man.
Cam, have you been?
Hold on.
Hold on,
Let's address one minute. I'm sorry, Afrodamas.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
By African
Yo,
standards.
Cam, you couldn't pay these Africans to live in
hold on,
Africa.
hold on,
Exactly, but
Cam.
hold on. By
You
African
couldn't pay these
standards,
niggas to live in
I know
Africa.
I could. By African standards,
Kwame, are
though,
you
am
in
I not what
Jamaica?
my father is? by Africans. So
No,
why
you're
should
not African, though. You're not
hold
African,
on, if
sir.
a white man was up here telling what you want to hear, you'd be embracing that
You're a
white
white
man.
man, though. You're a white man, but we still listen to
Because
you. You're white.
because a white colored man is up here defeating the narrative that you're pushing, now all of a sudden I'm an
No,
Arab.
you
You
still a
niggas
white
is
man, though. Come
sellouts.
on, man. Come on.
You
You are Arab,
niggas is
man. Come on.
sellouts. You're a
Don't
sellout, nigga.
deny your heritage, man. Come on, man.
And am
Don't
I not
cosplay
what my
Africa. Don't
father
cosplay
is?
being African, man.
Am
Come
I
on, man.
not what my
Go be
father
an
is?
FBA. You're an
Am I
FBA, man. Don't
not what my
cosplay being
father
African,
is?
man.
Am
No,
I
you're
not
not
what my
in Africa.
father
You're
is?
not.
Yo,
You
yo, Mike
look white,
Ola,
man.
yo, Cam, Mike Olawale answered the question. He said if he had a baby with a white woman, his kids would be Yoruba. End of discussion. I
That's
don't want to
it.
hear nothing else.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't want
he's
to
an
hear nothing
FBA. He's an
else.
FBA then. He's
I don't
FBA
want
then
to hear
because
nothing
his
else from
dad is
some
FBA, right?
tribal African no more.
Okay,
But
well,
it
Mike
doesn't mean the kid
Olawale
is not.
said,
you know what?
if he
In
had a
Africa, you
baby,
gotta have a tribe to be African. You gotta have a tribe in
look,
Africa to be African. He does
Afrodamus,
have a tribe. He's
Afrodamus.
black. He's black. So he's
Mike
FBA.
Olawale ended the discussion. He said if
No,
he
I
He's
didn't.
had,
Hold
FBA.
on.
he said if he
Cam,
Kwame,
had
what's your
mulatto
tribe?
can
What's
I?
your
kids, they're
tribe?
Yoruba.
Cam, can you name
The
me your
kid.
tribe? Can you name a tribe that you belong to in Africa, sir? Can you name a tribe?
Kwame.
Oh
If I have
man,
a kid,
now we got a
Kwame,
hungry
can I ask
Somalian
like,
up
can you
here.
stop
Oh
it,
my
man?
god.
Are you afraid of my response or what? Calm down.
Now go ahead,
If
Michael
I have
Olawale.
a kid, with a European, the kid is half European, half Yoruba. That's it.
You're lying.
So it's not just,
They're
it's
Yoruba.
not black. The
They're
kid is not
Yoruba.
black.
It's
But the
not black.
kid is
It's
Kanola
not
Afro
got
black.
kids
or whatever.
in
The
whatever
kid
tribe
is
he
not
is.
black.
Yeah,
It's
they
half
switch up.
Yoruba, half European.
They
That's what it
switch up
is.
the narrative. They switch up the
Kwame,
decisions
you're
on the
not black.
narrative
I
that
You're
you
don't
not
switch
African, man. You
anything.
black.
No,
You FBA.
They switch up
listen.
the
I'm
decisions
not.
on with the
I'm an
narrative
In
that you
my
African
want.
tribe,
Jamaican. That's what I
You will
am.
never be
because
African, Kwame. You never be African, sir,
I'm an
because you don't
I'm
have
an
a tribe.
African.
In order for you to
When I
belong to
do a
Africa, you have to have
DNA
a tribe in
test,
Africa. Isn't that
Guys, one mic. One mic.
Abdamos, isn't that the standard in Africa? You have to have a tribe in order for you to be African.
Correct.
Thank
Correct.
you.
Afrodamus.
You don't
Wait,
have
wait,
a tribe, so you
Afrodamus.
out here causing out African tribes. You don't want
Hold on,
Africa to have a tribe.
Afrodamus.
Yeah.
that's why he wants
Afrodamus.
to get rid of our tribes, you know.
Hold on. Let me
Yeah,
just
you don't have a tribe, so
Afrodamus.
you're not African, sir.
Afrodamus.
Yeah.
You know, we're in the West. We're civilized,
What do you mean?
you know.
Hold on. Let him ask. Let him ask. Go ahead.
Civilized by the
When
white
I
man.
in a scientific world, when I do a DNA test, you know, they have two terms. They have African, then they have non-African. If I do a DNA test and my haplogroup is E1B1A and I'm 90% West African descent, what in the scientific world, what would they call me?
West Africa from what country, sir? What country and what tribe?
Exactly. What
That's what
tribe
we're
are you?
looking for.
Yeah.
See, y'all tribal bronze age. I'm not talking the
Of
tribal
course we
bronze age
tribal,
You have
man.
to
Come on,
have
man. You don't have a
a
tribe in
tribal
Africa,
I'm
so you're
nation.
not
If you're not
talking
African,
from a
to
sir.
tribe,
Hold on. Because Kwame, the reason is you cannot go to any of these countries and just say I'm black. Everybody is black.
Wait. So
you have to have a
Benin.
tribe, man. You have to have a nation.
Wait. So Benin, and a couple other countries, they require you to do a DNA test to see if
Right.
you're African.
Yes.
They don't. They
Hold
don't
on.
base it. They don't base it on a tribe. They don't
No,
base it on.
I
They
get
base
that.
it on if
Hold
you're
on.
African or not.
Hold on. You know, some of those DNAs, like you've seen people who they've done it. I've seen them online, even like on Dinah show, they would say, like narrow it to certain area and certain tribe. So you heard like what Mike said. When these people came, they didn't just go and exist and say they are black because they no longer have that identity.
They have to go
So
to
they have
orientation.
to suck them into Yoruba tribe. You learn, you change the name.
We have to put it to orientation. We have to reorientate their mind. We have to get
I
rid of
did
the
my
slave men.
I did
Hold
my
on, Kwame.
African
We have to
ancestry.
remove
I'm
their slave
particularly.
mentality. We have to take them, civilize them again, and
Mike,
teach them how
Hold
to
on,
be.
Afrodamus.
You see
I
why
did
these
my
people got
DNA
problem when they
test
went to
already.
Liberia? You see why they
I
had
did my
problem when they
DNA
went to
test
Liberia,
already.
right?
I'm
Because they
particularly
look down on tribes, you know what I mean?
Ashanti and Akan. That's my tribe. That's my
You
tribe.
gotta go learn how to be an
Wait,
Akan before you can become Akan again.
wait. How can you be
Kwame,
Ashanti
you're
and
some
Akan?
brother.
Isn't
Respectfully, it was
isn't
Kwame.
Akan?
Respectfully,
Ashanti is a Akan tribe. That's what I
but
meant.
Yes.
Kwame, you're
Okay.
letting them bait. You're letting them bait you into their tribalism. Remember the video I dropped earlier? You're letting
Yeah,
them bait you
Who is
into
the
their
you're
Syrian
right.
guy
tribalism.
talking
You're
to,
right.
man?
You're
Don't
right.
What's
let
You're
them
Syria?
right.
do that,
What's
brother.
your DNA, sir?
You're right.
Where you come from? What's your tribe in Syria, sir? Professor, what's your tribe in Syria? Because I know Syrians, they have tribes over there too. What's your tribe?
Hey, Afrodamus.
Yes.
Someone made a comment a while back and said, that land it doesn't belong to Oromos, but Oromos Abiy Ahmed
Yeah,
is an
Kwame
Oromo.
said it.
Abiy Ahmed himself is an Oromo man. Abiy Ahmed.
Oh,
The president.
the prime minister.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the prime minister is a Oromo man himself.
Okay.
If you guys haven't heard lately, and this has been going on since he first came
Bro,
into power.
Oromo is
Since
irrelevant, bro. We
calm
don't
down,
want to
calm
hear
down.
about no Oromo. It's
Hold on,
Let him
irrelevant.
man
Kwame.
finish, sir.
Hold on,
Since
Kwame.
he came to power, Shashameh has been slowly but surely returning to its rightful owners, the Oromos, and he's been giving away their land. He's been displacing them using the ENDF. He's been displacing these NP folks in Shashameh. It's crazy how that's happening, but it's
Bro,
been
you're a
going on
liar.
since
You're a
then.
liar.
Yes,
Hold on,
you guys
Kwame.
are
Hold on,
losing.
Kwame.
I can show you an article. They're complaining. The Jamaican Rastafarians there are complaining about Abiy Ahmed. They hate him because he's been giving away their land and to
He
their
give it back
rightful
to his
owners.
people since
Yeah,
Kwame said he's not important. So I'll give it back
exactly.
I
too.
think
So
those
Nobody wants to
Jamaicans are
get
West
caught up
African.
in.
Nobody
Nobody
would go.
wants to get caught up in that dumbass tribalism.
Okay, hold on,
That's y'all.
But Cam,
But
let me ask you this. So
go
Cam,
ahead, brother.
the identity that to be black, right? These were Africans who they removed their real identity out of them, and the black thing is given to them. So what you are saying is you are insulting people's real identity. You say we have our own language, our
They
own
want us to
culture,
lose our
our own
identity and
everything.
meet up with them.
So you are saying we should not be proud of who we
I'll
truly
try.
are, like, because this like it's like telling a Chinese it's dumb to be a Chinese.
It's telling
Okay,
in French. It's like
So
telling
where did
okay.
Yoruba
Americans.
Kingdom?
May I respond,
Where these
Afrodamus?
ethnic
I have
May
a
I
question. I have
respond
a
with some
question for the
logical
Arab guy. I
steps?
have a question for him
Please.
since he's from
Hold on, let
Syria.
him
All right,
ask.
let me
Okay.
address.
Afrodamus, there's
Let
no
me
more
ask
ethnic
you
kingdoms.
exactly. Let
They're
me ask
there.
you.
They're still there. This guy doesn't know shit
Let,
about Africa. The
let
kingdoms
me
are still
ask
there,
you
Kwame.
this.
Hold on,
Afrodamus, they
guys.
won't let
Hold
me
on.
talk, brother.
Go ahead. Ask your question.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
let me say this first to IAS and everyone else real quick, because this shows you that you guys like really lack a real sensical grip on reality. Assyrians were persecuted by Muslims. They're Persian people that are Semitic by nature, but you're calling me Arab. So there goes your disconnect from reality.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Okay,
I have a question for
okay,
him,
okay,
Afrodamus.
hold on.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now hold on. Now let me address what you said, Afrodamus. I don't want you to lose your nationality, but if
No,
you're
not
claiming,
nationality. Not
I'm sorry,
nationality is different from tribe.
your
Yes.
identity. Okay, but do you see how that is an oxymoron with what you're saying about African nationalism? You're already
How
losing your identity if you're
No, that's
claiming
unity. No, we're talking
African
about
nationalism.
unity.
Yo, Cam,
No,
yo, Cam, you just
African
no,
wasn't
come
even
wise,
on
say
yo.
that.
now.
Cam,
It
you
wasn't
wise,
African
yo.
that said that. It was Didi that
Yo,
said that.
Cam,
I
yo,
cooked
Cam
them
just
right.
wise, yo.
I cooked them
It
right.
was
Afrodamus,
Didi
I got a
that said
question for the
African
Arab guy. I
nationality.
got
Yo,
a
you
question
cook, yo, Cam, you cook,
Cam.
you cook them.
hold on. Cam. What I'm saying is, right? So in Africa, for example, if you look at it, when slaves were brought here from Africa, they came from different tribes. They had their own identity.
With their own
So,
language.
so their own language, that language was beaten out of them. They were given this identity by somebody else. Okay, so what you are saying is dumb for me and all these people here to to
See how you identify.
to hold on to who we are. This is who we are. Like you just because you are national doesn't
Afrodamus.
mean it's like a white person, right? It doesn't mean like they're all European, but you got French, you got Englishmen, you got
Swedish.
Spanish.
Again,
One second.
okay,
Yeah,
again,
one second. I'm
again,
gonna
Hey,
go. I'm gonna
again.
go.
Afrodamus, what's the
I
official
see.
language of
Guys. One
Gambia?
second.
Kwame,
One
What's the
second.
official
One last
language
thing.
of
Yo,
Gambia?
I have to repeat myself because the
Someone
disconnect
in the
from
comments.
reality with these people is
1
serious.
second. God.
They
Yo,
can equate.
Cam,
They
you
can
can't
equate.
take people serious and their
Just one
I
official
second.
know.
language is
Afridamus, I
English.
think the
That,
problem is they see Africa through
hold
the
on.
lens of
They're
the movies that they
equating.
watch.
They're
Afrodamus comes from
equating.
Gambia and the
They're
official language of
they're
Gambia is
equating
English,
Semitic.
Yes.
not
You're
Okay.
Wolof.
hold on.
It's a,
They're
it's
equating They're
Oh
equating
God.
Semitic people that were persecuted by Muslims
Oh,
with
you
Arabs.
listen.
Okay.
And
Hold
then
on.
they're claiming
Kwame, the
that they
first
have
language
their,
of a
hold
Wolof
on,
person
they
is
won't even
Wolof.
let me finish
You know
that for
that?
dummies. Then they're claiming that they want different identities under the guise of African nationalism. These niggas
Who's
is
saying
No,
that? Who
no,
nuts,
no,
said
no,
bro.
that?
no,
Okay,
no, no,
Who
no.
said
Afro,
Who
that?
said that? Who said
Afro,
Who
that?
said that though?
Afrodamus,
Who
Yeah,
said
Afrodamus,
that?
these niggas is
Afrodamus. I'm
Yo,
gonna
Nobody
Kev,
ever said that
Kev,
today. I don't know
Kev,
where
Your
you get
mic
that.
just
Hold
working.
on,
Kev.
hold on,
They
hold
want
on.
to
Maybe
claim.
Didi.
bro.
I'm not sure if he did. Maybe
Guys,
it's not
Hold on,
real.
hold on,
Afrodamus.
yo, yo,
What's the
folks,
guys.
official
stop,
language
yo, stop
of
chipping out,
Gambia?
Kwame, and goddamn,
English.
stop chipping out here.
Okay, then. So,
One
so
second.
But it doesn't mean English is the
Hold
first
on, hold on,
language of
hold on,
every
Mike. Hold on,
ethnic.
So that
Mike,
whole
Mike,
Just one
Mike.
second.
that
I'm
whole
reading,
Mike.
bro.
identity is gone. Your
This.
official
Yo,
language
Kwa,
is
No, it's
Hold
not
English.
gone, you moron.
It's
on, hold
gone.
on,
Damn,
hold
you
on,
guys,
hold on,
you're daft,
hold
man.
on, guys. Hold on, guys. Guys, let me engage Kwame. Kwame, yes, the official language is English. Now next question. Let's engage here.
The whole my identity thing is gone because your official
No, that's
language is
not true.
English.
That's not true. I speak my language.
Why is
Hold on, hold on,
Wolof
hold
not the
on.
official language?
Why would it be? I can speak Wolof too.
Yeah, so why is your country that you claim is your ethnic,
Again, again, again. I'm saying
Why is Jamaica
again.
official
We
why is
language in
the
still
English?
white
hold
man
on,
language the
Kwame.
official
Kwame.
Yeah,
language in your country?
I need to report these
Look,
people for
look,
being
look. Hold on,
anti-Semitic.
Afrodamus,
hold on,
can you give me a second to explain
hold on,
something,
That's
hold
please?
on,
what I
hold on.
need to do. No bullshit.
You
It's a lot
speak
of
Afrodamus, can you
Wolof
give
as a
me a
anti-Semitism
second
going
language. It's
on.
not the official language of your
Hold on,
country.
hold on,
The
guys,
same
guys,
way with Nigeria, the official language.
guys. At least you you gotta respect the host. If I'm speaking, let me speak. You guys can keep interrupting me. What, I can't even talk on my own show. Like, what is this all about? This is what I have been saying from the get-go. The Pan-Africanism from Western perspective wouldn't work because you guys are fighting for an identity that was given to you by your own master. We are born this way. We have our own identity, our language, the original language. So, sure, English can be there, but we can speak our own language. Not everybody in Gambia speaks English. The majority they speak the local languages. People didn't lose, their language because their English is there. You can speak both. So it makes no difference. You just speak and learn English so you can use it internationally.
So
So that's
Afrodamus.
that's just what
I
it is.
agree with that,
It's the
Afrodamus. I
language
agree with
of
that.
it's the language of commerce. For
I
example,
Let
agree
me
I'm
with
over
that.
exactly,
here. I'm over
So
here. I'm speaking English with you guys, right?
you in the white man
exactly.
country.
Hold on. I'm
Oh
speaking
God.
English to you guys.
You in the white
But
man heaven.
of course, but
So what? So what's the problem?
I can also, so that's an advantage. I can also speak all the other various languages. It's not like because
Afrodamus,
hold
we
on.
speak Cromanti in Jamaica too.
Okay, but I'm just saying, the idea that when you try to say the identity that was given to a group of people by their master, you want to put that above people who are, truly the original person, the prototype, and saying the prototype is dumb. You are the one that is lost because you lost your true identity. Now you are this.
We still
Now,
speak African
now,
languages in
no,
Jamaica.
no. Here's the thing. All I'm
Do you,
saying
Kwame?
is, all I'm saying is just like, going to a Chinese person. There are Chinese here, right? Vietnamese in America, they speak English, but they speak their language too, just like me. I speak English, but I speak my language as well. It doesn't mean if you learn English, all of a sudden,
You lost your
you lost your language. No, the human brain can handle this.
So Afrodamus,
let me Kwame, let me
Afrodamus, let
explain
me ask you
further.
a question.
What?
What's the difference between us coming to, Africa with our Pan Africanism versus the white man and the white woman who set up Nigeria and set up the borders, gave y'all the official language of y'all countries?
Well, that's
Y'all
the
don't have
past.
a problem. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the
hold on,
official.
hold
You
on.
don't
You
have
are
a problem
talking.
with English
Hold
being the
on, hold
official
on,
Dude,
hold
language.
on.
Don, that's the past. We're talking about today. So we
Nigeria
should
don't
allow
have
you
a
to come in
problem
and do
with
I
the
have a
name
question. I have a question
Nigeria.
for Kwame. I have a
Kwame, we
question.
should allow you to come in and do the same. Is that what you're telling us?
Hold on. Let me
You
answer
see the
this.
difference between y'all?
Hold on, Mike.
We named Jamaica
Hold on,
Jamaica.
Kwame. Hold on, Kwame.
Guys, so
Bullshit.
Kwame. What you are saying is,
Africans are
hold on, Kwame. Again, this is why I say the Western black thinking doesn't work, because you guys are coming with inferiority complex to the white man, because you thinking that, that nation Nigeria, sure, it was set up that way, mapped by, white person, but those white people don't run Nigeria. Nigeria is run by the people of Nigeria.
Exactly.
They kick those white people out of there. So they are running it. They are running it.
Respond,
Can you guys allow me to say something real quick?
Hold
Okay,
on.
let
Hold
Mike
on.
go.
Just because they name it Nigeria or map it, that doesn't mean automatically, just it's like a one, the white people just, go like whoosh. And then now all of a sudden, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, these people don't
Yeah.
they still Ijaw, they all exist, they speak their language, their tradition. Not everybody in Nigeria even speaks English.
English,
This is what
exactly.
you
When
don't
people,
get it.
let me explain further to him. Kwame, this is what you need to understand. Nigeria, right, today is the country of different ethnic groups. Now, these ethnic groups, when they all agree that, okay, we accept this concept of Nigeria, right? Of course, they have to have we all can learn each other's language. We have so many languages, every ethnic have their own language. So we have to have one unifying language. Now, we come among ourselves, we have to pick a unifying language. We have to pick a language that will be more beneficial, where we can use in
And it's
Nigeria. Also, when we
international. You
also
can
leave Nigeria,
communicate. Yeah.
and exactly, and when we also leave
So
Nigeria,
you
we can
picked
also use it to our
a
advantage.
European language
So,
to
can you let me
communicate
land, dude?
with Africans. You
Can,
picked the
Okay. You
dude,
see the problem,
yes,
Kwame.
can you let
If I may say
can
something,
you let
Kwame
me
has
land?
a
Can you let me
security.
land? Maybe you
Okay,
will
go
get
ahead.
it.
Go
You
ahead.
make more
Sorry.
sense.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If we decide to pick Yoruba as the official language for all Nigerians to learn, right? Now, if if a Nigerian travels outside of Nigeria, how would they use it? How would they use it to communicate with the rest of the world? So we look among ourselves and say, okay, since we all have our own languages, which is our every individual first language in Nigeria is the ethnic language. If you go to Nigeria, ask a Yoruba person, what's your first language? You will say Yoruba. Your second language is English. You ask an Igbo person, what's your first language? It's Igbo. And the second language is English. The English is adopted as everyone's second language, but as a language where we all understand and can use to communicate among ourselves. And also,
Look,
let me
even
land. Let
in
me land. Let me
China,
land.
hold on, Mike, even China, right? Do you know majority of the English speakers in the world live in China?
Exactly. The
More
Chinese people
people,
are even
majority of the people in the world speak English. Is the language
English.
of
Y'all know,
commerce,
you guys know that's
and the
not what he's
reason,
trying to say, though.
and
You
the
guys
reason,
know that's not what he's trying to
let
say, though.
me just land my plane real quick.
Let me say this real quick.
Let me just land my plane. Let me land my plane.
Even where
Cam, I'm glad you paying attention.
even where
Let
Kwame
me
is
land
from,
my plane.
right? Let's talk about Jamaica for a minute.
Can you please?
Even where Kwame is from, right? They speak English. Don't they speak English? Is English your
No,
first language,
let me
Kwame?
even. Hold on, Kwame, go. Kwame, before you answer, let me land. Kwame. In 1960, when the British left, the Nigerian ethnic nations, they came together doing constitutional conference as way forward of how we, going to live together and everything. And that's when we asked ourselves, what should be our national language that we use to communicate among ourselves? We debated it. We even wanted to create a language, take our ethnic language, put it together, and create maybe one language. And
So
then
Mike, why y'all couldn't speak? Why y'all
can
couldn't
I
pick
land, dude?
Swahili? Why y'all couldn't pick?
Here we go.
Why would we
This
pick
Why y'all couldn't
Swahili
pick
when we
Swahili?
these guys so dumb, man?
Why y'all had to pick a European language? Why
See,
y'all couldn't pick
that's what I'm saying.
Swahili?
It's a waste of time talking to these Western blacks, man.
These
It's
guys
a
so
waste of
low
time.
IQ, man.
They don't know
If
what's
you really
going
let
on
me
in
land, you will
Africa.
see where I'm going. You wouldn't even let me
Go
land.
ahead. My fault, Mike. Go ahead, land your plane.
If you let me get across, I'm trying to tell you history what happened when those.
All right, let's allow Vanta. Let's allow Vanta to speak, please. Vanta, go ahead, Vanta. Please. I mean, it's too much yelling, guys. Please, let's maintain one mic. I mean, I get it
Afrodamus,
sometimes.
isn't this another nigga in Europe or somewhere? Whose interest? Hold on, Vanta. Whose
Why?
interest do you
Hold on.
work?
Why you? Hold on, guys. Please, just allow. let's
Can I
allow
ask him
one
before
mic.
he starts, though? Can I
Yo,
ask him
Cam,
before he starts?
and his people, they want to be Arabs.
Yeah,
That's what
he's funny as
Jeez,
hell. Hey,
guys,
Vanta, whose interest do you work in? Do you
his
work in
people
the
claim that
Somalian? Do you
his
work in
people
the
claim they come
Somalian
from
government
Saudi
interest?
Arabia, Yemen.
Yeah, this
okay.
nigga's
They want
funny.
to be Arabs.
All right,
Hey, just
guys,
answer me this, Vanta. Do you
guys.
work for the
Why you
Somalian
people can't
people's
control
interest?
themselves? Why you guys can't control yourself? Let the man
Guys,
speak.
I have
guys,
one question. He won't let me get.
guys,
But you
please,
gotta let someone that's already talking land is playing before you start cutting.
guys, what is
So Kwame,
going on here, guys? Please allow. I get it. You know, people get all triggered about stuff, but we want to hear what everyone is saying. But we can't do that if so many people are talking at the same time. Let's just take it one at a time. Is Vanta's turn? He's been
no,
quiet,
I
guys.
let me just line what I was saying.
Mike, just allow Vanta. He's new on stage. Let's
Oh,
allow
okay,
him.
that's fine.
Then we'll come back to you. Go ahead, Vanta.
And Mike, don't worry, I won't be long. I'll be quick. Afrodamus, salute to the panel. I just want to address what DG said earlier about regarding African nationalism. I think it caused a little bit of ruckus when people say, "Oh, that's an oxymoron. How can it be African and nationalist?" The whole point was like, there are 54 nations in Africa, and each nation wants to be nationalistic, solid, have their own, pride, but they want it without external, forces interfering with the progress of the nation. Like you can't force progressive, liberal, blah blah overseas from overseas. You have to start from fresh foundation and build up from the nation. So that was what DG was trying to say. Like every nation has the right to run itself. And Afrodamus, when I send the super chat about separation of Black and African,
oh yeah,
I think tonight has been proven that I think we're too divided at this point. We're too divided from the Western Black and the African nationals in Africa. Like it can't be one anymore. And this whole Pan Africanism is a Western concept. It's definitely from America. Definitely, it did not come from Africa. No way.
Right.
And I don't personally. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in Pan African because even Somalis themselves have their own internal conflicts. So how can we be Pan African when we can't be Pan within ourselves in a nation? So that was my point. And regarding the word tribe, like Afrodamus, did you know me and DG discovered we are relatives via tribe? Like me and him spoke to each other privately. We spoke about our tribal history, our family names, and somewhere along the line we found out we're uncle and nephew. Wait, I'm trying to break down why tribalism is important in Africa, because that's a signifier to know where you belong in. Like if I go to Somaliland tomorrow, they'll tell me, who's your father? Where's your father from? What's his tribe? Such and such. DNA test means nothing. I'm like, oh yeah, I did my 23andMe. I'm 99% Somali. They don't care. They're like, what's your father's name? And your grandfather, and so on and so on. That's a very important key when going to Africa and being acknowledged by a tribe and the nation. That's my point. And with that I yield, Afrodamus.
Okay, if I may add something,
Afrodamus, I think people trying to look. They asking for the link in the chat.
I think if I may add
Well,
something,
I'm about to close out. That's
Okay.
why. Yeah.
That's
awesome.
That's awesome.
You see what the man just said? Just like we in Africa, just like me in Sierra Leone, right? When I go to Sierra Leone, I know once they call my tribe, they know what region I came from, and from that region, I can once they ask my name, they can know where I'm from, what village my dad is from, my mom, or all that stuff. So it's very important for to have an African tribe. That's why Kwame doesn't want to have African tribe, because he knows he's not African. He's been in the West for too long. He want to bring that superiority complex that he's gained from the West to Africans, but Africans rejecting it. That's why he's mad now. He's going after African tribes.
Afrodamus, do you see how
Bruh, your country
disingenuous?
was set up by the British Empire. You got
It doesn't matter who set up. Who set up
Do you see
Jamaica,
how
sir?
disingenuous?
Who ran Jamaica? Who's the
do you
president?
see how disingenuous they are, though? He just said that someone would ask you who your father is, but yet they're calling me Arab. And another thing
You're on the Arab, sir.
hold on.
Arab.
And another thing I wanted to address is he also said that African nationalism is a group of Africans holding their nation state down. So why wouldn't it be called Somalian nationalism or Kenyan nationalism?
No,
are you stupid?
No, you
like
don't.
really? Are you
Real quick, if I may, I'll respond to that real quick. So Somali, and now there's Somaliland as well. Now it's split in two.
So
Now you got
wouldn't it be
Somaliland nationalism.
Somalian nationalism and
There is
Ethiopian
Somali national.
nationalism?
There is, yes, there is.
So why are you
Cam,
defining it
There is.
as African nationalism?
Cam, their
No.
borders were settled by the Italian and the British.
Right. But
So
but still,
who set up Jamaica?
They
Okay.
accepted
Kwame want to
they
talk about
accepted
trade, but he don't
they
know who set
accepted
up
the
Jamaica.
Europeans to rule over
Okay,
them and set up the borders.
hold on, guys. We're towards the end. Let's hear from Chosen Light.
I wanted to say I can see why Tariq Nasheed could sell such a good sell what he sells, because at least he sounds convincing. You niggas don't even sound convincing. You can't even keep up with the lies.
Cam, they confused.
You can't even keep up with the lies. At least what Tariq says, he keeps up with the bullshit. You niggas can't even keep up with your own lies, bro.
Cam, you know
why you have this Arab guy called this nigga over there? We don't take that.
Cam, you are ruining my stream.
I'm ruining. I'll go then. Thank you. I'll go.
No. What I'm saying, you've ruined the monetization of it completely. You know, you kept repeating this word over and over. You just, like
what word? What word ruins the monetization? I apologize.
The N word that you keep repeating. I mean, I get that you're getting worked up.
Oh no! If you told me that, I wouldn't have said it. I apologize. I didn't know that.
No, what I'm saying, I mean, this is a stream where you see it. I open this for everyone to come here and express their viewpoint. So I don't see why anyone should make it personal and just ruin it. Like, let's just interact. Everyone.
He didn't know Affadamas. He didn't know.
Yeah.
I really
let's allow, please, guys. Let's not do that.
Okay. You had the other guys saying the F-bomb consistently. You ain't saying
consistently.
Everybody said the F-bomb here. The only people that
Infinity.
How many times did he get dropped?
But he said it multiple times.
How many times did he get dropped when he said it?
Look at Atticus.
All I'm saying, he didn't know. He didn't know.
Kwame, are you his lawyer now?
Atticus, baby girl.
Okay, guys, let's.
Because this is not on for.
You guys are taking it like personal. Look, hold on, Chosen. I bring these topics so that people can interact. Like you guys take this way too personal. It's like we're in a. Oh, teacher, you did this. No, guys, I'm not on anyone's side. I'm just bringing a show so people can discuss these things. That's all. I mean, just give your viewpoint. Stop acting like I'm not here to favor anybody. That's why I opened the line.
You are hilarious.
Just come here and talk, That's all. Just talk. Go ahead.
Let's hear Honey Flower.
Okay. Hello. I'm going to try not to get on anyone's nerves here because I don't have a perspective that a lot of African men like because I don't choose sides. I just go based upon the reality. So let me be careful.
Just make sure you stick with the topic because last time you came here, you sound like you are like an angry lady that wanted to come and do the gender war thing. Hold on, this is not the channel for that. So no, the reason I saw you writing down there, the honest truth of it is, my channel is, like I don't argue with women or do that gender war thing. So you sounded like you have some issues with men. So if you're not sticking to the topic, you want to come and make it seem like you are insulting men, this is not the channel for that. So I'm giving you the opportunity. Just stick with the topic, and then we'll be good.
I am sticking with the topic. It's just
all right.
You got offended and you took it that
way. No, it's not offensive. All I'm saying is I have my own rules, and I operate according to how I am in real life. Like I don't put up with that kind of BS. Okay. So I'm not gonna put up with it up here too. There are channels though.
She want attention after that.
There are channels that do that, but like if you can always go to those places. And
FBS do a lot of gender war shows.
Yeah, they do a lot of gender wars. I'm not into that.
Yeah, she wanna come here abuse Africa, man. That's what she wanna do.
So just stick to the topic, and then we can.
Not that deep.
Let her make her point, Avidam.
Yeah, let her talk. Kwame. Just chill. Look.
Yeah, Kwame is be worked up, man. Come on.
Kwame, I don't get you, man. Kwame, I allow you to speak here, but you keep taking things so personal, dude.
Is
Like
IAS your
I'm
co-host?
Can
Like
I
he's
I'm
always
now?
parroting what
okay.
you're
That's
saying every
Go
not
time.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
I mean,
So
you
this is
guys need
my
some help.
this is my perspective, non-triggering. I'm gonna try to be soft with my words, but in terms of everything that I have seen the past few streams, I'm just gonna say how I feel, just on the outside looking in to all of this. So
Where's she from anyway? Where you
first
from?
and foremost, we should be thankful for African Americans for fighting for rights for us Africans to even be able to come to this country.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Well,
let's
no
She
IQ shit.
dumb.
yeah.
She didn't go watch with them.
Let's have Archer. Go ahead, Archer.
She want attention, man. She need a daddy, man. Come on, I can be your
Somebody
daddy.
Hold on.
call out boy
I
girlfriend.
think
Hey,
St. James came
Afrodamus.
first. Yeah.
Afrodamus.
Yeah.
Why you drop down the lady, man?
Why does it concern you? Do you want to
I
speak,
tell you, man.
or do
Yeah,
you want to
I
speak
just
or
want to
not?
say, man, like these shows. I hope the lady knows and other people on here know that these shows are not about solutions, right? They're about entertainment. Because if they
Respect.
were about solutions, there's nothing gender warish about what the lady who said when I listened to her in the past.
Are you
All
gonna
she
stick
said
to the are you gonna stick to the topic?
on the topic.
Wait, are you here
Yes, I'm gonna
to
talk about
stick?
the topic now.
All right.
I think she was making a great point. You threw her off for no
Look,
On the
reason,
look,
but that's
look.
my
topic.
opinion.
Kwame. Here's the thing.
Mm.
You guys, I don't know what it is, but you need to learn to be real men and stop being in your feelings so much. Don't take like this is an internet show.
Epidemic, the
Why do
African.
you guys hold on? Again, you see, you can't even control yourself.
Sorry,
Literally, like
I'm
I
it's
on
was
mute.
trying to get
I'm
some.
on mute.
That was me. That was me.
like here's the thing, guys. You, you guys are taking this way too serious. Like, just chill. I don't know any guys that act like this. Like for me, if I'm on a panel, if the host throws someone out, like I'm minding my own business. If somebody's talking about another guy and the guy is there, I'm minding my own business because that guy has a mouth and they would have the opportunity to respond. And I hope you guys can, exercise that as well. I'm not here to, don't think I'm not taking anyone's side. I just want you guys that are up here, you interact. Stop playing these games where it's like this little, playground stuff where one guy is talking and then this other guy is trying to second him or feeling like they're defending the guy. You don't need to
Like,
do that. You guys don't need to do that. I mean, I just don't get it. That just ruins the vibe. Allow the person to speak for themselves. Like you guys are acting like I'm taking advantage of someone or I call people names. That's not what I'm doing. I literally told this woman what this is about. To her, this is like a stupid little thing. She's got like daddy issues whatsoever. I'm not her daddy. I'm not her baby daddy or anything like that. So she don't need to bring that dumb stuff over here. I've told her that. Some of these people have, issues. Maybe she gets triggered. Like, I don't get it. Let's just stick with the topic and, have the edutainment. Then we go off and chill. But people are just bringing too much negative energy to this show. And that's not good. Let's
Okay,
allow
All
Afrodamus.
she say, Africans need
So
to be thankful.
Afrodamus, I started talking for a few seconds, and it's your show, so you
Yeah,
cut
go
me
ahead.
off.
Go ahead.
Okay, but I stayed and I listened. All right. So we're gonna see how long it takes for you to cut me off again. Right
There we
now,
go.
and I don't take it personal because I already know it's entertainment. So it doesn't bother me because I already know it. Because if two people are having a conversation and it's about a solution, then it's a different conversation. You know what I mean? So if you have the name of the show is True Pan
Man, get to the topic.
Africanism
Don't lecture
is
us. Get to the
only in
topic, sir.
Africa,
Get to the topic. That's what Roche is telling.
right?
Get to the
I'm gonna
topic.
deal with
Stop
the
lecturing
topic.
us.
That's not a true statement.
Oh my God.
It's not a true
Sorry,
statement.
say that again.
The title
Uh,
of the show, right? Real
yeah.
Pan Africanism is founded and practiced truly in Africa only. That
No.
is not a
No.
true
Is
statement.
that what the title says?
Prove to me that that's what I just read off the YouTube.
No. Look at the title. It says real Pan Africanism is for real Africans and can only be practiced amongst real Africans on the continent of Africa.
Okay, Real Pan is founded and practiced truly in what I'm reading
Yes.
from my YouTube is Real Pan Africanism is founded and practiced truly in Africa only.
Yes.
I'm saying that's not a true statement.
Okay.
I'm dealing with the topic.
Okay, go ahead.
And then you have people coming up and they're trying to
And
say
why is that not a true statement? Can you
because
elaborate?
one person says to begin with, the foundations of Pan-Africanism are
Mhm.
in the West.
Yeah,
It's
but
in the
what I'm
West.
saying is you left one. I said Africans don't need no Western like Western style Pan Africanism like the one you're about to talk about. That only applies to you guys here in the West. That does not, it's not gonna work in Africa. That's what I said.
And even that statement I would disagree with. And I'll tell you
Okay,
why I disagree with that
okay,
statement.
explain. Okay, yeah, go
I'll tell
ahead.
you why
I
I
mean,
disagree with that statement.
yeah, explain. Yeah.
Because you, as an African, right? An African that just moved from Africa, fresh from Africa, right?
No, I didn't just move here, but thank you, though.
When 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, I don't care. You know where you
No,
came from, wherever
it
over
takes
there.
it takes if somebody leaves for it takes 20 years for a generation, right? A
About 20,
generation.
25 years, yeah.
No, okay. So I've lived here longer than that. So I have not just fresh off. Oh,
okay, but the
yeah.
bottom line is you came to this society.
Well, don't make this about me.
No.
Tackle
I'm
what I
tackling
said.
the topic. Okay, let me
Tackle what I said. You making it too personal. Tackle what I said.
Okay, repeat what you said.
You said
Repeat what you said. Maybe I
you said you
misunderstood.
disagree. I said
I disagree.
Western Pan-African ideology that you guys have, will not work in Africa and it's not needed in Africa. That's what I said.
In a way, I agree with you on that in a way, right? Now, I don't agree that it cannot work. I'm not really a Pan-Africanist, right? I agree with the idea of it, right? In a lot of ways.
Okay,
but
how would it work?
As to if it will work, it's going to be difficult because even the guy from Somali, right? He talks about even divisions within Somalia.
No, but what
the
I'm
same
saying
country.
is you
And
tell
so that's
us.
why I would say it would be
Tell
difficult
us
to work.
how it would work. You said you agreed with me, but then you said it would work. So explain to me how.
For it
Give
to
us a
work,
solution.
right?
Hold on. Let him explain. Let him explain.
For it to work, right? It would require people to have certain freedoms, for one, right?
Like what? Don't be vague. Just lay it out.
Like a democratic system. We have to start with that. Something
Well, they
like
already
a democratic.
have that. Most of the countries are democratic already.
Okay, like a democratic system with education.
They already have that.
Good healthcare, good infrastructure, all these things that have to be in place. Because when I talk about Pan-Africanism, you see examples of, because the AU, in a sense, is kind of like a Pan-Africanist type of thing, right?
Yeah,
if
in Africa. In Africa,
right?
Yes, that's my point. So I want you to tell me.
If you look at
Avedama, what's the
NAACP,
sixth
right,
region
in America,
in the AU?
Hold on,
What's the sixth region?
Hold on. I want you to tell me. I'm not, like I'm not speaking about the vague organization. So you have this Pan-African ideology, like Marcus Garvey type stuff, right? So I want you to debunk what I am saying, explain to me how that's gonna work. You started talking about democracy, that it exists. How is that even how those Western Pan-Africanists, the Dr. Umars, you guys, how are you going to be able to come and implement your ideology, and how would it work? That's what I'm asking.
And that's what I'm saying. It's an idea. So that's the first thing we got to start with. It is an idea.
Well, it's been an idea for a while.
Right.
Now, tell us again.
Yes.
It's been an idea for a while now. So this idea, hold on. This idea should be fully mature by now, right?
No.
Because it's been around for a long time.
Ideas never mature. They
You
never
should sit around be
mature.
drinking idea, right?
Life
Okay,
never matures.
Ultra, you are dancing. Tell us.
I'm not dancing.
Because
If
we
you
have
can't
St. James,
understand,
he's got to speak.
You're not making point, man.
Go ahead. Make your point.
If you can't understand what I'm saying, that's on you.
Well, you're not saying anything.
All I'm saying, if you listen and try to understand where I'm coming from, just like I understand what you're saying.
Well,
I made a point. But I understand your points.
But did you see how? Hold on. You see what I said? I made a statement, and then I qualified it. Like I made it clear to you. So, but you are going. Hold on. You are meandering all over the place, right? You're talking about democracy and all this stuff. And I'm telling you, yeah, that's what they practice in these various countries already. So your ideology of that Pan-Africanism you bringing from America, how would you implement that? And how does that relate? How can Africans relate?
The first and foremost, Afridamus, I am not bringing the ideology from America. I am taking whatever works from wherever it comes from. It can come from Africa, it can come from America, it can come from anywhere, as long as it works. And all I'm saying is, it's an idea. And so
but something doesn't just work.
One second,
the Pan-Africanism is from let's say it's from America, right? It's from America.
No, I didn't say that. I said
no. Okay, no, but it is, right?
No, I didn't. Afridamus, you are
it's not
president.
It's not what you said. They ask me where is it from.
Picking a side, but you do pick sides. Your questions, your rhetoric shows that you pick sides. I'm smart enough to see
whose side am I picking? I'm asking you,
brother. What I'm trying to say, I'm trying to answer, but you're cutting me off because you're trying to throw me off. And
I'm not throwing you off. What I'm saying is,
let me just finish.
Afridamus, let him just make a point.
It is
We're not getting anything.
The foundations of the idea came from the West. It came from the West because Africans from Africa were brought to the West. And when they came to the West, there was no more tribalism at a point because you had a common fight. They didn't care what tribe you came from when you were on the slave plantation.
Really?
Hold on. Let him talk.
One second, brother. And so you developed more of a collective idea of color and blackness, right? And the people you were around, they told you were different. You were African, you were black, this type of stuff. And so the foundations of it, I'm not saying 100%. I could be wrong on that. But my understanding is the foundation of it is in the West. Then you have people like the president of Ghana and stuff like that kind of start adopting some of these ideas. And so all I'm saying, it's an idea. And if the idea and more people adopt the idea, and I'm not talking about the negative Pan-Africanism like a Umar, where he's saying white people are all bad. And
hold on. Let me help you. Let me help you, Archer. Let me help you. You're right. I already said what you said, because up here in the West, it's the commonality centered around the skin color. We agree to that, right? Because it's different from it's different race. I agree to that, right?
Skin color.
Hold on, I agree to that, right? Now, how, like, okay, you are free, the Africans are free of colonialism. I'm talking about today. How are you going to be able to use that same ideology to fit in with today's Africa? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, and my answer is, I'm going to repeat it again. It is an idea. And I'm not
Oh my goodness.
agreeing with the
You're
You're not
missing the
ideas
point
answering.
of
of
the
Hold on,
question, man.
some people.
guys. Let him land. Let him land.
I'm not agreeing with the ideas of some people who want to point the finger on other people, regardless of race, nationality, all that, and say they are the source of your problem. The idea I support of the Pan-Africanist is to treat your brother like essentially as much as possible like you want yourself to be treated, to look out for their well-being. And all I'm saying is the more people adopt that part of the idea, right? Where the leaders of the
Oh yeah, you
countries in
mean
Africa and stuff like that,
yeah, sure. I mean that's good.
the
That's
leaders of the
Christian.
country in Africa and stuff like that,
That's very
look at their
Christian.
population.
Love your neighbor as you love
Love your
yourself.
neighbor as
But
yourself.
it's not just
You don't need
that. It's that
Pan-Africanism to
the
know that,
leaders
man.
of a country, for instance, if they realize that they can build a system that can benefit more of the population, so that, not to really point a finger, we're all in different stages of development. A place like Nigeria, right? The largest population in Africa would have um, electricity, for instance, more evenly distributed throughout the society
So
without
so
individuals
how
having
so
to.
how are you
You know what I'm saying?
Productivity is what
so
you
how
push.
are you
And
guys going to bring that?
no, I'm not saying it's not for one individual to bring it. It's
No,
You're
for
no, no.
missing
I
more
you're
mean
missing
people
a
to.
key point.
Uh-huh.
You're missing a key point here. There's a major
It's
difference
for more
between
people to adopt the
but
ideas that work.
you have
The
you have a
ideas that
blind
work.
spot.
That's what it's
You're
about.
right, you
hold
have
No
a
on.
one
blind spot
person
here.
can magically change any
Hold
of
on,
this.
Chukwu. Let him
You see
give
what I'm
him just
saying?
a sec.
No
Apedamus is
one
not making
person
any
can
point.
magically
Yeah.
change any of
Don't
this.
move on
It's
to
about
someone.
a collective idea. That doesn't
Okay.
mean I have to hold everybody's hand and no,
Okay,
it's
we
about
got you, man. We got you
how do
lined
you
already,
All
view
man.
right.
me as an African? How, you know what I'm saying?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Acha. Thank you, Acha.
All right, brother.
So
All right.
so
Have a
you
good one,
guys
man.
see he made my point for me, right? You
He
guys
doesn't
remember
get
from
it.
the
He does
beginning. Yeah, he
You're not
doesn't
gonna
get.
get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's allow
but
St. James, then we get to Chukwu. St. James, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks for having me.
Uh,
It's been a minute, but no love lost, man. I'm enjoying it.
yeah. What do you think about uh, what I'm saying here? The conversation
Okay.
that the Western Pan Africanism, will not work.
Right.
It Pan Africanism would work better is for Africans
Right.
in Africa.
Right. Alphadamus, those people that Kwame was referring to, right? The Nzikwe and the Kwame Nkrumah,
Yeah.
they've been to many places before they got to America. And even
Right.
after America, they went to other places, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were inspired by so many things. That's what shaped their personality. It wasn't only one view about one singular person. It was from so many people around the globe around that at that time, that specific time. So when these people found out they were ready, they went back and led their countries. You see what I'm saying? So they went from learning to becoming the teachers. You see what I'm saying? And some people got stuck to teaching. You see what I'm saying? So it's not the same. So when
Right.
and the system, they keep talking about it was created in the West. So what? It was created in the West, but Africans implemented it bigger and better. It still need room to grow. I get it, but they went in there and they established something that can benefit everybody. All of us here on this panel, Africans. I have Gambians that live in Burkina Faso, Burkinabes that live in Gambia, Nigerian. We live all over the place together. So at least we were able to do that on the continent of Africa. And then we extended the olive branch to other people who want to visit and help out. We don't have those problems. You see what I'm saying? So it's paving the way for whatever that inspired the pioneers, for others. But it became a joke to certain people. That what I'm listening tonight, it's a total joke. So that's why we've been talking about Pan-Africanism is not going to do anything for Africa, because as we speak right now, back then it could have been something different, but as right now, it became a laughing stock. So if we don't like the topic that you're bringing, it's the perfect one for everybody to you know to speak about what it is it should take to make this thing work. With that, but at the same time, you are talking with lunatics, like they don't even grasp the concept of Africa. It's like you telling them you have a nation of group of people who decide to live under a nation, and these people are telling you they want to force something that doesn't apply. So and they still don't get it. The last guy was trying to get there and was listening to him when he said, you don't have to bring something from the outside, you can look within. Wishes could be a solution. Look within, and these people are talking about Murphy Garvey, bro. Yeah, he conceptualized something other people did, but how is it benefiting Africa? They can't answer. That's bad. You should be able to lay out. These people are talking about finance and socials, and okay, yeah, and they keep talking about problem. How are you addressing the problems after Garvey's gone? All these Delaney people are gone. How did you address the problems? You're not addressing the problem. You presented to this guy, Dr. Umar. Dr. Omar is into single women. He's into that. So as an African, right? If you live in Africa and you come to the state because let's say you hear about something, like let's say you hear about Pan Africanism, and you decide to travel to the West because you want to learn more, you want to see people that practice it. After are you telling me if you come to America, you're gonna see that?
No.
Okay, then where is it at? Where is it where people have applied it and is working? Because I want to see the concept of it. Where is it working for us? I want the Pan-Africanists to be able to point out a place where they were able to conceptualize it, implement it, and now it's working for the Africans to see. If it's not there, let the African conceptualize their own Pan-Africanism, implement it, and you can come and take a look at it. So why you people try to be ball hoggers? Oh yeah, Marcus Delaney is long gone, bro.
These guys are passport bros, man. They don't really give a shit about no Africa, man. Trust me.
Bro. Tell me where can I go? Where can I go and see something where I can take it to Africa and say, okay, in America, this is what we got. This is what seems to be working for us. We need to copy off of that. They're sitting here talking about Africa. Africa should give them credit for something. Everybody's butthurt. They want Africans to give them credit for something. You got Afridamus. You are inspired by certain things. I'm inspired by certain things. Inspiration can add to whatever that you already are. You see what I'm saying? Right. It's not because you were inspired by something that makes your personality at 100%. It's a little bit of things that you grasp from here and there, and then you bring it together. So you can't sit here and tell, oh, America, these people are too, like, last time when I asked someone, how many people came here, African leader that study here in America? This guy was struggling to tell me. All they know is Kwame Nkrumah and maybe Nzikwe. Have nothing. Africa's been fighting since World War II, trying to get their independence. After World War II, when they came back and they saw white people die in a war, they're like, nah, we can conquer these people. Right. This is in the 40s. They're talking about Nkrumah. Nkrumah came after. Are you telling me when Nkrumah left Ghana, there was nobody trying to stand up for Ghana? Are you telling me that? Nkrumah came back and he found people already fighting. That's what it was. And they don't want to accept it. Nkrumah had to come to the West. Are you crazy? What about the Philip Mounier, the Unio Bay in Cameroon? That got killed in front of the people. How many people would try to save their people got killed in Africa and these people don't even know their names? Are you serious? Are you serious? How many people died for the name of Pan-Africanism? Name one. Whose head got chopped off?
Sam James, these guys, they believe that the only story that exists is their own story. The story they know. They would say, just like you said earlier, he said, name one African that did it. Have you met all Africans?
The Mounier in Cameroon, the Unio Bay, you know what these people went through? Poisoning, killing, head chopping. Going Ivory Coast and see the people that started to free their people, they got chopped off, killed, they made them disappear. And you sit here, we gotta give credit for Pan-Africanism. Yeah, we can do that, but you negating the fight that has been happening on the continent? Are you serious?
That's
Are you
what people
serious?
Same
like
Jim. These
Kwame
guys don't
like
know
to do
anything
that.
about Africa. They see Africa through the lens of movies that they watch and some
Okay.
propaganda news. They don't know nothing.
So say
And that's
Dave
why they
not in the
feel. That's
feel.
why
So
they
say
feel the way
Dave
they
not
feel
emotional.
about.
You could call
That's
me
why when they look at an
emotional.
African, they look down on you because their whole knowledge of Africa is based on the rubbish they watch
Affidavits.
all
You
their
could call
life
me emotional
from
and say we
propaganda.
emotional. We in our
Hold on.
feelings.
That's why they
Let's
would
No, no,
look
no.
at you
It's
and think
not.
you're
Say James
primitive.
just gave
When
an
Alpha
opera,
you see, Alpha
a
when you tell them the
a
truth,
whole
right?
emotional
No,
Someone
no.
speech.
like Kwame
When
here.
you Alpha when you tell them what it is, right? That's
Mhm.
the word emotional, girly. Listen, our history, right, doesn't start from when we met you in America. It
Exactly.
doesn't. It's
They
not.
think
It's not.
they think our history starts from slavery.
that,
Right.
I'm sorry to break your
See,
your bubble. That's not what happened when it happened
see,
for
you
us.
see this, St. James? You guys see this? This is my grandfather from World War II. He fought in World War II. Okay?
Mm.
So I'm talking directly. We freed ourselves. Why would I have my own grandfather. Why would I be jumping and praising some black guy? They say because he bought some ships. I don't know this guy. This never changed my life. Like, great, he did that. So why is that important to me? That's just important to you.
They
You
think
can't
their
force
story is
that on
everybody's
me.
story.
Affidavits.
I have my
The
own
little
story.
It's
the
the main
little
character syndrome.
I
Yeah.
came on a panel because I'm replying to the literal title of of your YouTube. It says the foundation of Pan Africanism.
Yeah.
I literally
Hold on.
pointed out. Hold on. I literally
Who's
pointed
talking?
Kwame.
Who's Kwame? Kwame, hold that thought for a second. Let's allow Chukwus, and then you can finish up. Because
Uh-huh.
I'm been here for over 4 hours. I'm trying to
Right.
run away.
All right,
So let's allow Chukwus.
I'll be brief. I'll be brief. So there's a fundamental misunderstanding happening here between Western style Pan-Africanism and the Pan-Africanism on the continent. So the Western style Pan-Africanism is this ideology that you can homogenize all people of African descent into a single social system, a single identity based on skin color. It's a beautiful idea in many ways, but it's kind of like a utopian idea because okay, I can understand why it has an appeal. So if you are one of the people who were, lost your identity during the transatlantic slave trade, Pan-Africanism is a viable way to reconnect with your an African identity. It gives you an alternative to slave ancestry. You can go further back in your identity beyond slavery to some tribe in Africa through Pan Africanism. But it's fundamentally incompatible with people on the continent who never lost their identity, because uh, it's not accurate to say that we can homogenize 3,000 different tribes into a single tribe with a single culture and a single worldview. That is not possible. It's just not possible. So the Pan-Africanism that you see practiced on the continent has more to do with an economic integration, maybe forming a single currency based on African gold or minerals, so that it's a positive sum game that you can play with other countries. But one drawback to this is that in order to participate in Pan Africanism on the continent, you have to be in control of your nation's foreign and domestic policy. So this will limit the participation of people, Black people who live in predominantly white countries in the UK, in Canada, in the United States. So when Africans say Pan Africanism, it's different. It has a different meaning than when a Black American says Pan Africanism, and this is a fundamental misunderstanding that I hear from both sides, and we're not able to cross this divide because you're not going to unify 3,000 different people into a single identity, a single social group with the same history, the same enemies, the same worldview. That's just not possible. That's a utopian idea. We have to find positive sum games that we can play that gives us, puts us in the same moral circle. So we need to find win-win situations. We cannot pretend that being Igbo and Yoruba or South African or
Ethiopian is the same thing. That's just not feasible. And I'll land the plane.
Thank you, Chukwu. Chukwu, see, you said it well. This is what
Perfectly
I
said.
even said it in my opening, and I said the reason why it wouldn't work from the Western Black perspective, because Western Black, they are, they have identity issues they are trying to, reconcile with. So in Africa, for example, like Kwame asked me, "Oh, what's the official language in Gambia?" Yes, it's English. It's just a language. Economic reasons. Okay. So our Pan-Africanism, just like you laid it out, is about trade and all that, but everybody gets to go back to their home and be who they are. You're not trading your identity. We don't have that issue. We are okay with who we are already. So, but this is why he keeps trying to down tribes. But tribe, that's our identity. You cannot get people to lose it. Even his own ancestors, I bet you, they had to beat their tribe out of them. They didn't just give it up. They showed us roots. We saw this. Kunta Kinte refused to take the name Toby. They had to keep beating him for him to accept that he is Toby. He didn't want to, because that's like somebody forcing you to give up who you are, to kill that. So now, if you bring that identity and say, okay, this is what Massa gave me. So now all of you have to adopt that. So it's not going to work. I'm glad you laid it out perfectly. Our idea of Pan-Africanism and Western Black perspective of it is different. This is why I keep asking, what are we going to unite on? Because they always say unity, unity. I say, what are we going to unite on? When I ask this, people start, bringing all kind of different things, insulting Africans or saying crazy things. I just want to know the idea. What are we going to unite on? That's all I'm asking.
It's got to be deeper than we're all black and we all have the same, we're all the same people. Because, even in Nigeria, we're not the same people. We have, Mike will tell you, Igbos and Yorubas, we're not always the same people. We don't have the same histories and the same worldview. So this idea that because Mike is black and I'm black, we're the same guy. It's not going to work on the continent.
And also, even when they hear about colonialism, it's usually one certain ethnic group who had direct contact with Europeans in the beginning or even fight. It's not like it's every group in that country. Some parts when, like they started being a part of this new colonial system after it became fully black. Some of the places were not, like the region where my people were, we were not colonized. They just named it a protectorate. Imagine how small as Gambia is. The white people never colonized my people directly. We didn't have contacts with them. They stayed around the water area, the beach. We live in the interior, far interior. So, like, we never had any contact. We started being part of the system, when the country became independent and our people accepted it. That's all. It's not the white man who came and talked to us. It's the other, of other fellow people there, the Gambians, saying, this is what we're going to become one nation. And people accepted it.
Europeans maintain their ethnic and cultural diversity, but still are able to form coalitions that are economically beneficial for all Europeans. Why can't Africans participate in a game like this, in a positive sum game where we all benefit mutually based on economic trade and maybe political or military integration?
That's what the Africans on the continent are trying to do, and it's very difficult right now. That concept is there, but we keep betraying one another, every single day. That's the concept. That's the best one, the one that Africans are trying to do. When the Kwame Nkrumah came back home and the Thomas Sankara, that's that kind of unity they wanted, and they wound up getting killed. You know, they pay respect to Pan Africanism, but that didn't mean they didn't have their own concept in mind. You see what I'm saying? That's why a lot of people in the West, they are, I'm not going to use the word, but they are butthurt that Africans can conceptualize this. They had that, you know, the idea that even Africa, when you look at black folks when they go to the continent, are they able to, assimilate? Whether they assimilate or they're trying to do their thing on the continent, nobody's stopping them.
Right.
You know, you can come on the continent, buy your house, contribute to the economy, and live happily, better after. You know, you don't have to. We don't have to be the same. That's what we are trying to tell them, and they're not listening. And they want to tell us our history began in Pan Africanism and when the flag was created, bro. These are lunatics, man. Like I'm
Can I, can I say one thing real quick, if I may?
right, right. Go ahead, go ahead.
Because can we just drop the term Pan African completely? Because I never heard of Pan Hispanic. I never heard of Pan Asianism.
Mhm.
There is Pan European, Pan European, but guess what? That led to two world wars, World War One and World War Two.
Right.
So I just don't like the word Pan. Just get rid of the word Pan. I think I prefer
China just threatening Japan just yesterday.
African nationalism is probably the best course of action.
Well,
Like
well
every nation.
I'll have to do a show on that next. African nationalism or no, Pan Africanism or African nationalism.
That's thought provoking, but we need to have it.
Hey,
You
can I
know.
can I respond
Yeah,
briefly?
sure, sure.
Yeah. So the mere fact that Africa was carved up by Europeans, you're already westernized. You didn't resist colonialism. The mere fact that you even identify yourself as an African is Pan-Africanism in itself. You guys are not
When
identifying
you say
yourself.
we did not
Kwame, do you know
resist,
you
Yeah,
are
I
When
let
you
African?
guys let
everybody
him
talk.
land,
I
guys,
let
let
I
him
let
land.
no, you
I
don't
let
have to
everybody
add.
talk. I didn't
When you
interrupt nobody. I
sure,
didn't
when you
say
say we did
nothing.
not resist,
Oh my God.
add to that, we did not resist. Add to that, please.
Yeah. The mere fact that, most of your countries' official languages are French, English, Arabic. You didn't resist colonialism.
We
Counter,
Oh
accepted it,
my
more
God.
because
You,
we
you see,
needed
every time I
we still
talk,
have a language,
everybody
bro. We still have a
interrupts.
language.
because
We
you're
still
not
have a
making
language.
It's
sense.
three people. It's three
I
people
can
off
speak
their
Somali,
mic. I
sir.
didn't
I can
say
speak
nothing when
Somali.
nobody
Hold
Okay,
talked.
on,
let's let
guys.
him talk, guys.
I
Let's let
didn't
him
Let him
talk.
say
finish.
anything.
Let him
Kwame,
finish.
make some
I didn't
sense. Go
say
ahead.
anything. I didn't say anything. I let everybody
Yeah,
talk.
let him
I
finish.
let everybody
But
joke about Pan Africanism.
hold on, Kwame. You are calling language as colonialism. Not everybody speaks the language, and people's names are
I,
not
I never
changed.
said
None
that.
of that.
I said
Yeah,
the official language of the
we
country.
have our mother tongue. We
Afrikaans,
Okay. We
Afrikaans.
speak
Do you know by
Coromantese in Jamaica.
1960, it was only about 3% of African only that spoke English
yeah.
or French or any other.
That's cool. That's
They
cool.
have
That's
to
cool.
learn
That's
it.
cool.
Do you know
That's
my
cool.
grandfather doesn't even speak English, and
I'm on baby
my
speak English.
and it was around during the colonial time. He didn't learn it. If like
Right.
less than 3% of Nigerians actually saw white man face to face when they were there.
Right.
So this idea
Even
of then
today,
everybody started learning, we adopted it after
And
they
four
left. That
four
hey,
people
we
got off
want
their mic. I spoke for
it was
two
a language you could
seconds.
that's
Four
beneficial
people.
to
I
us.
can't
That's
even
why we
land my
adopted it.
plane. I can't even land
go
my
ahead,
plane.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead, land your plane, land it.
Okay. The Pan Africanism that we have, been the foundation of, and what have blossomed out. You have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. You have the Afriflex Bank that's working with the diaspora. They just gave Jamaica a credit line for over 35 million. They also gave another credit line to Barbados in the Bahamas. You have the African Union that have now the sixth region, which include the diaspora, that's working with CARICOM and then Cobra on the fight for reparations. You have the African Development Bank that's also working with the diaspora. You have the UN Economic Commission for Africa that's also working with the diaspora. You have the Regional Economic Community Ties that's also working with the diaspora in the continent of Africa. You have the African Export Import Bank that's also working with the diaspora. You have the Pan African Payment and Settlement System. They haven't got there yet. You have the African Trade Development Bank, formerly known as the PTA. that's also inspired by Pan Africanism. So
It is inspired,
oh my God,
conceptual.
can I
Yeah,
land my plane? Can I land
you
my
taking
plane? I
too
let you
long. You
talk.
taking too
I
long, man.
let
You
you
taking
joke
too
about
long.
Pan Africanism.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't
Talk.
interrupt
Yeah, go
nobody.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
want to respond to him if he's done.
Yeah, so our foundation and what my ancestors in the diaspora created as Pan Africanism has been working for the last 100 years. The Oyo Kingdom didn't work. The Dahomey Kingdom didn't work.
Okay,
The
you done. You
Ashanti
done.
Kingdom. Oh,
Let somebody else speak, man.
Now you're
You
sounding
gotta hear
stupid.
them. Go ahead.
Kingdom
Wait,
didn't
wait.
exist for thousands
Can
of
I
years. How
land my
did it not
plane?
work?
Can I land my plane?
Let
Can I land
somebody
my
else speak,
plane?
please. I want to
Can I
speak.
land my plane?
I want to
You're
respond
done,
to
man. You
him.
sound like a
Okay, can I
moron.
land
Let
my
someone else
plane?
speak.
The
What he's talking
tribal
about doesn't
kingdom.
even relate to
Oh my
what the question
God.
is about.
Can I land?
First
Can
of
I
all,
land
when
my plane?
Africans, when we talk about diaspora, we don't think
Can I
about
land
you
my
guys.
plane?
We talk about Africans that left the continent and went to the west. So those are the African diaspora we're talking about. Okay, so
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
we
So
don't talk about you.
you just heard me.
Do you understand that?
You just heard me talk about the sixth region of the African Union, which included the
That's not
diaspora.
what we're
It's
talking
got
about,
nothing to
though.
do
We
with Pan
talk about African
Africanism.
diaspora.
Yeah, yes, it
It's just
is.
policies to
Yeah,
help
yes, it
people.
is.
That's
It's
all.
Pan Africanism.
It's
No,
not.
it's
It's just
not.
policies. Common sense. They got together and
The
look at
old
how to solve
AU.
problems.
Yo,
It's
can
got
I
nothing to
land
do
my?
with ancestors. It's,
Can I land my plane?
leaders came together to
If
look
it
at
had nothing
problems
to
and they're
do,
solving
if
it.
the
It's got nothing
AU
to do with
had,
you. Don't give yourself the credit
oh
for
my, can
something
I land
people
my
are trying to do
plane?
today.
Can I land my plane? Can I land my plane?
I need to respond
Let,
when you're done.
let him land his plan, man. He's done.
Okay, go
He's
ahead.
gonna go forever, man. He's not gonna land. He's just
No,
gonna
let
fly
him land. Let
forever.
him land.
Okay, he's not
Yeah,
gonna
so
land though. He's gonna
so
keep flying.
everything I just named was the influence of what the diaspora set the foundation for. That's working on the continent of Africa.
You
The
can lie to
kingdoms,
yourself
all
all you want.
hold on, the kingdoms that I named, they all fail because tribalism don't work.
How did you fail, you
Okay,
moron?
hold on, hold
This
on,
is
Can
hold
what
I
on,
land
you're
my
hold on,
plane?
hold on, guys.
You
Hold on,
just
hold on,
okay.
hold on.
Okay.
1 second. For example, Kwame, like when I ask what's there to unite on, like all these things you are saying, like you said, you guys got the you got, for example, loan. That's a loan. Name the African countries that are getting loan because of Pan-Africanism. Because if you know it, I would love to share that information so that people can stop going to IMF, for these loans. Okay. And you keep talking about like ancient times. Yes, those kingdoms, they became these countries. The partition of Africa, that's what brought these nations. And we love these nations. This is what brought all of us together, as one
Yeah, yeah,
people
that was
now.
outlined by the white man.
Great.
Now he's cutting
Hey,
off.
hey. Again, I know what you're trying to do to, like, that only hurt black Westerners' feelings.
No, no,
Someone
no.
like me. Hold on, hold on,
They
hold
hate
on.
white people.
Hold on,
My
hold on,
country's
hold on,
not
hold
ruled
on,
by
hold
white
on,
people.
hold
It's
on.
98% black
What,
black people.
Jamaica?
Yeah, 98%
Guys,
black.
you got a prime minister, you're still under the crown. Do you not
It's
That's
know
not,
this?
true.
but it's not going to address the
Yes,
Africa. I mean,
That's true.
it's
hold
not.
on, hold on,
It's,
hold on.
How is
So
someone
the
who's not
sixth
from Africa
region,
tell us
hold
about
on,
Africa? I
hold
don't
on.
understand that.
The sixth region you're talking about, I believe that's just a token policy thing, because they're looking at
We just wanna give them
eventually,
a little kid.
yeah, but it's not really official. It's the AU. The AU, you think we're looking to the AU for these things? No,
Useless
we are
And
not.
organization.
I mean, look at even the wars in Africa. Do you see us coming up here saying, "Oh, the AU gotta do X, Y, and Z"? No. The
they're
AU to
powerless.
us,
AU is
us,
compromised.
the AU is just like like one
It's
of these.
useless
right,
to us.
right,
Yeah,
Right.
these useless NGOs, right?
right,
That's how
right,
that's how we see it. The
right.
AU, it really means nothing.
And
Yeah, yeah.
Saint oh wait. Y'all cut me off for 10 minutes. I couldn't even get all my thoughts out. And
You say you
Saint
land
James,
it. No,
you
no. You
hold
say
on,
you
hold on.
want to land your
Saint
plan.
James,
Wait, no, no, no,
Saint
no, no, no,
James,
no,
you
no, 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 no,
applaud
no, no, no,
ADI,
no, no,
and now
no.
you up here bashing Pan
Hold on, hold on.
Africanism. You're a hypocrite.
Hold on, hold on.
What
Kwame,
did
you
I
said
say? What
what?
did I say? What did he say?
You praise ADDI and Africa and Dr. Okani, and now you get up here and you're now land bashing Pan
She's
Africanism.
African.
After
She's
you,
African.
Okay,
yes, and she's bringing
Africans.
the
What did I?
diaspora, and she's also bringing the
And,
diaspora
and
to
and what
Burkina
did I
Faso.
say? And what did I say? I said those people going there, they need to be watched closely, because
they might be, weapons of the white supremacists, or as you
Yeah,
guys call
there
them.
might be a
But
bunch of Kwamis over there.
I say the CIA. Okay,
Mhm.
so
But
those people are coming there.
Right.
They have been welcomed, fed
Well,
by
well,
the.
that's you.
Hold on,
St.
hold on,
James
hold
praises
on. Let me
her. St.
finish.
James
No,
praises her.
I
Now
never
he's
heard
getting
him.
up here,
I never heard him.
land
Hold on.
bashing Pan
Hold
Africanism.
on, hold
That's
on,
hypocritical.
hold on. I've never heard him praise them. First of all, you know what Burkina Faso? Do you know what's happening there? They are fighting terrorists in the front line and building at the same time. What can those people with their old bearers do there? What can they possibly do for the people
Kwame,
of
why don't you
Burkina
go
Faso?
have Burkina Faso fight, and
Yeah,
we can take it seriously.
what can they
All these Pan
possibly
African you guys
do?
are talking. Why don't you
now
You
go
know,
with
they
them
gonna
and
what are they gonna claim that they're the ones that fought the terrorists over there? That's what
yeah,
they're gonna
yeah,
do.
what, yeah,
So they can take credit. That's what they're gonna do.
yeah,
Alpha,
yeah.
this guy, right? This guy is a college student, right? So whatever Carla say, they gotta run into them first, right? So Carla has to brainwash them first, right? So in order for them to find the strength to come on this channel, right, and trying to see if the lunacy can work with us, Kwame, let me tell you something. I'm not in the business of congratulating or hating on anybody's going on the continent. They're going on their own missions. I'm here talking about the bigger picture. All the name that you have provided to us tonight.
What I got to do
No,
with
no, no,
Kala?
no,
I don't
hold
agree.
on,
You
hold
know
on,
I
no,
don't
no, no,
agree
no.
with nothing Kala
I'm not
said. So
saying
why
that.
even
Listen,
bring
you
Kala?
see, hold on,
Kala's not
hold
on the
on.
panel. I never agree
You
with
told me
Kala.
to let
I
you
never
land.
brought up
You
Kala
told me to
name in
let
this
you
whole
land. Let me
conversation. So why bring up Kala?
extend me the same courtesy, right? The same tribe that you're talking about, right? If it wasn't for some of these tribes that fought back, maybe there would be more numbers of Africans here in the Americas. You know that? You have to thank this tribe who fought, right? Some of whom that you guys don't appreciate, right? Some of these guys that you guys love to sit in here in America talking about, they sold you, right? Some of them did fight to make sure maybe some of your brother don't get on that book. So it's about that time you respect those people too. So don't sit here and talk about our tribe like this is a nothing burger. You see what I'm saying? We respect them. We respect what you have created here, but make sure that you don't bring that BS here. Talking about the Bronze Age, Africa must ask you a question. How can I learn from you if your prime minister still regard the King of England as your president? I'm asking you, what is inspiring about your situation? If you
Yeah,
guys if you are the light to me,
yeah.
how can I learn from you if your prime minister still, your people still regard the King of
Right,
England as your
right,
people?
right.
How
Unlike,
can why can I learn from you?
okay.
Why can
Unlike you.
let me finish. Let me finish.
You asked me a
The
question.
kind
I
of
thought I was.
listen.
I thought.
No. Let me finish. I'm gonna finish right again. Alfredamus just told you we are fighting terrorism and we are trying to develop our land. What can you contribute beside being on panel talking about Pan Africanism? That's the real tangible. That's the real fight we're talking about. We know ourselves, we know our enemy. But to me, I don't even know if you know your enemy because you have been brainwashed to pick on certain things, thinking that this is real history. It's not. It's not. We
And then
know
what?
what happened on the continent, and we're gonna tell you whether you like it or not. Our history didn't start from slavery. It's not gonna end from slavery. If you want to start yours from there, that's fine. Ours is different. The tribe that you're talking about, Africa, is telling you they didn't have they didn't even connect with these white people. I come from that too. Some of my people, they didn't even see white people. They don't even know how they look. They did not directly deal with them. They don't know them. They don't even wish to know them. As far as the language, yes, we use these languages, but if we didn't fight, we didn't protect ourselves, Alfredamus wouldn't speak in his tribe languages. I wouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to keep my last name and still remember as the initial people on that land. I wouldn't be able to remember that if my people did not resist. You
And Kwame,
understand? So
you will be able to
don't
basically
belittle our plight, bro.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Kwame, you know who this is? You know who this is? This is your king. Okay? This is your king. You guys are technically not even independent, the country you are coming from. You guys still have a prime minister. This is your king right here. You know this. King Charles III.
That
They
was
still own
Jamaica. Jamaica
Jamaica.
first prime minister was white
I
too.
mean,
His name is Robert
yeah.
Marley. Mali, something like
I can't
yeah.
even believe Kwame is over here,
Talking that crazy mess.
talking crazy to us. Like your country, this is your king still. You are talking about you hate white people. No wonder, because you are still under the white man. And you run to America to another white man. Look at you guys are still ruled by a king. You see this?
There's
a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason why.
I still
There's a
don't say
reason
God
why
save the
though.
king. I don't like Charles, and I'm in London. I don't say God save the king. He's goofy.
Yeah, that's their. Yeah, they have a prime minister.
But there's a reason why this is. Africanus, there's a reason why.
I know it. There's a reason for everything, but it still doesn't negate reality. I mean, because if you look at it, he should be talking to us. At one point, we had a prime minister, right? But it was short-lived. So we became independent from the same people, like almost 60 years ago. And we got a guy in that same predicament. He's here telling us about how things work. No, he should be asking us how we stop being under the crown.
Mm-hmm. And you're exactly right. The reason why this Pan-Africanism won't work on the continent is because Western-style Pan-Africanism has this main character syndrome embedded in it that it only works if you see yourself as a slave descendant. Like you have to embrace an identity of being a slave descendant.
You have to have a slave mentality, basically.
You have to embrace this. I'm a slave. My people were picking cotton kind of mentality for it to really work. But you cannot impose that on people on the continent who were colonized and not enslaved. This is a fundamental breakdown. If the experience of colonization is fundamentally
slavery
different.
existed in Africa. You have Negro land.
But hang on.
They were slaves in Africa.
But
you
sir,
see this kind of mentality, how you gonna work with somebody like this?
We maintain our identity.
The Gold
Sir,
Coast
you
has
lost your
slavery going
identity.
on.
Sir, you lost your identity.
Nope.
Sir, hold on.
No, how we lost our identity?
Sir, you lost your identity and your language, sir.
We speak a Twi language in Jamaica, so you cannot say we lost our identity or
you
lost
our
your
identity and your. You don't know. Sir, you don't know.
Even in the Jamaica patois.
Here's why.
Kwame, let him talk. Let him talk, please.
Sir, okay. Your style of Pan-Africanism only works if you embrace a slave identity. I hate to say it that way, but
Biafra hasn't worked either, bro. It hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. It's never gonna work.
You can't work with people like this, man. Everything you say, each time listening to learn,
you're in your feelings, sir. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just trying to show you the difference. There's different mindsets here.
Sir, I'm trying to because the tribalism, African tribalism, don't work.
Kwame, do you agree that the experience of colonization is different than enslavement? Can you at least agree with me on that? The experience of being
but slavery happened in Africa.
Okay, can you agree?
How did slavery happen in Africa? By
you had the Arab slave trade and you have the trans-Saharan slave trade. They had slaves in Africa.
That's you. Slavery.
You could Google Negro land right now. Hold on, you could Google Negro land right now.
Hold on, let me read Africa. Can I at least read my super chat? Thank you.
Thank you
for the super chat. Hold on, Kwame. I gotta read the super chat. Kwame wants to rule Africa, but Charles rules him. Thank you.
You see, he wants to be like his master. He wants to be his master.
You're inspiring to be a master. How can you liberate me and you are still, in shackle? That's what I'm asking, bro. This is the conversation we should be having, Africa.
That's what frustrates Africans, Kwame.
You know what I'm
saying?
saying?
You as someone with a slave in his.
What you guys have done.
That's what frustrates us, man. It's like when we see you, we see shackles all in your mind, shackles in your mind. But then you wanna freaking colonize me or whatever. I'm like, dude, you're not free, dude. Like you guys have slave mentality. Like when you talk, it's almost like you're in a plantation. And that's why when we Africans look at you, that's how we feel like, yo, these guys, they're not free. They are not mentally free. And then you want to come rule me? Are you kidding me? With a
This
slave
man said
mentality?
slavery in Africa. As a Somali, you know what? I'm proud we sold those Bantus, Kwame. I'm proud. Somali was selling Bantus to Arabs. So what? Shit happens. That was the game back in the day. It's called capitalism. Such is life. Such is
It was
life.
probably the best thing that happened to us to get sold in slavery. We probably would
But
have been
stay in the
fighting
West,
So why
over
are
man.
you
Don't come
crying
to
then?
Africa,
Why are you
man.
crying
we
still? Why
probably
are
would
you
have been
crying?
fighting over cows and
So why
where
you
to
still trying to
graze our
come back
cows
then? So
at.
why you
Yeah,
begging
why are
us
you
to come back?
complaining?
That probably was the best. Well, according to Afrodamus, he said America is heaven. He never
Hold
said
on,
Africa.
hold on. Let me
I
let
said
me read
Africa
this
was
super
heaven.
chat. Hold on, let me read this
He
super
said
chat.
America was heaven.
Hold on, let me read this super chat. FBA Convo, thank you for the super chat. He said Africans and Jamaicans need to learn, I guess, to get along, get together.
No,
But thank you for the super chat.
Alpha when African comes in America, right? We want to learn about everybody's culture. We want to learn about everybody's history. We don't force ourselves onto people. We don't try to change their history. We don't try to tell them what they need to be doing or not need to be doing. So on our side, they want to change our history. Whatever Africans do, all the things he mentioned, right? I guarantee you 99% of them were inspired by Africans, but he's going to change that and say it is because of his forefathers that Africans are doing this. So whatever Africans are doing on the continent, right, they have to always is either we're going to get on our knees and give them the credit, or they're going to force us to give them credit for things they did not do. Name one thing that has a headquarter in America. Tell me one, Kwame. All the things that you mentioned. Tell me one.
You see, St. James. You see people like Kwame.
What are you
He got
talking
this
about?
superiority complex that he thinks everything that's good is it's gotta come from the West. That's his problem. You know what I mean?
The
I mean, you
plantation
run
mentality.
your modern government is Western style. It's not, you're not basing it on your
Kwame,
kingdoms, on your prior kingdoms or anything like that.
Kwame,
You're
the
following
slave
what the white
mentality that
man.
you're always showing us.
You're
Kwame, you're stuck
following
in the
democratic
past.
republic style government that was
Kwame,
given to you by the West.
hold on.
Okay, so what's wrong? What is the problem?
So that's China. So
hold
that's
on.
China. So
Yeah.
that's
So the
Japan.
Oyo
So we should get it
kingdoms,
from you.
the
So
Oyo
that's
Get
kingdoms
China.
from you.
were like I
So
said, you're following Western style
You want to be your
democracy.
master? That's just tell us
same
what
Your
it is.
same for
mind is
same
already wrapped
same
around
for
West
China.
Europe.
Same for Japan. Same for all these places that you may
South American
admire.
countries.
What about Jamaica? What about
Everybody.
Jamaica, Kwame?
That's a red
Kwame,
herring. We're speaking about
Kwame, who's
Africa. We're
running
not
Jamaica?
speaking
Who's running
about.
Jamaica right
We're
now?
not speaking about Asia.
What
We're
type
not
of system
speaking
we got in
about.
Jamaica? What
Hold
type
on.
is
Yeah,
it the white
yeah.
man
And the
system right
current
running
president
Jamaica?
and the current. If you keep
Kwame,
if you wasn't so ignorant.
Kwame, let me ask you this, Kwame. So you keep mentioning the oil kingdom. So do you know that before the oil kingdom, what was there?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so the Oyos conquered someone. Before Mali Empire, there was Ghana Empire. After the Mali Empire, there was Shanghai Empire. Okay, you go to the east, you have the Aksum. You have around Somalia, they have Puntland. Okay, so
I feel
things
we had
it is shift. It just keeps shifting. Okay, but it's still the same people. They are not under anybody's occupation. That's the bottom line. There's nothing wrong. Like this
All
is
I'm
what
saying is they
hold on,
failed.
hold
They
on,
never
hold on,
worked. It
hold on,
never
hold
worked.
on. Okay,
They
that's look.
most of these empires you
Hold on.
named, they've
Every
been
No,
over
no,
the
no.
empire, every
last
Hold
empire
on,
200
rise
hold
and
on.
years.
fall, sir. Every
Hold on,
empire rise
Kwame.
and fall.
They failed. They never
Kwame, what
lasted
does work
200
mean? Can you
years.
define it? What does work mean?
Hold on, Kwame. The Greeks, the ancient Egyptians, they are called ancient for a reason. You got the Greeks, you got the Romans, okay? You got the French Empire, you got so many, it changes. At one
It
point,
evolved.
the British Empire. The British Empire was
It's
so
done.
vast. They said, the
The sun
sun
doesn't
doesn't
set.
set on the British Empire. Okay, so you are stuck in an era. You keep talking about the oil. Talk about Mali, talk about Ghana. Why aren't you talking about the ancient Egyptians? This is evolution. Nothing is going to remain forever. That's just what it
Afrodamus,
is.
you know
At
what
one
all
point, hold on. At
you know
one
what all them
point, hold
empires
on,
got in common?
Kwame, just that you want to feel
Hold
better
on,
than the African. That's all.
Kwame. At one point, your ancestors, they were in sugar plantations, right? but they became free. So by your logic, why aren't they still why aren't they still there? Then they failed as slaves, right? Is that what you're gonna say?
You came from a plantation empire.
Yeah.
You want to talk about my empire?
Yeah, nothing. Hold on.
You failed from the
So
plantation
that would
empire.
mean, that would mean here we are telling you, as Africans from those nations, we're telling you, yeah, we like the way things are shaped. We see, yes, the white people petitioned it, divided it, but we love it.
And we
It's
use it
like
to
we are pimping the place out.
we
You
use it
see?
to our advantage
And then we
now.
like the English language too. We like
Yes.
it. That's why
Yeah, we're
if we
pimping
didn't
it
like
out.
it, we'll start speaking it. No one is going to force us to start
Like,
speaking
who's
it.
gonna force us to speak it? If we like, it's not like they took us and put us on a tree and start whipping us.
Exactly. There's someone I think they're shaming us for. I don't know these guys, man.
Wait, Mike, can I say?
And also you keep saying Western blacks should colonize Africa. I mean, like, how you gonna which place in Africa? Where would you name a place?
Can you show us the process of doing that? Explain to us how you're gonna do it first.
Hold on. Kwame, how can you from Jamaica, who's still under the crown, right? Under the crown.
Right.
First of all, you would have to have your own civilization, your own
We
language.
do.
And
What
what's that?
civilization do you have?
The Jamaican patois.
You're gonna call it
Nah, he got dancehall. He got Jamaica dancehall. That's what you gonna use the dancehall.
It's like 10 people talking. You asked me a question, but 10 people talking.
Hold on, Kwame.
You asked me something. I can't even
Kwame, don't
answer.
worry, Kwame. Just go to Gambia. You would fit right in. You guys did colonize some parts of it. They are there. They are smoking their weed.
I've seen how y'all trying to take the brother land already. I'm good on Gambia.
Hold on, wait a minute. You see, this is how the thinking is wrong. So one individual tried to take this guy's land. Other Gambians came and stood up for him. So now it's all Gambians. Do you see your thinking process? Didn't I do a show here calling those people out? One individual.
It doesn't count to them. It doesn't count.
One individual, went toe to toe. Go online in the Gambian section of Facebook and see what Gambians are saying about that person that was trying to do that to them.
It wasn't
go and read this.
Hold on. It wasn't the Africans.
You can't deal with people like this. Their mentality is wrong. You can't deal with them, man, for real.
It wasn't the Africans on your panel defending the tribalism.
Well, there were people who did, but that's not everybody. Wasn't there people there also who were calling it out? So are you going to discount?
Mainly the diaspora.
Hold on.
Mainly the diaspora.
Hold on, Kwame. So you're gonna just ignore what I said?
No. You made some valid points. You said it's uncivilized. I got this from you. I'm like, yo, I never thought of that.
I did say that. Again, okay, what those people did. See, what you do is, for example, you notice when I speak.
got mad at me. All I did was repeat what you said.
Hold on,
you
Kwame.
said it was tribalism.
Hold on,
right.
Kwame,
it is uncivilized.
hold on, Kwame. You notice what you do is, first you said you people try to take it from it. This is individual to individual. What you do, you include everyone. If everybody in the country was against that guy, he wouldn't be living there. Use common sense. So this is why I said some of these Western Pan Africans, you don't have a place in those countries because of the way you think. Look at you are painting everyone with the brush. So what about the people fighting for him? You don't care about that. You only see the few people that say things you don't like, and that's what counts for you.
Listen,
that's unreasonable.
I'm basing it off the information you provided. You said the government was involved. You said the government was involved on taking the man's land.
No. Hold on.
That's what you ain't say that?
Hold on. The government. How can the whole government be involved, Kwame?
Is the court system not part of the government?
Kwame.
Is the court system not a part of the government?
Hold on. The same court system, wasn't that the court system that freed him you do realize that guy, there's the guy that wanted to do that to him, he set him up. I said that here. And they did find the weed on him. It is illegal in that country. That's how they do it. The guy was setting him up. Okay? So he brought the government in so that they can arrest him. People get arrested for that. But I was saying that's harsh. But it doesn't mean he did not violate the Gambian law. So, but I noticed that there was foul play. So other Gambians noticed that too, and they called it out. So I don't know what else you want.
Did you not call? Did you the African that agreed with it on your panel? Did you not call them uncivilized and tribal?
No,
Well, you said,
I didn't call them uncivilized.
so what did you? What can you reiterate what you said then?
I don't remember what I said, but I can assure you,
You literally just agreed with me 5 minutes ago, and now you disagree with me.
I did not. I don't think. I said. I think. I can paraphrase.
Hold on. Get the timestamp.
Kwame, can I ask you a question?
Hold on, Kwame. Okay, fine. Does it? If I say those people are uncivilized, does that mean everybody else is uncivilized?
Nah, I just think the diaspora needs
then
to
hold on.
implement
So why are you translating it to everybody then?
Jamaica number one country in the world that kill their own people. That's uncivilized. If you ask me, they're not living each other every day in high number. That's uncivilized. If you ask me.
Hey, Kwame, can you define tribalism?
Let me read this real quick. Great show. Oh, thank you for this super chat. It's a great show. It's good to hear some of the historical African stuff I haven't heard before. Thank you very much. I mean, that's what.
Kwame, can you define tribalism, please?
Tribalism is a strong loyalty and support for one own tribe, party, or social group characterized by an us versus them mentality. It refers to the custom and belief of a tribal society or modern tendency to form strong in loyalty that can have both positive and a sense of belonging and negative and animosity towards outsiders consequently.
What's wrong with that?
Okay, no, let me ask you this. Hold on. In the West, you have different groups. You have Jamaicans, you have Asians, you have the Black Americans, you have people from
Irish, Jamaican.
Different islands. Are you telling me that you guys are not loyal to your own individual ethnic? I would call you ethnic group. Technically,
we don't have. Unfortunately, Mike, we don't have ethnic groups. We have
hold on. Whatever it is, no.
Kwame, you are more loyal. You're more loyal to oxtail. Hold on. Kwame is more loyal to oxtail than jollof rice. So let's keep it.
Nah, you don't know that. You don't know that.
No, Kwame, are you telling me you put a Jamaican and a Black American in the room? Hold on.
Kwame, I put hold on.
Kwame, Kwame, I'm asking you a question. Take this along. What you say? If you put Jamaican and Black Americans in the room, who would the Jamaicans be more loyal to, and who would the Black Americans be more loyal to? You know you're different. When you start speaking patois, they start speaking their own Black American thing. They know you're different, and they'll be loyal to their own group. So why are you trying to make this like, oh, the Africans are the only ones loyal to their own ethnic groups?
Can I respond?
They want to impose the black thing on us. That's what it is.
Alawale, can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you put a Jamaican Rastafarian in a room with a Black American and a Jamaican, he would tell you I'm African first before I'm Jamaican or anything else.
No,
shit.
Okay.
Can you play that guy that you play earlier that was saying that the Jamaicans don't want you to mistake them for Africans?
Relax, anecdotal, right?
Caribbean?
Kwame,
so
watch this. Listen.
You are African.
Yo, Afrodam, he's a funny guy, yo. He's a funny guy.
You are African. No, I'm African. I'm a Jamaican. No, you were taken from Africa.
How much time you gonna play the same video?
I'm a Bajan. Listen, you are an African. We were all taken and scattered all across the earth. Time for you to come home, man. Time for you to come Africa.
See, this Rasta has been running around this internet to try to, even tell these people, nah, man, you are African. They also, they like to say they are some type of Indian, Arawak. When you tell them African, me not African, me Arawak, man, me Arawak.
You lived in New York, Afadamus.
Yeah.
So did I.
Have you ever, when you lived in New York, have you ever felt that some of these Jamaicans are proud of calling themselves Africans?
Hell
Oh,
no.
well, they even call it when you walk by them, African, African.
Right.
That's what they call you.
And this guy
Even
is
the,
telling
the other
these are
diaspora,
this
the
is
Black
this is
Americans and the Jamaicans, they don't see
anecdotal.
themselves as one.
It said it told me one day this is anecdotal because I had a personal friend of mine. He never considered himself an African, and I told him that he's like, nah, this is anecdotal. I'm like, I lived in New York where I saw a bunch of Jamaican that never
Saint
came to
James,
me.
Saint James.
Never.
I live in London. I live in London. I have Jamaican friends. I have Bajan friends. I have Guyanese
Yo,
friends.
I
They
particularly
never
said
consider
Ras.
themselves
I
African. It's
particularly
always
said
I'm an
Ras.
island,
If you put a
island, island,
Rastafarian
island.
Jamaican, I
Hold
did
on,
not
hold
We
on.
say if
didn't
you
ask you
put.
about Rastafarian. We asked
I
you
did
about
not say
Jamaican.
if you put a colonized Jamaican in the
So you
room,
are
But now
speaking
you
you
now
against
you
will
want to take
Kwame.
identify with
Jamaica.
African. I did
But
not
you
say that.
cannot deny the fact
And
that
yes,
Kwame,
yes, it exists.
New York has a great number of Jamaican that live in that borough in the Bronx. I live with them.
Bro,
My
you're based in
takeaway
the Bronx.
was
The
none of
Bronx,
them
the
never came to
Jamaicans in
me.
the Bronx don't speak for every Jamaican in the
I
world.
get your point, but I'm
Let me.
saying
Can I say
Look,
something
Saint James,
quickly?
Saint James. Another thing you notice, right?
right.
If I notice it, like even here in America, they, black females who they
Yeah.
like. Nah, I mean, I don't f with
African
Africans.
man.
When you look deep,
Mm-hmm.
you would find out they are like some sort of, you know,
Caribbean.
islander,
Yeah.
Caribbean.
Yeah.
The honest truth that most typical straight FBA from like the South.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they until this Tariq thing, but they I mean they were curious about Africans.
Yeah.
They never say that,
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
when you notice when they bring that African discrimination,
Yeah.
when you dig deep, you would find out they are not like FBA
That's
FBA.
it.
They are
Yeah.
like Jamaican.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me say this, if you guys don't mind. When Chukwu was speaking, right, I was agreeing with a lot of what Chukwu was saying, because my position is not the us versus them. Because when you talk about tribalism, like Kwame maybe might be dealing with, right? We're thinking about tribalism like Yoruba and this and that and that. But you got Anglican, Moravian, Catholic, that's kind of a tribalism too. You got black, white, that's tribalism too. You got American, Ghanaian, Japanese, that's tribalism to us in a sense too, right? It's something that
Right.
you can use to divide. And so when one of the brothers said earlier, he said, what can we unite on? Look at
I
America,
said
for
that.
instance. In America, you have people from all over. Now you can pick any particular thing to divide on. You can divide because I'm a man, I'm a woman, I'm fat, I'm slim, I'm rich and poor. You can divide on anything. I'm Christian, I'm Muslim. You can divide on anything. But the law here, the Constitution gives you freedom of religion. So it allows you to set aside that and say, hey, you're free to do that on your own. I'm free to do this. But hey, maybe we can agree on clean air. Maybe we can agree on clean water. Maybe we can agree on we should have jobs.
Okay,
And we
Acha,
unite on
let me
that.
ask you this, Acha. Why, when I ask you what we can unite on, all I was asking simple, you could have said to me, literally, oxtail, rice and beans, some plantain. I would be like, man,
Oh,
I would
jollof
shake,
rice.
Exactly.
I would shake hands. I would shake hands on that.
Exactly.
So you see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
I
But
would,
Hey,
That's
you
no,
want
correct.
to
On the
unite with
panel
me?
at the time.
Let's unite on
On the
jollof rice
panel
and
at the
food.
time. I was just listening,
yeah,
Yeah.
that, yeah,
That's correct.
yeah.
Nepotism, nationalism, classism, religion,
All
these
of
are
it.
all expressions of tribalism. And
Right.
Mm-hmm.
tribalism is a fundamental human trait. This is
Yeah.
because human beings are
Exactly.
profoundly tribal because tribes are survival machines. The reason why Igbos have existed so long is because we exist in these tribes helped us to survive. It's the same for all tribes all around the world. Human beings are a tribal species of animals
That's
because
a fact. Yeah.
our
Exactly. You
tribes,
trying to make it like it's an African thing.
yeah,
Alpha.
you want to make it
Yeah.
like it's just Africans, but without tribes, no
Even in
groups
the
would have
West,
survived.
the Asians and the
Somebody,
Jamaicans.
somebody,
Tribalism is an
somebody,
identifier.
somebody put in the chat that African rejected Jamaican or
Yes,
something. You
yes,
see,
yes.
No,
you see, you see
Yep.
that,
Africans love
Right,
Jamaicans.
bro,
Can I
Look,
say
bro.
something?
Africans love Jamaicans. Trust me.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Let me
It
say
depends.
one
It
other
depends
thing if you
because
guys
there are
don't
some
mind.
Africans who tell you we don't want to merge with the West Indians.
Look, I was look
Yeah,
when
yeah, it's
honestly
your
the
people that's
first
calling us Jarirs. It's your
Yeah, we
people.
call you Jareer because of your phenotype. Yeah,
Yeah,
some phenotypes
yeah,
look.
it's your people. Don't say the whole Africa. Just
let,
say your people who are calling other black
East
people
Africans then,
Jarirs
because
and
guess what?
monkeys and
Guess what?
slaves.
Okay, guys,
But you said
let's
one thing
guys.
about African tribes, Kwame. Why you mad now?
Actually, I
let me
forgot to have one
say
question if I
this
may real
too,
quick.
if
No,
you guys don't
I'm
mind.
just pointing out what's going on in England where you got Somalian rappers being xenophobic against West Africans and the Caribbeans, calling them Jarirs, slaves,
Why do you guys
monkeys,
always have to
and
refer to
every
the most
derogatory
degenerate part
term
of
in the
society?
book.
Somalis consider themselves very arrogant. I agree on that point, which is a bad thing, by the way. I'm not condoning it. I'm not condoning all that bullshit.
Let me
But
say this
that's how
too.
they feel.
But Kwame, I heard that in the UK, the Jamaicans they were attacking the Nigerians and the Ghanaians when they first started coming there, the West Africans.
You can't find any sources on that. I've been looking
That's
for a
true though.
source
That's
on that.
true. That's
No,
true.
Kwame.
I got a
Trust
friend
me,
of mine
I
that's
Kwame.
haven't
over there.
seen
He
seen
can
one
vouch
news
on that.
Hold on,
article of
Kwame.
Jamaicans attacking
Hold on,
Ghanaians,
Kwame.
Nigerians, or
Kwame,
anybody.
hold
So
on, Kwame. I used to have shows on this, and people would call from both sides, and they say, yeah, this used to happen. Now they are united. It doesn't happen now,
Let me say
but
this.
it used to. It
The
used to
only
when
reason it doesn't happen now because
when the Africans
that
started
was
coming there first. That's why like these young
You
Nigerians,
know, back in the
eventually, and
day,
the Ghanaians, they had to form their own gangs. That's how that started there.
and Kidola can
So yeah,
vouch on that.
yeah.
Let
And
me
my
Wait.
say
friend can
something
vouch on
there,
that too.
Afrodamus,
Afrodamus.
can you give me some news article I could read from England so I can
Oh,
see
here.
this?
That was
Oh,
a while
here we
I'm
back,
go.
man.
saying
You
like
don't
you
have
don't
a,
know.
Let me
we
say
don't keep
this,
news article on
Afrodamus.
that.
Look. Okay,
Earlier,
guys, we go in 5 hours, but let's do our closings so that I'll be able to come back. Because now I'm talking about oxtail and rice
I know,
and
right?
beans.
let me close out
I need to
first.
make an order.
Okay, go
Mm.
ahead. After I can
Let me
go.
let me close out first.
Yeah.
Earlier, someone brought up what was happening to somebody from, I don't know, the Caribbean, wherever, in Gambia, right? And Afrodama says, hey, it's not all Gambians. Gambians came to this person's defense. And so what I want to say is your Tariq Nasheeds and your Uma Johnsons and even people on this panel that might have a more of an anti-FBA or anti-Black American stance, those people are the minority.
Man, we love
In
the
the
blacks, man.
even in the Caribbean, you have Africans live in the Caribbean. You don't really maybe have a lot of Black Americans per se, but they come through, and you have people from all over the world really that live there. And generally speaking, it's all good, and so it's not the majority of people sometimes that are creating certain divisions, but sometimes those are amplified more than the other ideas and things like that. So that's what I wanted to say. I want to say something else, but I can't remember. So that's what I want to say for now. Thanks.
Archer,
Yeah.
can you say shout out to Tariq Nasheed because you always say his name?
Nah, like I don't agree with him at all. Pretty much. There's with
We not
everybody,
shouting
like
out no grift.
I
We
can
not yo
find
yo
some.
Adi. Don't shout out no grifter named Tariq Nasheed
I
who
can
Did
went
you
from
did
a
find.
you
more who
did you
went from
buy
a
his booty
pimp.
shirt?
The guy
Did
I
went
you?
from
can
a
find.
pimp to a Moor to a Pan African. Now he's an American patriot. I don't. Please don't bring that guy name up.
Thank
I
you,
can
Archer. Thank you.
find.
Okay, closing, guys. Okay,
Okay,
But I go next.
I'll go next, please.
go ahead, IS.
Okay. It's just gonna take me a couple of seconds here. So thank you for having me on this platform. The reason why we already said the reason why Western Pan Africanism will never work in Africa. So it's the mindset. It's like this superiority mindset that they bring, like Kwame has over here against the Africans. They think because they're in the West, therefore everything good must come from the West. So therefore they have a superiority over Africans. So they have to colonize Africa in order for Africa to civilize because they want to impress their own white zaddy back home.
And
So,
can I
so
close out
they
next,
want.
Afrodamus?
Can I say? Oh, so they want
I thought I
Africa.
was gonna close out first, but
Oh my. Okay.
Hold
Let
on,
me
he's
finish.
closing, Kwame.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I'm done in 2 seconds, man. Come on. So they want they want Africans to develop so they can look at their white side and say, okay, see Africa, we can develop this too, because they're not really build like they saying they build America. They don't build nothing like Kwame over here, he likes to come over and talk about Africa this, Africa that, but his own country is a failed country in Jamaica. Their own first prime minister was a white tea man. His name is Robert Manley. You can look at him. He's a plain white tea guy. And currently they are run by the king in England, but he wants to come over and run Africa. He's not even free yet. So you got to free your own people in order for you to go around run other people first. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, IAS. All right, go ahead, Kwame.
Yeah, this dude is from Sierra Leone that was created and established by the British to bring free slaves from my country to Freetown and other parts of Sierra Leone. Another thing I wanted to say, tribalism, it can't work in 2025 anymore. The tribalism can't work. Pan Africanism, we practice racism over tribalism. We put our race first, we put the continent first, and we put the diaspora first. And to everybody on the panel, just get with the program or get rolled over. And I close out.
Thank you, Kwame. All right.
This guy split tribalism in the entire show, and he's preaching against tribalism.
Can I say my closing statement and then
yes,
I'll head
go
out?
ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Salute to Afrodam and salute to the whole panel. Before Kwame left, I was trying to tell the panel, this man is Jamaican or something, and yet his name has his whole name is Egyptian. Kwame Neohotep Mayat, blah blah blah. Like Afrodamus, I can't take Kwame seriously. This man's confused.com. I think he's an MK Ultra patient. I don't know. One minute he's Jamaican, next minute he's FBA, next minute he's African that wants to rule Africa, but he's under King Charles, and then he claims to be Egypt. Anyway, my end point is I think Africa for Africans. I don't want to hear from Black Americans. I don't want to hear from Arabs. I don't want to hear from Europeans. Let Africa figure itself out, literally. Let it handle itself. And tribalism. Yes, tribalism is a good thing and a bad thing, but tribe is important in Africa. You can't just walk into any African country and say, yeah, my DNA test, 50% Igbo and blah blah. Your father, your name is key. It's like a key to unlock into a village.
Yeah, you're right. I've seen some people who, 60%, 50% Igbo, 30% Yoruba, another 3% Zulu. I'm like, okay, now you're taking this too far. Okay.
Who's your father, Afrodamus? Who's your father? That's the question.
Like the DNA is all over the place.
Like, who's your father? I'm such a father, son of such and such and such and such. But yeah, so my final point is this has been a great stream, Afrodamus. I think hopefully next time, maybe like you said, African nationalism versus Pan Africanism. That could maybe clear the line a little bit, help out, clear things up. Yeah. But yeah, with that, thank you. Salute.
Salute.
All right, let me go real quick. Okay, shout out to the panel, to the chat. Another great stream. I just want to add a couple of points on Pan Africanism. I think the only Pan Africanism has to have a purpose that is bigger than just we are all Black, we are all descendants of slaves. There has to be a purpose. I think either intermarriage or economic trade or something bigger that is needed to so that we can have a positive sum game and that we both can benefit mutually. My mom is Black American. My father is Igbo. So yeah, what the last speaker was saying is true. To be part of a tribe in Africa, at least in West Africa, it's who your father is and what your village is. You have to know.
Right.
You have to know your father. You trace your lineage through your father. At least we do in West Africa, and you have to know what is your village. So a blood test with 50% Igbo DNA does not necessarily mean that you're part of the Igbos. You have it's more than that. And being a part of a tribe is your identity. It's your language. It's your culture. It's your history. So people who want to get rid of tribalism, what they're saying is that they want to get rid of our identity, our history, our language, our culture, and this is not tenable. This is a clear reason why this Western style Pan Africanism won't work, because it wants to flatten us all into a homogenized thing that we all are one entity, which is incompatible with Africa. And my social world is a system of interlocking tribes that includes Nigerians, Black Americans, and Caribbeans. So I think we have to figure out a way to create a system of interlocking tribes, and I'll land the plane there.
Thank you.
I'm going to go next after Damas.
Yeah, go ahead.
You remember when we were back in Africa watching Western movies and watching Malcolm X speak, and and we took interest into that. I remember we did, and when we got the ticket to come to America, we were so excited because we thought we were going to see some big stuff coming
by
from the
any
West.
means necessary.
By any means, we got on here. What did you see? Disappointment.
Just
I'm not.
tribalism.
At first,
They were so tribalistic against you.
First, I came across the Hebrew Israelites on the street corner in Brooklyn.
How ironic is that? They accuse Africans of tribalism, but they practice the worst form of tribalism. This is FBA. Like when they see other blacks, it's tribalism that it was.
Absolutely. Like, I was like, no. I'm in the wrong country. My people kept telling, no, you in America. I'm like, nah, man. No, based on the movie that I've watched and the documentary, no, it's not. Come on, it's not the same. They're like, yeah, that's what it is. And after going through what I've been through, I will never be bamboozled again by someone from the West. I'm gonna take care of my own destiny, and I'm gonna set up my own rules and my way and my home. If you come on there, you want to work with me, we can work together. We can conceptualize something together if that's what you want. But you're not going to create something in far away from me. And when you complete it, you take it back to me like, yeah, this is the finished product. Then you have to use it. I'm not going to do it. Why? Because I learned better. When I got here, the people that were supposed to protect us, we have seen what happened in there. And I'm going to land my plane. You remember Richelieu when he bought that company and he tried to infuse the African culture a little bit? What happened?
Yeah, they got them out. And St. James, before you leave, Kwame just sent a video message to you here.
Video message? That's me right there crying, bro.
No, Kwame. That's Kwame letting you know that you hurt his feelings.
No, it's not. But Kwame is good sport. I like Kwame to come on your show every time you have a show. I like to listen to him. I like to have a conversation with him. I do believe if we don't have this conversation, right, we're not gonna get somewhere.
Do you guys really think Kwame is Jamaican? That guy's FBA, man. At least it's half FBA, because I don't think he's Jamaican at all.
Right. Someone was challenging him, but he spoke patois a little bit the other day.
Oh yeah, somebody called him out there last time.
Maybe it's half Jamaican. Well, the guy doesn't think like
that's what
Jamaicans.
the guy called him. He call him a coolie, whatever that is in Jamaica.
Right. No, he's a good.
He's Jamaican is a little more humble. Africans, they don't practice. They don't try to be that superiority complex. Maybe back in the days in England, but I'm saying today, most Jamaicans they're more humble towards Africans. They don't try to be superior. It's the FBA. They want to feel superior. They want to come colonize you and all that stupid mentality. So he's sounding more like FBA than Jamaican to me.
Right. No. He went to Kala school. That's the problem.
Oh, Kala. Okay.
Kala. He went to Kala school. He took a lot of courses from Kala.
Wait, now Kala? I would have loved to have him on this show. For this one.
Yeah, he's walking in the back. I'm under the impression that he's walking it back, but it's still hard. So the kind of a lesson we're giving him, I think we have to drop him below a couple of classes so he can catch up a little bit. He's getting there. I believe he tried to change his view a little when he got to know you after Damas and he got to come on the panel. I think it's working, but it's still, pride. Pride is not going to let him show it. But the knowledge, the information that we are sharing with them, they understand. But they're like, nah, man, I was growing up. That's what I was told, man. It's still what is going on in their mind. You know, remember Richelieu. Richelieu just said,
He's
I'm going
probably
to,
calling us bush eating.
right. The only
Bushmeat.
mistake, yeah, the only mistake Richelieu made was just trying to infuse African culture into something that is already big in America, and people lost their mind. So, as an African living in America, I don't believe we're gonna have to. Nah, it's we have seen it, right? We have seen it. They're like, oh, this is our culture. You talk about tribalism. So why they were so afraid that Africans just bringing their culture next to them is going to be a danger to them if
Right.
they're not tribalist, if they don't practice tribalism.
Yeah, that's why in America they say you gotta assimilate. You
Right.
know? Yeah.
The same people doing this to you and they complain about African trying to protect
They're projecting their own
themselves.
mentality onto you. That's what they're doing. They're just projecting their own
Exactly.
mentality. That's all it is.
Thank you, St. James.
Thank you, man. I'll see you later. Bye.
Yeah. All right, Mike, go ahead.
You know, I saw you on, I think, Chaotic Channel.
Oh, chaotic.
Yeah.
Chaotic. Shout out to chaotic.
Yeah, and then there was a point where this guy, that one black guy, I think it's JT or some shit like that.
Oh yeah, JP.
Yeah.
JP,
And
he's
he was
funny.
asking you, it was like, hey, when we see in the movies where the Africans, they're skinny,
Yeah.
So,
He was clowning.
Yeah, it was like, oh, yeah, Africans, So I think a lot of them, like, they see Africa through the lens of all these movies they be watching and all those, That's why when they want to start connecting with Africa, they see themselves as, okay, I'm superior to these people. So if I'm going to come over there, that means I have to come there to come be there, they're superior to them. So that's the mentality they're bringing into their so-called Pan-African, trying to unite. And as an African, I just look at it, dude, it's very insulting for you to think you're somehow superior to me or have some kind of a,
No, JP,
like
JP, that guy was funny. I'm used to that.
Someone like JP, if he wants to start taking color courses, he want to start becoming Pan-African. That's the same way he's going to come and approach the whole Pan-African thing. Like, oh, we got to go over there and colonize them. They're primitive. They're tribal. They're bushmeats.
He's from one of the the FBA booty scratching tribe.
That's where they all came from.
The FBA booty scratching tribe.
That's the mentality they all have.
The FBA booty scratching tribes, man.
Yeah, I used to trying to, even back in the day, I used to try to do this Pan-African thing with them. But then when they start talking, I'm like, these guys, they don't respect. It's like, you telling me we have to come together, but then you don't have respect. It's like the way you look at me, it's like you think I'm so inferior to you. And what you don't understand is, we Africans, we have more to offer than you do. We're more knowledgeable than you. We have more knowledge than you don't have. You don't know more than what the white man has taught you. We actually know ourselves. We have philosophy. We have, when we speak parables. All this. We are more advanced than you guys as far as culture and philosophy. But somehow you're engaging me, approaching me, thinking I'm somehow less civilized than you. And they don't get that. And that shit always frustrates the hell out of me. And no matter how you try to educate them, it's like everything you say goes through one hair, comes out the other hair. These guys, man,
it would all come through.
They're stuck with that's always the plantation mentality. The plantation, the way they think is the new arrival slave from Africa, because the old one has been there, they've been more closer to them. They've been learning the master's language, and they've learned the environment. So the one that just came from Africa, obviously we don't know any English or anything, something like that. So back then, those ones that just came from Africa were seen inferior. Of course, that's the plantation environment, because of course they won't know anything. So
right.
the African knowledge is not something they can apply on the American plantation. So
exactly,
the ones that were already here,
they come here, they have to be,
exactly, they have to come learn exactly. So that's the mentality as they bring it to today. They see us as people that come to a plantation. They have to now come learn, civilize or something. I'm like, you guys are foolish, man.
Thank you, Mike. I gotta go get me some bushmeat.
Carla, man, that's Carla's favorite jokes, man.
All right,
man. That was, yeah.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of the show. I hope you guys enjoyed it because I did. All right. I want to say shout out to all those who sent in their super chats, the audience and the people that called in. I enjoyed the show. I don't know about you, but as you can see, some of the panelists, they're missing the point. You've heard me ask the question. They can't answer the questions. It's nothing personal. It's just an observation. And I would have truly loved to hear their point of view. That's what these conversations are all about. So I would definitely see you guys on the next one. Maybe, we might look into the history of how one can go from a pimp to the leader of the FBA booty scratching tribe. So that might be the next show. So stay tuned for that. All right. I'll see you guys.
Lend thy ears to the Afridamas. Pay attention to the Afridamas. The Jews and Inca warrior. Naturalist his intelligence as a true professor. Solution to brainwash diseases. Sit back, relax, and hear the wisdom. Afridamas will heal your minds. Sit back, reflect, you'll find no objection. Afridamas will clear your doubts here. Always log on to the Afridamas. Lend thy ears to the Afridamas is the truth.